Okay, looks like the hour has arrived. I think LIONFARM wanted to be here. He's not here yet, but he might show up in a little bit. So in the meantime, I guess I'll just go to a show screen. Oops, I messed up my own self here. Hold on a second. So in the meantime, I guess I'll just go to a. I can find it. Show screen. Oops, I messed up. Okay. All right. So we're ready to go. I think. So what I will do. I keep pushing the wrong button here. I will go to the share screen, which will. Oops. I just did something wrong here. Hold on a second. I'm going to do the share screen again. Okay, there it is. David is here. I am 223 I2. I'm here and I'm an I1 M253. Something like that. So, I1, let me go stop share. So let me go here. What am I going to do? I'm sharing screen, so I'll just go here. Okay, these are the groupings or the markers, you might call them. We'll get into probably in a discussion if or when LIONFARM shows up. BT, of course, means B. That's B over here, and everything else all the way through T, which is not even on here. Oh, yeah, T's over here. And CT is C and everything, including D and E, all the way to T. But the CF is a marker that C shares with F and F all the way through CT, but this marker here is not shared with D or E. So that's kind of the way it works. F is a marker from F all the way through to T as well. So whenever you see these GHIJKF, that's F. Well, it is F. FGHIJK includes the K includes all of these here. So whenever you have the KHIJK, that includes everything. Everything from here going to the right on your screen, I guess. So HIJK shares this marker, that's H and IJ and K and everybody else. IJ is shared by only I and J, which is M170 and M304, which contains M172 as well. But let's see. Oh, LIONFARM, you here? There's a link you can join. And because I've already been through this before, and I don't, there we go. There's Lion Farm. Okay. This before, and I don't, there we go.
How's it
Lion
going?
Farm. It's good. This before, and I don't, there we go.
How's it going?
It's good. You gotta turn off the
Yeah, I just got to close the other tab.
Hello, Arctic Timberwolf. Okay.
All
Here
right.
we go. All right. So let me see if I can go back here. Where was it? This one. Can you see that?
Yeah, let's talk about what we're looking at here.
Yeah. Um, what do you think about the root of the tree? Oops.
Well, so notice why we know that Trump is on Apple. One of the most important things I know is talk about
So you think you're breaking up a little bit, live phone. You're breaking up. If you can get a better connection or signal or something.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear now. So you think that the root, the Y chromosome atom root, should be with A?
So let's be careful when we're saying A, right? Haplogroup A. So we see on this tree that you have here, we're using what's called a normal graph. Now, would you, since from the other conversation we had about graphs, right? We got normal graphs, we got your circular graph, you got your unrooted chart. Do you feel comfortable talking about this on a unrooted chart rather than on this normal graph where we're missing the SNPs of BT and the B and the A groups? Like, do you feel
Well,
like this is not a? I feel like this is not a suitable chart to have this conversation with. I feel like we're
it's not
missing a lot.
enough information.
Yeah,
You got something similar to this that would be like we could use?
yeah, we got a couple of different charts that probably would be a little more detailed than that. But let me actually just pull up one here.
Okay.
So you'll be okay with using like a star graph, something like that,
Yeah,
or
You mean like the the spoke wheel thing? You mean like the Simmons Genome Project thing, or it's okay. See, what's this present? I don't even know what the present thing is. Guess gonna present something else. They got some new buttons here. I don't even know what they are for. Okay. Um, so yeah. Well, apparently yeah, apparently my chart here isn't good enough. Doesn't have enough information. It's got markers like this, PT, CT, and stuffs. But LIONFARM might have a better chart with more information. But it's basically A through E, and then F through J, and then K element O P Q R S and T. But since these are Eurasians, I would say that the root has to be with the oldest brother, then connecting to the middle brother, then connecting to the youngest brother. So in the out of Africa scenario, they have it exactly backwards. and that if they rooted it with K, they would be able to find a much better uh, linkage uh, between the three brothers, the three groups. Hello, Iron Matt. Iron Matt was here. He just popped out for a second. He's trying to get something to present. Present is same as share screen. Okay, all right. Oh, the other one is stop screen. That's what happened to me. Okay, so we should get going a little bit here. But let me see. Yeah, but these are the three groups. It'd be like A to F, F to K, and K. So they have to connect these three groups. Is what the thing is. You have to connect the K to F, and you have to connect the F to the A. So the way they connect them is by way of the C, or not the CT, but the CF. They're able to connect, well, the CT too, but they're able to connect the Semitic population with the Hamitic populations. Of course, I think LIONFARM has a different view. I think we all believe that it's very, very important, this information. Here he is. Back again. Okay, let me
Can you hear me?
remove this. Yeah, I can hear.
Okay. Um, yeah, my bad. I usually don't go live at this time. My son's knocked out something, but I got a chart we can use. I'm just opening it up now because I
Yeah,
don't.
the more information, the better, because especially if it's more up to date,
Definitely,
it'd be better.
no doubt.
Because we have to understand it one way or another. We have to be able to, you know, fit it together.
Yeah, because we need to look at like pretty much every group at once. That's what we need to do to determine what is Ham, Shem, and Japheth, right? Because
Right.
that graph was nice, but that would be like things under CT. This because we know CT and BT splits, but that's the great question is that when you think that A is up there, but A is actually not really up there, A is actually a little lower than that. And that's what's key is noting like where they split and everything and all that. I'm just gonna open up a little note here. I want to open up
Okay.
two just open up for it.
Yeah, because they do connect. Obviously, they're brothers, so they have to connect some one way or another, and they do.
That's true. They have to they definitely have to connect. That's like major key, major key. Let me put on my screen share.
Yeah,
All right.
but you would agree that it's not it's not a complete set of information set, right?
I think that it depends how we look at the tree. We got to be careful on how we look at the tree. That's why I think it's important that we have notes open. But the first thing we need to understand is how the tree is to be looked at. So let me just go to what I was just pointing out and kind of make this understandable from the tree. But I'm going to go to a unrooted graph as I think it's key. So before, as always, I have to make sure I show this before I start, right? That there's many different ways to present a tree, right? When we talk about genetics and everything in the tree. What the reason why I wanted to go to an unrooted chart is because a unrooted chart or a star graph makes it more easier to like have the conversation that we're having now, the splits of Ham, Shem, or Japheth. Now, what we were just looking at was a normal mode. Now, normal modes also, there's that question because what we were just looking at under CT, like for example, if CT was right here, we would have that DE and that CF lineages up to those IJK groups and whatnot. But we also would have those A and B groups that some would say, oh, they would go upwards and they would root, they would basically ascend and then root to like different lines. But some would say, oh, that would be like leading us to like Adam and everything. But the split there, we have to look at carefully, because we got to note that we're not looking at the split. That's why there's 3 different ways to present it. But if we want to look at like pinpoint into it, then we got to start looking deeper into it. Now let's look at an unrooted chart, for example. If we notice on here, the 1000 Genome Project, when they took all modern, so remember, we're talking about this on a scientific understanding, right? So we got to make this understandable and very, very, very supported by like academically, right? Because we know that all modern humans today are going to display, all male modern humans today are going to display one of these that are listed on this branch right here. All these branches that I'm showing right here, these are all going to come from pretty much modern humans today, right? If a modern human takes a test today, this is what they're going to produce. They're going to produce one of these
Right.
molecules, right? But notice if we look a little closer, right? This is why we're gonna have the conversation of the in betweens, right? Those that what you was pointing at, that CT and BT split, what changes in between there. But if we're talking about what are modern humans today, we know that yes, we get these lineages, but we got to be careful not mixing one certain A lineage that's not really the same as these A's, like A00. A00 is considered an outgroup. Geneticists alike will mark that A00 is not considered the same as like things from BT and CT, right? Things that we're seeing right here on this branch, because A00 would be considered like a root, a separate. It would be like considered like another stem, another root to here. For example, right? If we go to right, I'm going to go to a circle graph, because sometimes looking at it from different perspectives is interesting. So right here, so here's a circular. Remember I told you about there's different ways to present a tree. So here's a circular mode. So we can actually note, if we look here, it's going to be the same thing that I was just showing. Notice over here, we will have our A and your B groups, right? So remember from that tree that we seen, that A and B stand off differently. But notice something interesting about this B group and this A group, that it wouldn't actually stem to the ultimate root of the A00 group, because you'll have to go a little deeper into the divisions of, say, A000 of Neanderthal and A0000 with Denisovan, and find out how those ancient humans split from modern humans, because that's what A00 is, will be a division of ancient humans from modern humans. Now, one can also conclude, if they want to, that yes, there will be an ancient Adam that would make those lineages, but then we're not talking about A00 anymore. We're talking about a lineage that makes A00, and that would be an ancient ancestral original considered Adam, which is deeper than A00. For example, if we was to type down A00,
well, my understanding was that A0 and A00 were people they tested that were living today, or
A00 is a living person today. Yes. Now that would actually give us more evidence to like Noah and stuff like that. That's why also you'll note with CT they'll say Eurasian or Eurasian Adam, right?
The problem with that is that A00 is a descendant of the youngest son of Noah, so it wouldn't necessarily be the most original genome, being the youngest son. The most original.
That's what we're gonna point out real fast. Where we gotta be careful, because A00, right? That's where we gotta be careful. A00 is actually just a lineage that's actually pointed to a derived state that was caught by one of the grandsons of Noah, of Seth. So it's important to know that this lineage will actually show more credence, more ancient ties to lines like as old as Seth, right? From the division of the line.
Well,
the reason why, look at this.
But Seth wouldn't be
ancestor.
Well, yeah, I see what you mean. Seth,
ancestor of A00, right? Wait a second, hold on. The ancestor of A00 is actually the ancient Adam. That's actually going to be the real Adam. The one who actually makes
Right.
genetically the
Well,
Neanderthals, the Denisovans, all those ancient humanoids, that their haplogroup is A00 with or A with 3 zeros, and with Denisovans is A with 4 zeros. They
but
divide from A00.
I'm saying the most original genome of Noah, the Y chromosome, would have to be with the oldest son that was born before anybody else was born. So what I'm
Right.
saying is that Noah could have had Japheth and then had some mutations,
So
and
this
then
is why I wanted to have this
Shem was
conversation
born.
with you, because what I want to do is I want to paint a tree, and I'm going to show you that if we're talking about the biblical narrative, then we have to conclude something very important that we have to remember, that Adam would have no mutations, right? That means that we're working from a perfect man downwards. That means the
Right.
evidence of
But,
mutations is the all the
yeah,
all the genetics degrading over time, right?
right.
So
But
we understand that.
starting from Noah, the most original Y chromosome from Noah, not Adam, but from Noah, would be Japheth, the descendants of Japheth.
Right. We,
So that
we we can find the descendants
any
if we want to find 3 nodes of modern humans today, of descendants that don't make each other today, right? Because you would say someone who's of Japheth can't make someone who's of Ham, right? And someone who's of Ham
right,
can't make someone of Shem, right?
right,
So
right,
we would have to find descendants that would be from an ancestral node, right? That would
yeah,
be from living humans today, that would be from descendants that would be totally different than each other, right?
yeah.
I agree with that.
Well, I mean,
I
not
agree with that.
totally. I mean, the mutations have to fall in line with whatever branch that they're in.
I agree.
The
I think the way that we can find it, and that's why I wanted to set this day aside with you to have this conversation, because I think we can find who is Adam. I think we can find first Adam, and then I think that from Adam, right? If we're considering that there's a line that would have all humans connected to it, then we can find, right? What's after that?
well,
Cain,
I,
Seth,
it, I find it
because
hard to believe that we could even talk about it. We can't really talk about Adam. We can talk about Noah and Japheth being the most original. We can't really talk about anything
But
else. And
why couldn't we talk about Adam? The
and
interesting thing about that is that we can prove Adam in less than a minute. If we just talk about sources and just the evidence of it, I can prove Adam less than a minute so that
well,
we can get to Noah, because we have to
well,
prove Adam
I
to get to
wanted to
Noah.
also say the thing with the Neanderthal. The Neanderthal is considered A000000 whatever, but that's not possible because
Well,
Neanderthals have
that's what
more in common. But let me
academically, I'm talking
no,
academically.
academically, Neanderthals have more in common with Eurasian Japhethites than they do anybody else.
Wait. So what in the world just made you say Neanderthals are of Japheth? Why would the extinct no one living
Neanderthal
today is a Neanderthal? No,
people,
remember that.
people
No one living today is a
living.
Neanderthal.
Wait a minute, hold on. People living today, the ones that have more in common with Neanderthal DNA,
A
which is a
percentage,
proven
a
fact,
percentage of Neanderthal
which
versus
is a
a
proven
Y
fact,
haplogroup, a descendant of
the
Neanderthal.
the population that has more Neanderthal than in common with Neanderthals is the Eurasian population. That's an absolute fact.
Right. That's called admixture. Now, does PCA mixture mean descendant? No.
Well, it's just
Your
showing
principal component mixtures do not equal
they have
descendant.
more
So,
in common, which is an indicator. Yes,
they're not descendants, correct? They're not descendants of them.
oh, they're direct descendants of Japheth. Yeah,
No,
Neanderthals are direct descendants of Japheth.
is the haplogroups
Yeah.
of
Absolutely.
no, is the haplogroups, the Y chromosomes of Neanderthals, descendant of anyone today? Tell the truth. Because
No,
I'm gonna show
No,
you where
nobody living today is descended from Neanderthals. What
no
I'm
one
saying
living
is
to amen.
Neanderthals.
Amen. So
Well,
we as creationists, and even those who are watching, those who may be unbelievers or those who may be of the science, also know that there are no living Neanderthals or Denisovans or certain ancient humanoids today. Those are extinct. All modern humans today would be considered those that survived the flood, right? Those would be the ones that survived the bottleneck, the extinction,
Well,
right?
that's the thing. Neanderthals did survive the flood.
No, they didn't. No, they did not. No,
Yeah, they did. Yeah,
Neanderthals did not survive. There are no Neanderthals in the Neolithic.
because they were buried with humans and they
Right,
intermarried with
but if they were
humans.
buried
And
with humans, that means they were human. That's all that it means. Can Neanderthals be pre-flood? Can they be Cain, Seth, the early
no,
lines of the
no,
descendants of?
because
Yeah, they could.
well, they would have been scattered all over the place, and they wouldn't
Right,
have
but
been
why
buried
couldn't they? Why couldn't they be pre-flood? Why couldn't they? Because
because they wouldn't be in the same grave as modern humans.
no, they would. You know why they would? Because remember, Cain, Seth, all those lines were early humans, but they were still wiped out pre-flood. So they were
No,
the ancient. They would be ancient humans. And think about it. Why wouldn't they look old? Because
that's a
remember,
stretch.
their age. Think
But
about it.
anyway,
Their
go ahead.
age were hundreds of years. They age hundreds of years. So if you look at their mutations, they might appear like they're ancient. They might
They
appear,
have
for example,
more, Neanderthals have more DNA than what we have today. We've lost a lot of DNA but since they were
right? Because
closer to
they
the,
were closer to Adam. They had more DNA because thus being
yeah, they
stronger.
were closer to Noah. They were
Yeah,
closer
closer
to Noah than what we
to
are.
Adam,
Yeah.
I would
So
say. I couldn't push. That's the thing. I couldn't push Noah all the way to like hundreds of thousands of years ago. And obviously those years aren't really those years, but even in the sense of the mutations, we got to look at how the mutations
but
work.
it's
Why
a
is it
stretch.
that right? But
It's a,
notice this. Notice this. This is what's important. That I don't know if you studied on the Y chromosome of Neanderthals and Denisovans and stuff. Obviously, these years are astronomical, but if we look at the mutation rate, if we look at the mutations very carefully, we can notice something consistent, something that's very consistent if we look very precisely at these things. And one of the consistent things is that they go extinct about the same time as a global bottleneck. At a time when we actually can record water starts to rise and there's a global bottleneck of human species and of animal species. And they call it the Neolithic bottleneck, right? And if you think about it, Noah would be a Neolithic farmer. That's what he would have been. He would have popped up about the time in the Neolithic. We know this because there's a lot of uniform understanding of this. But also, if we notice something with, for example, the first sequencing of the Neanderthals from the dirt cave, you can notice a separation, a major separation of lines. And all modern humans, right? If we're talking Ham, Shem, and Japheth, right? Then if we're talking Ham, Shem, and Japheth, why are we saying that this could be Ham, Shem, and Japheth? If they're descended from an ultimate node all the way Denisovans, right? I'm talking a node of the Denisovans. That means that they're going further back in a node, a separate node that's deeper than modern humans, and then that's going to be like sons of
but
the.
check this out. If Neanderthals came before Noah, that means that we would all share equally the amount of Neanderthal DNA, and that's just not the case.
No,
It's the
no, that's doesn't
Eurasians
no
that
because
share the
that's
most
not how. That's
Neanderthal
not
DNA.
that's a misunderstanding of how they're descended, right? You got to understand that no
I
one
find it hard to believe that if they came before Noah, that there would be such a divergence in the amount of DNA that is shared with Neanderthals, because the Asians have a significantly
are we descendant from Neanderthals? That's what you're misunderstanding.
no, that's not.
Are
It
we
does.
descended
We
from
don't
Cain?
have to be
Ask
descended
yourself,
from
wait,
Neanderthal.
ask yourself this: are we descended from Cain?
No, we
But we
don't
will be
have to be.
related to we will be related to them, right? We will show genetic ties
No,
to
but if everybody living today is through Noah, and whatever Noah
exactly.
had
So we
of
will
that
show
DNA
genetic
would be
ties
spread
to each
out
other,
equally, and
right?
it's not spread out equally. It's spread disproportionately with the Eurasian Japhethites, which to me is very obvious that the Neanderthals, besides they're all spread out all over Europe and Asia anyway, so they were Japhethites. Simple as
Look.
that. And
This is how
Denisovans,
we can totally debunk that just in the self of looking at the Y chromosome of that group. It can't be Japhanites, right? That's
but you
just
don't have the
senseless.
Y chromosome. They didn't reveal the Y
They
chromosome of
have
Japheth.
They have A with 3 zeros. They have A000.
No,
Their haplogroup is totally different than who you would determine as Japheth under
no,
modern humans.
A00 is a living person.
No,
A
I
zero
said A
zero
with three.
zero
I said
zero
A with
zero
3 zeros. A with 3
is
zeros is
claimed
not a
is
living
claimed
person.
to be Neanderthal, but it's
Right.
not Neanderthal.
No,
Well,
it
it's
is
like
Neanderthal because we got papers
six
that
now.
tells us it is. And not just that, we also know that no person today is that haplogroup, is extinct. Neanderthals and Denisovans are
They
extinct.
don't have a definitive Y chromosome for Neanderthals. They don't have
Okay.
that information. I mean, they haven't.
I
They
showed you this.
haven't.
I know I showed you this last time. That's why I was kind of waiting to show you this because we spoke about this last time. When I showed you that A with 4 zeros is Denisovan and A with 3 zeros is Neanderthal. And let's kind of have that conversation again on this because we had this conversation before on the papers that actually spoke of these things and told us directly of what was found. So let's just talk about some of the direct sources of these things that's
Denisovans
spoken.
share DNA with Africans and Eurasians, but not
Right.
the Semitic population.
All right, so let's talk about pinpoint haplogroups, and that's what we're going to talk about real fast about the pinpoint haplogroup, right? Because we need to know exactly what we're talking about when we're talking about these.
But Neanderthal being A000 is a claim to be identified with A, but it can't be identified with A since it shares more in common with the K element, LPQRS, and T.
In fact, we know that they even tell us that what you just said is not true. They're separate. Watch what it says right here. It says Y chromosome
No,
sequence
it's
is
absolutely true.
represented by horizontal lines, right? Watch what it says about the haplogroups. A0000, A with 4 zeros, represents Denisovan haplotypes. And A with 000, A with 3 zeros, represents Neanderthal haplotypes. Now, watch what it says about A000. Watch what it says. The term, and this was A with 2 zeros. This is modern human. Watch the separation here.
Then they
The
should
term,
have
hold on.
more DNA in common with Africans than
No, wait, hold on. Let me
Semitic
read it
people.
so that we're not guessing. The term A002T represents all individual haplotypes that are defined by haplotype specific mutations not represented in Arctic humans. Why is that important? Because that means that A00 separates from Arctic humans. That means that A with 4 zeros, A with 3 zeros, all those men are not Japhanites. All those men are separate from modern humans. And when I say modern humans, that means if we're looking at a node, that means that from not, and remember, modern humans are not descendant. That's why I wanted to show you. That's why I wanted to stop you and show you that A00 goes deeper, right? And even on information, it'll let
It's a
you know,
claim.
right?
It's a claim. They don't
Right,
have
but
the Y chromosome of
roots,
Neanderthal. They don't have it.
right?
They don't have the
But
Y chromosome.
the
They
root of,
never
let me
they
finish.
never shared the Y chromosome of Neanderthals or Denisovans.
Let me finish because you need to
And
understand
Denisovan
that
was
we actually
a
know.
woman anyway.
Right. Let me finish so that we can get this fully understood. We need to understand that we have to fully know.
You can't get a Y chromosome from a woman.
Of course not. But this is talk about Y chromosomes of men. So we need to understand really fast so that we can summarize this really fast. That you need to understand that anyone who descends from modern humans today, right? They was diverged from A00. The A00 would just be a sign of Seth. Because if you put these on a tree, let me show you what it would look like. It wouldn't
That's a
look like
claim.
descent.
It's a
No,
claim that doesn't line
watch
up with what the evidence
watch what it
is.
looks like on a tree. If this pointed to ancient Adam over here, if this node was
But
ancient Adam,
that's where's the snips for those? Where's the snips for those? You don't have a snip for them,
we
do
do
you?
have them. I was just showing you
No,
them.
they're missing.
They're under
missing. I
A.
don't see a snip there.
I can show you each one of these. In fact, I did a live on this exact one, El Shadran. That's a Neanderthal. That's the A00 that I was just talking about. That's what we were talking about earlier. And I showed you this last time when we had a conversation. We talked about El Sharon, and I showed you how El Sharon is extinct. There's no one that descends from these humans. These are older humans, and we have older culture that shows that they were not
And where was that found?
modern humans that survived the flood. The ones that
Where was
survived,
it
all the
found?
humans that survived the flood, all descendants of humans that survived the flood are not Neanderthals. They're not ancient sons of Cain, and they're not the older sons of Seth.
No, but there's no snips. It's not showing any snips there.
You want me to break down this note to you? Do you want me to show you what we already went over when I showed that the one that I showed you in El Shadran, the Neanderthal, the ancient ones that showed that they
That's
had
Europe.
human ties to humans, but they're not descendants of humans. That means they're
But that's in
humans,
Europe, though.
but they're not.
It's in Europe where the Eurasians were first settled Europe. They were the first ones in Europe were Eurasians.
Of course, I did. I got a live. If you want to see a video, go and see a video where I talk about the out of Eurasia concept being true versus the out of Africa concept being true. That's what this is. That's what this information actually is. If you want to actually get into it, that this information actually talks about how the oldest humanoids, as even the biblical narrative talks about, started not in Africa, but in Eurasia. They actually started in Eurasia. And that's actually very important
So
to know about.
who's
So
claiming
we're
this
talking
now?
all the earliest humans, huh?
Who's claiming this?
The genetic results that are found of humans that are connected with Neanderthals and Denisovans and other ancient humanoids in one place.
Which connects to the Eurasian Japhethites because the Japhethites settled Europe first.
Why would it connect to Japheth? Why would it
Because
connect?
they
Why
settled
does it always
Europe.
have to connect to Japheth? Why is Japheth
Because
over
they
everything?
settled Europe. Because the Semitic population weren't first in Europe.
Wait,
And
didn't you say that K is Japheth? Isn't K under modern humans, the branch of modern
they
humans?
settled in Italy.
Okay,
K is found in Italy.
Is IJK Japheth?
No,
So
IJ is separate
IJK
from
that
K.
makes K. So let's look at K. Let's go to
No,
K.
it doesn't make K.
It does make K. Watch this. Hold it. Watch this. I'm
J
R1B.
J is Semitic.
I'm
It
gonna show you
can't
something.
make K. It's connected.
Let's look
It's
at my tree.
connected to K, but it didn't make K. But it's connected to K.
Let me express what I'm saying here. Okay, so I'm R1, right? R1 comes from P. P comes from K. K comes from IJK. And you know what's interesting about IJK?
No, it's connected. It's connected to IJ. This doesn't mean it came from IJ.
Okay, let's
look
at the breakdown.
The only thing that it means is that IJ has a marker in common with K. That's the only thing it means. It doesn't mean anybody descended from anybody. It just means they share a marker together.
Are you concluding that IJKL16 and IJKL15 are not populations? Are you claiming that those are not populations?
They share a marker with K. IJ shares markers.
I'm asking you, is IJK
K.
a population? I'm asking you, is IJK a findable fossilized population that ties that whole family together?
It's multiple lineages. IJK is multiple lineages. IJ is multiple lineages.
Okay, but is IJK one populations? Because remember, I'm telling you ancestral nodes. And I'm telling you the node.
Because Shem and Japheth were brothers, they will share markers. They do share markers because Shem
I'm trying to
was
figure
the
out
brother of Japheth.
what you're claiming.
That's why
connect IJK all the way to a Neanderthal.
That's why the oldest son of Shem, which is IJ, which is Arpachshad, he shares a marker with Japheth because he's the oldest firstborn, and the later sons of Shem no longer share that marker because of the mutation.
IJK Japheth? Is IJK Japheth?
No, K is Japheth.
So IJK, okay. IJK, you say IJK is not Japheth. That means IJK cannot go further up the SNP and become a Neanderthal. You can't produce a Japhethite from IJK. Because if you say a Neanderthal is IJK,
you're claiming that a Neanderthal is a 0A00. That's your claim.
No, it's deeper.
That's not by way of a SNP.
I'm telling you that genetically,
because they don't have the SNPs for Neanderthals. They never shared any SNPs.
We do have the SNPs for Neanderthals. I just showed you the SNPs for Neanderthals. We do have the SNPs.
They don't even have a Y chromosome designation for Neanderthals.
They do have one. We just read it. We literally just read it. I read it right in front of you, right here. This is a genetic report And multiple, we got multiple reports. In fact, let me show you another one.
But that's a claim. That's a
Okay, let
claim.
me show you
It's
another
a false
report that
claim
says the
because it's
same
the
thing.
Eurasians that share
How is
DNA
it
with common
false if we can
Neanderthals,
understand it? I'm trying to tell you that
not Shem and
I can
not
show
Ham.
you. I'm trying to tell you that before you go off and say, no, we can't prove it, we never seen it. Before you say that, I can prove to you that these ancient humanoids are because the flood. I'm trying to show you that because these are all wiped out. Right? Okay, look at it. Here, look at this. Wait, hold on. Look at what I'm showing you here. A0000, A with 4 zeros is Denisovan. A with A000, A with 3 zeros. No, this is from another genetic report that showed us.
I don't care. It's a claim. It's a claim.
This is when they actually.
It's
not because this is when they found A00. This paper right here. This paper that I'm showing you here is when they found.
Still trying to prove the out of Africa.
Look, when they found A00.
Even if you say it's in Europe, it began in Europe, they're still trying to prove the out of Africa.
Look, when they found, pay attention to what I'm saying so that you understand that we know the out of Africa concept is not true. But I'm trying to show you that when they found A00 for the first time, that's what tied that. That's what showed that ancient ancestral tie.
It didn't show any snips connecting A00 with anybody.
What are you talking about? I literally just showed you. Look, pay attention to the sources that I'm showing you. So I don't have to show me over again.
A claim of a family tree. You showed me a claim of a family tree.
I just showed you two. I can show you more.
Show me the snip. What's the number of the snip?
What are you talking about? What are you talking
about? Snip that A00 Denisovan has.
You want to get into each one of these Neanderthals? Do you want to go
snip? What snips do the Denisovans and Neanderthals share with us? What snips are they?
Hold on. We do not descend from these. Is what I'm trying to tell you. We are not. There are no one that descends from A000. There's no one that descends from.
That's beside the point.
That's not.
But we share marker. Eurasians shared genetic information with Neanderthals in common with Neanderthals.
Do you want to know how they're? Do you want to know how they're related? Do you want to know how they got a percentage that are related? Do you want to know how? It's
because if they came before Noah, then that means Noah would share that information equally among all his descendants.
Did you think to look at the mtDNA? Because it's actually an mtDNA.
No, mtDNA is another thing.
Yeah, you can pass genetic ties, right? Ham, Shem, and Japheth could have had ancestral ties because the fact that Cain got his wife from the same wives that Seth got.
Not in the Y chromosome family tree, you can't.
Maybe they both had the same women ties. Maybe because
we're talking about the Y chromosome family tree, the paternal.
What about mtDNA?
Non-recombination Y chromosome, non-recombinant Y chromosome. That's what we're talking about.
Right, but you know that Y chromosome doesn't pass down by autosomal mixes.
No.
Y chromosome passes down father to son, right? Father to son, father to son, father to son.
Father to son is a lineage, right?
I can prove to you that Neanderthals are not Japhanites. They're not Japhanites.
But the maternal lineage is another lineage entirely. That's a totally different lineage.
So I just proved to you that under modern humans, we will get the sons of Ham, Shem, and Japheth, but IJK doesn't descend into the nodes of Neanderthal. So do you want to know what Neanderthal and Denisovans are? They're actually the descendants in between. That's why I wanted to show you.
But you're trying to root the tree with Ham.
You're trying to find Noah, but you haven't even found Adam and Seth.
You're trying to root the tree with, well, everybody is Adam and Seth.
But you gotta find
everybody living today is Seth and Noah.
Adam and Seth. You gotta find the evidence within it, and I can show you it. Let me show you. I'll show you that the lines of Cain, the wiped out lines of Cain, right? And the said beings that
No,
came down that mixed with
forget
man
forget
would
the
be the
wiped
ancient
out
humanoid.
lines. We're talking about today's DNA, which includes the Denisovans and Neanderthals, which are all part descended from Noah.
No, I just debunked that because I just showed you. Just for anyone that is a so-called creationist to not be taken in that lie, that Neanderthals are not of Japheth. They would rather have earlier ties to
Well, then why do
sons of Cain
Japhethites
or
share
of
more
Seth.
DNA with Neanderthals? Why do they share more DNA with Neanderthals? Why is that?
What do you, wait, say what you said.
It
Say what you
doesn't
just
make
said.
any sense.
Wait,
It
say what
doesn't
you
make
just.
any sense.
Wait,
You
hold on.
say,
Say what you just said so that I can answer correctly. Because what you just said
why
you can easily answer.
why do Eurasians share more Neanderthal DNA than Hamitic or Semitic populations? Why?
What is your just so we get
Why do
wait so that
why are Eurasians? Why do
I'm gonna answer it.
Eurasians have
I'm
more
about to answer that
shared
because you
DNA
want to
with
know how they're
Neanderthal
mixed.
than Hamitic or Semitic populations?
That's a great question. You want to know how? It's because the mtDNA mixture is
It has
important.
nothing to
Wait,
do with
wait.
mtDNA.
It does. Let me express why. Because within the mtDNA, what's important to know is this, right? It's known that there was a descendant on the boat of Noah, right? Ham, Shem, and Japheth. We know that all these descendants would be obviously of one father, but all the women, what women were these, right? What women were these? These will be women that would have either be the ancient ties to Eve, or what were they? Randomly created women that were existed in that time. But let's say
Well,
it is scientifically from Eve, right?
there's
And
the
let's think about
wife
this.
and daughters of
Wait,
Japheth.
hold on. Where would Cain get his wives, and where would Seth get his wives?
No, we're talking about the wives and daughters of Japheth, the wives and daughters of Shem, the wives and daughters of Ham.
Hold on, we're gonna talk about that right after
The
this.
wives and daughters of
First,
Ham stayed
right before?
exclusively in Africa.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
The wives and
No, they
daughters
did
of
not.
Ham are
No,
in
no,
Africa.
they
They're
didn't.
not.
Because Ham wasn't in exclusively in Africa. Look at Nimrod.
No,
Canaan
but the
got
wives
cursed
and
by
daughters
Noah
are
at
exclusively
Iraq.
in Africa.
Right, but we
The
know
wives and daughters
that's false.
are exclusively in Africa, not
Well,
Asia or
why
not
does it? Why do
Semitic
you have to
population.
determine that the Hamites were only in Africa? What type of
No,
sense?
the
That's not
wives
even
and
biblically sense.
daughters,
That doesn't make biblical sense.
the wives and daughters are exclusively in Africa. You can look at all the charts. It shows them L1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are all in Africa.
Okay,
None of them.
I'll debunk you. I'll debunk you on that afterward. I'll show you which ones are the oldest by fossils in Africa, and I'll show you which ones are older. But first, before we get there, this is what
Well, I
happens.
mean,
You're gonna drift, and drift off to
you
something
don't
else.
know they're the absolute
Let's focus
oldest
on.
or anything.
Hold on. Let's answer what we were just answering. How can these lines have a autosomal mix of ancient humans? Right? It's because they were mixing before. They were mixing in ancient time. And you know what the interesting,
Japhethites
right?
were
You know what the
mixed
interesting,
with
right? But
the
did you
wives
not
and daughters
inspect
of
that?
Japheth.
Maybe
The
Seth lines were mixing
autosomal
with Cain's
information
line.
of Japhethites was with the wives and daughters of Japheth, with the exception of the descendants of Madai.
What if
Except
Seth lines
descendants
were
of
mixing with
Madai.
Cain's lines? What did you look at? Did you look at that more ancient
No,
into it?
we're not
That
talking
maybe
about
the
Cain.
evidence
Cain
shows
is
more
nothing.
older
Cain
before the
is
bottleneck.
irrelevant. Cain is irrelevant. There's 3 daughters.
How is it
The
irrelevant?
wives and
Wait,
daughters of
how is
Japheth.
it irrelevant when I'm trying to show you something that happened before the bottleneck? Because what you're
No, forget. We're
trying to
talking
do is put
about.
all humans into one time frame.
We're
You're trying to
talking
put all
about
humans in one time frame, but that's incorrect. That's
what
not
we're
true.
finding today.
Right, but we
Yeah,
can't put ancient Denisovans and Neanderthals under Japheth. That doesn't make any sense, nor is it possible. And in fact, this
No,
is one of the main
Denisovans
reasons
are
why
a
we're having this
mixture
conversation.
of Hamitic and Japhethite, and not Semitic, and I can prove that on a heat map chart.
Okay, here I got a heat map chart right
Which I've
now. I want you
already
to show
proved
me.
it with a heat map chart.
Okay, here I got a heat map chart right now, open. Right now, tell me what you want me to look up and prove it. Go
The
ahead.
heat map chart
Go
of
ahead.
Denisovans.
Show me. No, no. This is a heat map.
Denisovans
This is a
versus
Y
everybody else.
chromosome. No, use a Y chromosome heat map, not of the ancient humanoids, but of
No,
modern
it
people.
has to be, if you're talking about
Wait, show me
Neanderthal and
the
Denisovan, it
haplogroup.
has to be autosomal information. It has to
Oh,
be
so you
autosomal
need an
information.
So does Y chromosome pass down autosomally?
No, we're talking
No, it
about
does
who was
not. So you're
Japhethied.
making up a false premise to try to make them Japheth just because they're connected because they're human. Because what you're looking at by
Well,
them being
because we
partial
know that they
Neanderthals and
were in.
partial Denisovan is just
Hold
that
on a second.
middle
Let me
piece
show
that's
you.
saying they're
Let me
human.
show you my map here. Hold on a second. Let me show you
That's
my
not
map of
descent.
the
What you're
of
talking
the
about is
other
not by
one.
descent, it's by them being human.
Hold on a second. Let me show you the heat map that I'm talking about.
Go ahead and we'll show exactly what you're talking about is not Y chromosomes, nor is it something that's based upon what we're talking about that we need to talk about to find Ham, Shem, and Japheth. You're playing games.
No, I'm showing you a heat map of Denisovan allele frequency.
Go ahead.
You can see it, right?
All right, yep. And I got that exact paper. And go ahead, tell them what you're looking at there. Isn't that the admixture in the people?
Autosomal information.
Autosomal.
Yeah.
Okay. So now
But
that we got that straight, that this is an autosomal evidence of people having an admixture tied to ancient, remember,
okay, this is a
ancient humanoids
Denisovan allele frequency,
via
right?
mtDNA.
Okay, you need to stop talking a little bit so I can explain it. Denisova cave is found right here, which happens to be the location of both Sinim, the DY chromosome, and Nimrod, the CY chromosome, were both in this area back in the time.
Wait, but what time frame are we looking at on that
Which is
map?
Hamitic.
What
Both
time
the
frame are we
C
looking
and
at
the
on that
D,
map, though? What time frame are we
both the
looking at on the
C
map?
and the D.
Wait, what time frame are we looking at on this map? What time frame? Are we looking at modern?
This is Denisova. We're
Right, but
talking
are we
about
looking at
Denisovan
modern
DNA.
people? Are we looking at modern people on this map? Tell the truth.
Everybody, the Denisovans, the
Wait, are we
Neanderthals, they're
looking
all
at
descendants
Denisovans
of Noah.
and Neanderthals, or are we looking at modern people?
But if you let me finish talking, I'll explain it to you.
I just want you to answer that statement.
No, I
Are we
want you
looking
to
at modern
listen
people
to
or
me
ancient?
explain it first. Listen to me explain it first, and then you can talk, okay?
Is this modern people?
This is a Denisova allele frequency.
You guys gonna ignore that?
So this
Is
is
this
where
modern people or not? Is this modern
these
people?
are tested sites or people
Don't
with
say sites. Are these people or
Denisova.
are these sites? Tell the truth.
See
Don't
these blocks?
slip in the
See the
word site.
blocks? See the blocks? These are
Are these
locations.
modern people?
Are these are people that were found to have or have not have Denisova allele frequency.
Modern people.
Right? Oh, well, it's whoever they dug up and found or whatever.
No, it's not dug up. No, tell the truth. This is not a test from people who are dug up. So everyone knows
these ones here.
I can whip out this paper right now and I will quote what's
then
going
why
on
don't they have the Africans ones? Why don't they have people from Africa? Why do they only have spotted ones in America?
Do you know what age that paper was?
Let me finish explaining it first. So you can understand what my position is before you can try to disprove it or whatever. Now, there's a heat map of Neanderthals too, but this one is Denisova allele frequency. So it shows up here in the area where Nimrod's descendants were, Sinim's descendants of the DY chromosome were, that went all the way to Japan, and that's why China was named Sinim, because they're descendants of the tribe Sinim in Sinai.
Isn't that interesting what you're doing?
So let me finish. The Denisova allele frequency is a mixture of both Hamitic and Eurasian population.
And how do you draw
so
that?
So much so that now these are people living today, or not living today, that share most DNA with the Denisovans. So the hottest spot is Papua New Guinea, which is what? Is it Hamitic, Semitic, or Eurasian? The population of Papua New Guinea is what? What's their Y chromosome?
Okay, so
It's K M.
all one has to do is type down Denisovan and
No,
Neanderthal.
you didn't answer the question. The Y chromosome of Papua New Guinea is K, M, and S. K is in Australia, M and S is in Papua New Guinea, which is the same family tree. Which is what? What is K, M, and S? What Y chromosome is that?
Okay, so
It's Eurasian, right?
you know we're looking at an autosomal test, right?
It doesn't matter. I'm talking about the people in this
How does that
area of
not matter?
Papua
How
New
does that not
Guinea.
matter when we're not talking about Y chromosomes on that graph that
Because
you
we're
have
talking
right
about the autosomal information. People have more in
there? You're
common
not
with
even. You can't
Denisovans.
even look at all things on one
People
graph.
have more in common with Denisovans than anybody
Do
else
you
or
even know what
Papua New
you're? Do you
Guinean.
even know what you're looking at? Like, do you know what you're actually looking at when you're
Well,
talking about? What you're
don't ask
looking
me if I know. I'm
at? Wait,
asking
wait. Do you
you if
have like
you.
the? Do you have like the
I'm
actual
asking
source for
you
that?
what the population is here. What is the
I'm just
population
asking.
here?
Can you open the source to
Is
that?
it Hamitic, Semitic, or Eurasian, or what is it?
You can't even open. Can you open the source to this? What you're showing me? Because I can open the source to what you're showing me.
Yeah, yeah.
Can you
You
open the
can
source to this?
you can look at it later. See
No,
what their
I got
Y
it right in front of
chromosome.
me
See what their
because I've been
mtDNA.
had this source a long
Look
time
up
ago.
everything. But what are they? What are they? Are they Hamitic, Semitic, or Eurasian? They have Eurasian Y chromosome, so
Are you trying
they're
to
Eurasian,
conclude?
right?
Are you trying to conclude that Denisovan and Neanderthal would tell you what's Ham, Shem, and Japheth?
Now, if you listen to what I'm saying, the people that have most in common with Denisovans are the Papua New Guineans, which do have a Eurasian Y chromosome, and
Okay.
they have Hamitic autosomal DNA.
Well, what does Hamitic mean? What is Hamitic? What do you mean Hamitic?
Hamitic means A, B, C, D, and E.
Okay, this is what we gotta do. We gotta first
In this
before
case,
wait,
it would be
before
more
you go into
D.
this fairy tale. Before you go into this fairy tale.
It's not a fairy tale. It's a fact.
Okay, can I show something because I need to show something
But
on what you're showing.
but look what
I
you
just
know.
need to show something on what you're showing because what you're showing you're providing
Is this
information to
area?
something.
What area is it? Is this area of Eurasia or what is it?
I just need you to understand what you're looking at. Like what you're looking at, you need to be careful what you're looking at. You're not basing
It's a
what you're
heat map
understanding
of
by something you look at
allele
on a
frequency.
paper.
It's a heat
It's
map.
comparing you
The
to
people that
it's comparing
have
people to ancient. It's comparing people to ancient humanoids that were connected to even America and overseas. It's connecting them
the
to ancient
people.
humanoids. It's showing that they have ancient connections.
Yeah, they have ancient
Not
connections. All right.
modern connections, but
Yeah,
ancient
they have
connections.
all the people in Papua New Guinea. They have more in
Right, but
common with the
only out of
Denisovans.
2,000 people is that a test of. That's not of the whole world. That's a test of like 2,000 people from like
But it's a
221 sites.
comparison. It's a comparison. Who has more Denisovan allele frequency? Is the Eurasians.
Right,
And
but you're not showing me a full picture
the
just by
Hamitic
showing
is
me
not
a heat
the
map
only
from
way the
one
Hamitic
study from
population is
2016. You
the
can't
only
show
way
me.
the Hamitic population is showing up here is by way of the Papua New Guineans.
You know, this actually even hurts. You know why this hurts your point? Let me just express why this actually hurts. Point of
Before
what you're
you say
expressing.
that, where's the
Because
cold spot? Where's
it's
the cold?
comparing modern people and
Tell
connecting
me
them to
where
an
the
ancient
cold spot
person
is
that
for
they don't
Denisovans
have
allele
any descendant
frequency.
of.
Where's the cold spot of Denisovans allele frequency? Is that a Hamitic area or a Eurasian area or is it Semitic? Is this a Semitic area? Well, there you go. Up here, you got
Wait, hold on.
you got the Danite
Before
area.
we keep on playing this game, let's get
You
off
know
of
what
this.
this is? This is Denmark, right? That's the
Let's
Danite area, right? The
let's
Danites are Semitic, right?
let's get off of this heat map because we're
Yeah.
playing
So
around too much. This
the
is
cold,
not
the
even a serious
cold
conversation.
allele frequency, the cold people that do not have Denisova allele frequency
Okay,
are
but you're
the
not
Semitic
sitting
areas
here trying to
and
convince
the
me that
Semitic populations
these are sons of Japheth on this map that you're showing me here.
and the Semitic populations.
You're not sitting here trying to convince me that from that heat map, you just conclude that because of this heat map, this connection, this little connection to ancient humanoids, that means they're of Japheth.
But I'm not so sure if you understood my original point here about the connection of IJ, right?
Wait, did you hear what I said? Are you going to answer to my statement? Because
Well, I mean,
I'm trying
but
to
you don't know what
give you
my
a benefit of
position
the
is
doubt
on the.
that you're
My
not
position
making
is
it
that
that
the
basic.
root has to be with Japheth. My position that the root has to be with Japheth because
Okay, but
Japheth
look
has
on
the
your chart
most
right there. You say that K is Japheth.
original.
Therefore, these cannot be Neanderthals because
No, Neanderthals
I
have
have
more in
I
common
have a
with
paper that
Japheth than
says
they do anybody
IJ has
else.
Neanderthal in it. IJ,
The root,
the
the
J group
root
has
has to be
a
with
start with
Japheth.
Neanderthal.
The root has to be with Japheth because
Okay, so but
Eurasians
why
are the
does J
ones.
has a high portion of
Why are
Neanderthal
you
then?
talking while I'm talking?
Because you're misunderstanding what you're
No,
saying.
because you're not listening to what I'm saying. The root has to be with Japheth. Don't start talking because Japheth had the most original Y chromosome from Noah. He had the most original Y chromosome from Noah. The root has to be with Japheth because the Eurasians, even the Eurasians, have more in common with the Japhethites than anybody else.
Okay, so IJK is
So if
not
you
Japheth,
root,
right? You said IJK
so
to you, IJK isn't Japheth.
let me finish talking. The root has to be with Japheth, which is K, right? Okay. So if you root the tree with Japheth, then that means the oldest son of Shem, who is the brother of Japheth, can share a
Why are
marker
we
with
why
Japheth,
why are you
right?
using
Right?
why are you
Is it
using this normal
possible?
graph?
Is
Why are
it
you using this normal
possible?
graph?
Is it possible? Because that's where I'm at right now. Is it
But
possible?
doesn't this normal graph hurt
It's the
the
same
design that
thing.
you're
It's the
trying to
same
make?
connections. It's the same exact connections.
Right, but okay, what about
So
GH? What about GHIJK?
answer me this question. Answer me this question. Is it possible for Japheth, who is the oldest son of Shem, who's the brother of Japheth, is it possible for Arpachshad to share a marker with Japheth? Is that possible?
Wait,
Yes.
no,
Yes.
it's not.
Yes.
No, it's not.
Yes.
No, it's not. Wait, hold on. Hold your horses and
Yes.
let's go back and let's
Okay.
understand
Now,
what
is
you
it
just said. Hold
possible?
on.
Is it
So that everyone can
possible?
see what
Answer
you
me
just
this
tried to
question.
pull.
Is it possible for every other son of Shem born after Arpachshad, is it possible for them to have lost this marker and no longer have it? Is that possible? Yes. Yes, absolutely
No,
yes.
let's understand
And
what you're
that's the
saying because
only way,
you're just
that's
trying
the
to
only way
force
that you
your
can that
statement
you have
with
to
no sources.
tie. That's the
That makes
only
no
tie
sense.
that you have between Japheth and Shem. The only tie that you have between Japheth and Shem is the oldest son of Shem, which is Arpachshad, which could have had the marker that all
You know
three
what's
of them
odd
share.
about all that? No source was said. You just speaking out. You're just I don't know where you're pulling that. You're just pulling out of nowhere. But
No,
understand what I'm
I'm
saying.
asking you a
Just
question.
understand what I'm saying real
Is it
fast.
possible for them to share this marker? Is it possible for Shem, who's the brother of
Can we
Japheth, to
stop
have had this
skipping ahead
marker?
and here? Look,
Is it
you wanna
is it
um
possible for
let's finish painting. Let's finish painting because I need
okay
you to see
now
what you're trying
is
to
it
illustrate
possible
makes
for
zero
Shem
sense
to
to
have lost this
creationists.
marker?
It makes no
Answer me
sense to
this
creationists
question.
alike. I'm trying to show you that that's why
Answer me this
people like Jameson
question.
don't agree with
Lion
you,
farm,
nor do I.
lion farm,
Your
lion farm.
design makes no sense.
Answer me this question. Is it possible for Shem to have lost this marker after he gave it to Japheth? Is that possible? Yes.
Let's prove the splits.
Yes.
Hold on.
Yes,
Let's
it's
prove the
possible.
splits. Can you prove to
And
me?
this is
Wait,
the
hold on.
only
Can you
connection
prove
that you can tie Shem with Japheth. It's the
this
only
man?
connection there is.
Can you prove to me that IJK can split and make Japheth and Shem?
No,
I'm gonna paint it.
you're assuming
No,
that
no,
it's game.
I want you to show me
Your
that
assumption that it gained this
IJK
marker.
L15, IJK
How do you
L15.
know? How do you know that the marker was gained or whether it's lost in these populations?
Because
How do you know the
you
difference?
don't even have an IJK population on that chart. You don't even you probably don't
IJK is
never
right
even
here.
seen an IJK
IJK is right
population.
here. Yeah, it's
That's not
IJ,
a population.
IJK.
That is a chart. That is not a population. How about this?
This is
Let
the
me show you a
connection.
population. Let me
This
show you a fossilized population of IJK.
this is a marker. This is a marker
And then we can
that
decide
K
what they are.
has. This marker is what K has and what Shem had.
Wait, so are you saying that Shem and Japheth
They
would
were
be tied
brothers.
to IJK?
Shem and Japheth were brothers, so they could have shared this marker
So
at
they could
one
have.
time.
So what you're saying is that Shem and Japheth were brothers. They
Were
divided.
brothers.
Wait, hold on. They
They
divided
could
at
have shared the
IJK.
marker,
So
but then Shem could have lost the marker.
what about Ham? Where does Ham
Shem
divide
could have
from that
lost
point?
the marker, right? What about Ham?
Can I show
Obviously,
can I show my screen? I
Ham
want to
Ham
display
lost
what
the
you
marker too.
just put there.
So all the descendants of Ham lost the marker too.
Can you show my screen?
And the same thing with a CF. The
Okay,
only way you can tie F and the rest, which would you believe is the rest, the only way you can tie Shem to Ham is by way of CF.
CF P143. Isn't that interesting? How you also recognize that too? Can I show my screen?
Only way. That's the only connection you have between F and A, B, C, D, and E.
Could it be because CF
or it's not
makes
even D
everything
and E.
underneath it, but doesn't make anything under CT like DE?
Well, let me go to route because see, the way I built this family tree was from identifying who's who bottom up instead of trying to go from top down. And
Right.
then
Can
once
I
I understood,
I want to show you something.
Once I understood who is who, once I understood who and who, then I was able to identify what was going on. Okay, this is C, right? Who could this possibly be? Who could C possibly be?
No, that modern population next to the Turkic groups. Are you talk about that one?
I'm asking, who could this Hamitic descendant possibly be?
Why would
who
that?
Could it possibly be?
How can that? How could that be descended of him? That's my question. How is it that your graph?
How is it? Let me ask you this: how is it that
from how it descends?
How is it that this Egyptian marker here, E3, how is that not Hamitic?
Because we're all what you're looking at here is obviously a modern graph of modern people on one time frame. This is not all time frames of all fossils throughout
but it is Mitzrayim.
This is not that.
No, but E3 is Mitzrayim.
You have a misguided understanding of genetics. I think you have a misguided.
No, E3 is Mitzrayim. E3 can't be anybody. It can only be in Mitzrayim who had a lot of sons.
Right, but if anyone in the medical field or any creationist that's actually looking into these things on how they descend is not taking you serious, because you can't make IJ Shem and make K Japheth. It just doesn't make sense if you talk about IJ.
You're ignoring what I said, that the oldest son Arpachshad could have shared a marker that Shem and Japheth shared.
Is it true that didn't you make G H? So you made GHIJK, HIJK of Shem.
Well, F, G, H, I, and J. F, G, H, I, and J are Semitic. Because we know what the Cohen modal haplotype is. The Cohen modal haplotype is J1. And the majority Judaic population is J2 everywhere in the world. And we know I is a part of that Arpachshad population that went up in this area here by way of Dan, especially in areas of the Danube and Sardinia and Denmark. All these areas have this Semitic I1 and I2. Plus, we know J2 is exclusively Judaic. J2 172 is probably Davidic and Solomon. J1 can only be Arabic or one of the tribes of Israel because the descendants of Levi are not the same as the Judaic tribe. Levi and Judah are two different tribes. That's why it's not exactly the same thing. Tribe of Judah. No, E3 is Mitzrayim. E1 and E2 are put in Canaan. A and B is Cush. See, haplotype E or assumed they also have I2 branches. I2 is a separate branch from E. I2 is not the same one as E.
All right, had a little lag, but can I show my screen real fast? I wanted to.
All right, go ahead, Chuck.
We talked a lot of sources, and I'm hoping that you can bring out some sources. That you're actually opening.
I'm only showing sources. I didn't make up this stuff. I didn't make up the information.
I'm hoping you didn't. Right? Okay, so let me just show you something on my screen real fast. If I can show this right here.
But you can understand how Arpachshad could have shared a marker that both Shem and Japheth had, right? You can understand that, right? I mean.
Okay, so first, before I proceed, when you see that heat map, you gotta be careful on how you go about that,
This
because
is a contrast between Denisovan. That's a contrast between Denisovan and Neanderthal.
If you break down what's going on that paper, what is connecting is actually like 200 people from a couple different sites, and then they're testing how close they are to ancient humanoids. So they actually proved that also Denisovan and Neanderthals are ancient and not people living today. But they also proved that people have this small percentage.
But it's showing the heat map of where they're found.
Right, but this is
not found. And the Eurasian, the Japhethite, the Neanderthals are in the Eurasian
also isn't
areas.
Based upon this was important about that. This is not based upon Y chromosomes. This is actually based upon what is called a PCA test, or a principal component analysis. And that's actually important to understand, that a principal component analysis is a test that's testing parts of individuals that are not necessarily passed along by like Y chromosomes or mtDNA,
right?
But it's passed along.
But it's a heat map of showing where they're found, where they're most found.
Right, but when you talk about those alleles,
exactly where they're found.
That's what's important. You got to be honest about the papers that you're bringing out.
Which is Eurasia. Neanderthals are in the area of Eurasia.
Right, but none of this concludes anything about.
No, show the heat map again.
None of this heat map concludes anything about.
Did you know that America? Did you know that America is Eurasians and Hamitic?
Right, but I'm just showing you this, and none of this supported your thesis. But let me show you something real fast that I need to show you.
Why don't the Africans share? Why don't the Africans share as much Neanderthal DNA in common with Neanderthals?
You'll be surprised at how much actually have some Neanderthal in them.
Of course they do.
Be surprised.
Of course they do, because they're mixed
now
with
after more tests.
Eurasian, because they're mixed with Eurasian. But I'm talking about why. I'm asking why do Eurasians share much more DNA with Neanderthals when Neanderthals, if they were like before Noah, then everybody after Noah would have equal sharing of Neanderthal DNA, and that's not the case. It's the Eurasians that share more DNA with Neanderthals.
Just be careful with that, because you can
make
embarrass
a case with that.
You can embarrass creationists, and
you can't make a case with that.
With
not with the percentages of Neanderthal DNA that Eurasians have, and the Semitic population don't have, and the African population doesn't have.
Okay, so right here
So that
in
means
the center right
Neanderthals
here,
can't possibly be connected or be rooted in the first place.
right in the center right here, I'm gonna put Noah, right? And I want you to show me, and we're gonna prove it today, so that everyone can see we're understanding, and not be just throwing out some random stuff that we can't
Just
put together at all. Show me. I want you to show me, right, from Noah, right? If we got a Noah, let's say this is the ark, and we got 3 sons, and let's say we got descendants, and I want you to prove to me each one of these branches. So here's one descent, here's another descent, and here's another descent. All right. So here's your opportunity. So for you, you would say who would be Shem? Because I know it's not just I-J. You say it's something else. It's like G-H-I-J-K, H-I-J-K,
oh,
I-J.
Shem is F G H I and J.
Okay. Now, who would you say would be him? So you say this would be Shem. I'm just going to show you what it would look like.
Yeah.
And you'd say this would be him, right? Right? And you'll say what would be him? Like
Ham,
usually the class is
A,
A,
B,
B.
C, D, and E.
Oh, you're even throwing
A,
in a
B,
C on
C,
there,
D,
huh?
and E.
Not just D, E. Not just the D, E, F,
Absolutely. A, B, C, D,
also
and E.
C. Okay. All right. I'll give you that. So you're not aware of the connections with C and F? How
Well,
C
you're
and F
just
are
going to
actually
take
related?
C out of the Hamitic family tree? How could you take C out of the Hamitic family tree when he's clearly
Well,
part
how
of
can
the
you
Hamitic
separate
family
C from
tree?
CF? Let's go to a family tree and look at the actual not
Because
Shem,
Nimrod
Japheth,
was the oldest
claims, but
son.
let's look at CF
Because Nimrod
real
was the
quick.
oldest son of
Okay,
Cush.
so have you ever actually looked how CF breaks and makes C? How C actually has
This
mutations
is
that
why I
actually
said
show.
you gotta identify who is who first. You gotta identify and understand that I and J is Arpachshad first before you
Hmm.
can make a case. And you have to understand
You know
C
what's
is
odd about
Nimrod.
that? You know what's odd about that? We'll get to
If you
those. We'll
don't
get to those later.
understand that C is Nimrod, and if you don't understand that I and J is Arpachshad,
I think
your whole
let's set
tree is going
aside
to be messed up
giving them
because
names.
Cush is the
Let's set aside.
eldest son.
Hold
I
on.
mean,
Let's set
Nimrod is
aside for the
well, Cush is the
conversation.
eldest son of Ham, but
Right. Obviously, we don't have agreement on that. Let's set aside that for the conversation, and let's first verify how C splits. I want you to verify how C actually descends.
Nimrod is the eldest son of Cush.
Okay, but where does C descend from? Who does C descend from?
I know how it's connected. I could show
Okay,
graphs
but
of
wait,
how
wait.
C
Tell us
definitely
so
is
everyone can hear.
Hamitic, part of
So that
Ham.
everyone can hear. Where does C come from?
Why do you think it's even named C? Why do you think it's named C, and which comes before D and E?
C
Why do you
has the naming.
think
The naming has the
F
letters have nothing to do with how the mutations work, right? We know
and
this.
B has more in common with A and B than it does?
If we want to talk about the
E and D?
mutation of the letters, we got to talk about the actual SNP mutations, and that's going to be another conversation. We can talk about that too. We can talk about these SNP numbers and how these mutations work, and we're going to talk about that because we need to understand that C and F, because you just said that F was of Shem, but guess what? C and F come from CF P143, and P143, as it says, P143 right there, right? P143 makes these SNPs. And even if we click here, and this is why it's important, so you don't disrespect people's families and say, oh, you're Helm and you're separate from this family and that family. But really, if you look at the ties of this family, in reality, this family has an ancient ancestral tie to CF as F and C
More
descend
brothers.
together. They're brothers.
But
F and C
you're
are
assuming
brothers.
that the marker was gained.
More closer. Those descendants are more closer.
You're assuming the marker was gained.
No, I'm assuming that
you understand what I'm saying? You're
show
assuming that the
degradation.
marker was
I'm showing you that
gained.
the mutations show that they degrade into
You're assuming
greater
that
descendants.
Nimrod gained the marker that
No, I'm
his
not
family
assuming
didn't
that.
have.
I'm not
You're
even assuming that this is
Nimrod
Nimrod.
gained the marker that his family didn't have.
It's not Nimrod. That's not Nimrod. I'm sorry.
But it could be that his family is the odd one out. The odd one out is A and B. The odd one out is A and B, not C and the rest of the world.
Why would
odd
and
ones
why
out are
and
A
notice
and B
notice what
and
you're
B and
saying.
E.
Notice what you're saying. that you're saying A and B is different than those that's under CT. No wonder. No wonder. Because if you
They're
actually
the
note
odd ones
CT
out.
mutation, yeah, exactly. No wonder. Because those are the
They're
Hamites.
the
And
odd ones
underneath
out. Yeah.
CT is the Yap lineage. That's an ancient lineage that separates from CF from ancient times. DE and CF separates at ancient times, and these are a major population. CF has a large population, a group that later becomes CF. Those groups later
Arctic
become
Timber wants
the
to
HIJK group,
join you.
to the HIJK, to these groups.
Let
But it's important to know
LIONFARM
that
make his
this
case
is going to
first,
be the
and
separation
then
from 1, 2, and then A and B. So 1, 2, and 3. That's important that you will have 3 different separations at its ancient node of modern humans that survived the bottleneck extinction that aren't ancient extinct humans.
now,
So
LIONFARM, is it a possibility that they're picking and choosing the snips that they want to use to prove their narrative? Is that a
what in the world
possibility?
does that mean? What in the world does that mean? Are you saying that we cannot prove by the mutations that a C group actually
They're
descends
picking
from
and
P143?
choosing
Are you trying to say that we cannot prove that a C comes from CF?
whichever snips match their narrative. They're not. You're not. You don't have access to all the information. I'm saying
Yes, I got access to a lot.
that marker is
We can
shared.
go
That
through a lot of
marker
information.
between
We can look through a lot of it. Let's look at some
that
ancient cultures.
marker or those markers are shared between the descendants of Nimrod and the rest of the world. They're shared because Ham, Shem, and Japheth were all brothers. We're brothers. They started out with the
Right,
same
but
Y chromosome, basically.
not every person that ever existed is a
But
Hamite, Shemite, or
how?
Japhethite. That's what's important to understand
But
about your
how do you
premise.
know whether
Even as a
the
creationist,
how do you know whether the
I
marker
can't
was
agree with
gained?
your premise because your premise is basically making
No.
it's a
How do you
basic
know the
idea of
marker was
making
being
black
gained
people
or lost?
African and calling them Hamites. You think
But you're
every
not
black person or
listening.
dark
You're
skinned
not
person is
listening.
African and Hamites.
How do
That's
you
your problem.
know the marker is being gained or lost? I'm not talking about white or black. I'm asking you, how do you know whether the marker was gained or the marker was lost? How do you
What do you understand
know the
what you're
difference?
saying?
You don't know. You can't
All
know is
genetic
that
hold on.
C
All
shares a
genetic
marker.
haplogroups
C
descend.
shares a marker
All
with the
genetic
rest of the
haplogroups
world, and the
descend.
odd ones are the rest of his family.
That's so interesting. So let me show you what I'm showing you right here on this paper, this piece of paper. Why am I showing you this? Because look at the C group. This is an ancient C group with some of the splits from the BT and CT splits that happened early on. See, C is with
That's
F.
the only thing you
Wait, hold
can
on, hold on.
know.
Let me show you why this is important. See,
You
C
can
is with
only
F,
get a marker.
and what's interesting about this C group is that right next to F is in a very similar population with that one, right? It's going to be in a population in Chaz Republic, and the dates are astronomical, but they both pop up about the same time, coming from CF, coming from that CFP 143. That's important because we can actually note if we look carefully at some of the fossils that they find around some of these areas, we can start finding some of the family ties, like I said, HIJK that was also close by that area. If we look at HIJK right here in this area, we can notice that it's gonna be in the areas of Europe, ancient Europe, and it's gonna be right here in one of these caves. And if we wanted to, we can actually go about this
Well,
piece by
Nimrod
piece and
was
look
in
at the
Europe,
fossils.
but Nimrod was in Europe. You know that? Did you
Nimrod
know
was in
that the
Europe.
Bible ties?
I thought Nimrod
Did
was
you
in
know that the
Shinar.
Bible ties together? Are you can't know what my position if you don't hear what I'm saying. Did you know that the Bible ties Nimrod and Assyria as one group? So the Assyrians and
Right, but that
Nimrod
sounds ridiculous
are
once you
identified
realize
as
that the
being
Assyrians
together.
have Proto-Assyrians, Neo-Assyrians, Middle
They went
Assyrians,
into
and all
Europe.
those
The
cultures are
Assyrians went
different.
into Europe with Nimrod as
Right, but
the ruling
which
class.
Assyrians?
The,
Which
the
Assyrians?
ruling class of the
Wait,
Assyrians were
which
the descendants of
Assyrian
Nimrod.
dynasty? Which Assyrian dynasty? Because I know you
The,
know
dis,
better than that when you talk about history. You're not just saying
the
Assyrian like you think I'm
dis,
just going to say, oh, yeah, Assyrian. What Assyrian
well,
dynasty are you talking
but
about?
you deny the fact that the Bible ties Nimrod and Assyria as being the
Right,
same
but
group. Do you deny that?
what
Do you yes or no?
what
Do you
dynasty are you
deny?
talking about? Wait,
Do
what
you
dynasty
deny
are you
that the
talking about of
Assyrian or
Assyria?
the quote Sumerians had both the Semitic population and the descendants of Nimrod as their ruling class? Do you
I'm
deny that?
sure you studied Assyria long enough to realize that Assyria is a multicultural group, that we can't say that is only one culture, nor does
By the
that what you're
time
saying
they
work.
went to Europe,
Right,
by the
but what
time they went to
even you
Europe,
don't even know
his
what dynasty of
descendants
even you don't even know what dynasty of Assyria you're talking
went
about. You don't
into
even know
Europe
what dynasty of Assyria
with
you're talking about. What dynasty of Assyria are you talking about?
Assyria.
What dynasty of Assyria? What
Well, I
dynasty?
mean, I mean, how
I can hear.
are you gonna
I
know
can't even
which
hear
is
you.
which?
Wait, but what dynasty of the kingdom of Assyria? Because Ashur had a lot of dynasties, a lot of different time frames that took over, right? Because if
When
you're
they
talking
went
about,
into
I know you're
Europe
not
was
talking about Neo Assyria, but
after
what
they took
dynasty of
over
Assyria?
the Middle East area.
Bro, what dynasty of
What?
Assyria are you
Well, who
talking
was
about?
the ruling class of Assyria? Who was the ruling class? Who were those guys? Who were the guys with the hairnet behind their head and the curly beards? Who were those
But
guys?
what
Who was
dynasty
that
of
ruling
Assyria?
class? Were they Semitic?
Because if you're talking about
Were they Semitic or were they Hamitic?
what
Was the
dynasty
ruling
though are you
class
talking
Semitic or
about?
was it Hamitic?
How would I know? What dynasty are you talking about?
Because
You
the
don't know?
descendants of Nimrod are descended from Cush.
Okay,
The descendants of Nimrod are descended from
what
Cush,
dynasty of Assyria? Let's take a little historical
and so
adventure.
they weren't the common Assyrians. They weren't the common
Right.
Assyrian people.
But
They were
okay,
the
so
ruling
this what you
class.
gotta
The
know when
ruling
you're doing
class is the
history.
ones that they're
You're
those
not just
giants,
talking.
the giants with
You
the big
can't just
muscles and
say
their hairnet
Assyria.
behind their head and the curly beards. Those are the descendants of Nimrod, the ruling class of Assyria.
Okay, but look at what I'm showing you here. The noble kings of Assyria. Which one of these dynasties are you talking about? There's multiple dynasties of Assyria, and there's Proto Assyria, Middle Assyria, Old
The one that
Assyria,
went
right?
into Europe.
Neo Assyria. Which one are? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Are you trying to say in the beginning of Assure's formation that?
Yeah, they just made up categories. Which the ones
What do
that
you
went
mean?
into Europe
How are these now? The categories of history is made up. So you're saying the genetic nodes are made up,
is
and
the
the history is made
C1
up.
is or is not the C1 founded? Is not there a C1
What
that went into Europe?
dynasty? And what
Were
dynasty are you
or were
talking
not
about?
the Were no, answer the
I'm
question.
answering.
Answer
I'm
the
trying to figure
question.
you out.
Were or were not the Europeans darker? Were they or were they not darker
What and what?
Europeans?
Okay, but what time frame?
Answer the
What time
question.
frame and what place? Were Europeans darker in what time frame and what place?
Was the CY chromosome found in Europe? Was it or is
Of
the
course, I
C1?
just showed you. I just showed you
Where
see it
is
Europe. But that doesn't mean that it's
the
Nimrod.
C1 found in Europe?
That's your problem, is that you're
Nimrod.
trying to make C
Those are the
Nimrod, but
descendants
it's
of
not.
Nimrod in Europe. They're the descendants of Nimrod in Europe.
That makes
Those are
zero
the
sense
descendants of
to win.
Nimrod.
Okay, isn't Nimrod a son of Cain?
No. No. He's the son of
Hold on,
Cush.
yeah, he's son
You know
of
the
Cush. My
son
bad.
who know who Cush is?
Isn't
Cush
Nimrod
is the
a son
father
of
of A
Cush?
and B.
Matter of fact, and isn't Cush a son of Ham?
Cush.
Right, but isn't
Yes.
Cush a son of Ham? And doesn't Ham come after Noah? Right? Ham comes after
Yes.
Noah. Okay, so that means that
Yes.
Noah would be one man that existed, right? He would exist, and from him, all his descendants will come from him, right? But if we're considering the biblical narrative, then there had to be a
That's
global,
A
there
through
had to be a
T.
global extinction. There had to be a global extinction of many men, right? Mass extinction, right? Had to be a mass extinction. What's called in
There's
genetics
all
a
kinds of
bottleneck.
extinctions, but we still have
Right, but
A
I'm
through
talking
T.
biblically.
We
I'm
still have
talking biblically
descendants
for the
of
flood.
Nimrod. We
For the
still have
flood.
descendants of King David, and we still have the house
Right,
of
but
David. We still
I'm
have the
talking
house of
about. I think
Nimrod.
you just missed what
You know
I'm
what
saying.
the house?
I'm talking. Let me finish.
You know what the
I'm
house
talking
of
about
Nimrod is?
right?
It's all
Did
his
you not hear
male
what I just said?
descendants.
Did you not just hear what I just said? I'm talking pre-flood
It's
stuff
C.
real fast.
C.
Right. Listen to what I'm saying real fast. If we
No,
have
there's
evidence,
nobody. You're not finding
hold on, listen
anybody
to what I'm saying.
pre-flood. You're not
If we
finding
have
any
evidence,
pre-flood people.
okay, but if we have evidence of C, right, descending from F at its earliest stage, that means you have to admit, even at least academically and
No, C
biblically,
didn't
if you're
descend from
concluding that
F.
C is a son, if you're concluding that C is a son of Nimrod, of
C
him,
descended
of
from
Noah,
A and B,
then we
which is
have
Cush.
to, then we have CFP-143 had to be one family at that time. CFP-143
No,
at the
F
time
is
of what
separate.
you're saying had to be one
No,
family.
C shares a marker with F. So what?
That means they're
So
family.
what?
That
That's
means
because
they
Ham
literally are
and Shem
family.
were brothers. Ham and Shem were
Okay,
brothers.
but where
That's
does
why
it where
C
does
shares
it
a marker
split?
with
That's
Shem
why we're doing this, because you're
and
changing
Japheth.
where it splits. Watch what you just tried to do. Okay, so now that we see that,
No, I
now
didn't
that we
change
confirm
anything.
that split,
I'm
that
just
these are closer,
clarifying for you to understand that the only thing you can verify with a marker is that they share that marker.
I'm going to show you
C
two
shares
places
a
where you said where
marker
they split.
with the rest of the world, and the odd ones out are A, B, D, and E.
Watch this. I'm going to show you why I did this, so that you can see your own mistake. So you can see where you're messing
It
up at.
doesn't mean
So
anybody
remember,
descended from anyone. The only thing
right.
it means is that they shared a marker. That's the only thing it means.
Okay, so and it's CFP 143, right? Right? CFP 143 is the shared marker of F and C. You just said it yourself, that F and C, right? F and C, F.
So what?
That's what we're going to go over. F and C
because
has a shared marker with P143.
Ham and Shem were brothers.
Okay,
Ham
so
and Shem were brothers.
is CFP
That's
143
why.
Noah? Is that Noah? Is CFP 143
That's
Noah?
what. No, it's not Noah.
Oh,
No,
that's
you don't
not
know
Noah.
whether it was gained, whether it was
Okay,
lost,
so
when it was gained, when it was
I'm
lost.
gonna
You
put a
don't know
line
anything.
here. I'm gonna put a line
All
here
you
like
know,
this,
all you can know,
saying it's
all you
not
can know
Noah.
is that Ham and Shem both share the marker.
Isn't that interesting?
That's the only thing you can know.
These two share markers, but CF
Ham
that
and
makes both of these
Shem
isn't Noah.
both had that marker.
Isn't that interesting? All right, so let's put down.
But
real
it doesn't
fast
mean
what
that
is
Ham
Japheth,
kept the
so we can
marker.
have
It
this on
doesn't
here
mean
as
that
well.
A and B or D and E kept the marker.
Okay, so just for the sake, we're going to
All
also
it
put
means
Japheth
is
on here.
that they share a marker. That's all it means.
So you would say Japheth would be K, right? On everything under K.
Yeah.
Say.
So,
all right.
So C has a marker in common with the rest of the world. So what? So what?
So now what's
that's because Ham, Shem, and Japheth are brothers.
Now hold on. Now K-M9 right here.
Ham, Shem, and Japheth were brothers. That's where C got the marker from.
But
C got the marker because Ham, Shem, and Japheth were all brothers.
But how do you get Shem from here? How do you get Shem from CF? How do you get Shem from here? How do you get Shem? Huh?
You can understand that, right? That's simple to understand. But you don't. How do you know?
So now,
and that everybody descended from him.
You're saying
the marker from C.
Right
how do you know that?
It splits.
How do you know C gained the marker?
So CFP 143 splits, makes F, and makes C.
Yeah. How do you know that C gained that marker?
Okay, so how from here we get K? Go ahead.
The tree is not even in Ham. The root of the tree is not in Ham. Ham's the youngest son.
Your turn is now to express how from CFP 143
C
we
is
get
descended
K.
from the youngest son.
Okay, so how do we get from here K?
I already explained it to you 10 times. Ham, Shem, and Japheth were brothers. They all shared the marker. C retained the marker. A, B, D, and E did not.
Okay, so they share CFP 143 is what you're saying.
Originally, Shem, Ham.
So you're saying that every snip that's on
Ham
here
and Japheth all shared that marker. That's how
these all would descend from CFP 143.
That's how C retained the marker. That's how C got the marker.
I'm gonna underline.
The only thing it proves is that
CFP 143.
C has a marker. C has a marker that the rest of the world has. That's the only thing it proves. The only thing
These
that you're
don't come
proving
from
is that
CFP
C
140.
shares
Okay.
a marker with the rest of the world.
A, B, D, and E
That's
doesn't
the
come
only
from
thing
CFP
you're able to
143.
prove is
These don't come from CFP 143. A, B, D, and
that
E.
he shares a marker. He shares that marker with the rest of the world. That's the only thing you can prove.
Okay, are you
You
hearing what
can't
I'm
prove
saying?
when the marker happened or whether it was gained or lost. You don't know which is which.
Hold
All
on.
you can
Let's verify this.
verify is that
Let's verify it because you're trying to run. You're trying to run. Look, you just verified that
C
F
has a
and
marker
C
that the
comes
rest of the world
from
has.
CFP
That's the only thing
143,
you can
right?
prove.
Listen, we're agreeing on this.
No,
That
it
C and
doesn't
F. Wait, we agree on this.
come
Listen,
from.
we agree on this part. Watch.
There's
C
that
and F.
marker.
C and F comes from CFP 143, right?
I'm saying that C has the same marker
I
as the
understand
rest
that
of the world.
we're agreeing. We're
Has
agreeing.
the same marker as the rest of the world. Yeah.
Okay,
He has
we're
the
agreeing. So we're in
same marker as the
agreement.
rest of the world. Yes.
We're in
That's
agreement
because
that
Ham, Shem, and
CF comes
Japheth
from
were brothers.
P143.
That's how
Okay,
he
so
got the
we agree.
marker.
We agree.
That's
we
how he
agree
got
that
the marker. He got that
you
marker
don't have to
because
keep saying that.
Ham, Shem, and
You
Japheth
don't have to keep
are
saying that.
brothers.
We're gonna move on. Okay, so CF
Well, you got to
P143
understand it. You got to understand that that's the only
I
thing
understand it. I
proves.
understand it. We're moving on real fast. CF P143 makes F and C, right? So we already understand that. But what's interesting is
Oid then.
right. So what's interesting is that CFP143 doesn't make A, B, nor D, E YAP groups. So that means if this is descending and making these groups, yet not making these groups, that means that if this descends into a C, C doesn't go into a D, E, or a B, or A. So that means as we see on genetics, C is its own family. So if we look right here on the CF, C, if we click C, C doesn't descend into any A or B groups or D groups. That means if that's him, that's all you get for him. That's all you get. All you get is a C for him. That's all you get. Your whole chart.
It comes from A and B. C comes from A and B.
You can't make any other lineage
from C comes from A. C branches off from A and B.
No, it does. No, it doesn't. It comes from CF. It comes from CF, and we can see that
C
very
branches
clearly.
Off
that
from
it comes from P143 from CT, which A and B doesn't make CT groups, and that's what we're going to talk about next. That we don't believe in out of Africa because we've proven A and B
don't
doesn't make
marker.
CT.
D and E don't have a marker.
Speak freely.
Go ahead. No, freely, it doesn't make it, but it could mean that they lost the marker, right? They could have easily lost the marker that the rest of the world did have. There's so many mutations in A and B and D and E.
But they were never. But we can admit that we can admit that A and B. We can admit though that A and B, D and E has never been a CFP 143.
You don't know that.
No, I know that because we just demonstrated that and we just showed it live.
No, they don't have it. They don't have it today.
Again, we can confirm it again.
They don't have it today.
They never had it. They never had a P143 because they don't
know that they never had it.
They cannot have that because they can't get a YAP group. You can't have from P143 a YAP.
Well, I mean,
Alul, you can't.
Obviously, A and B had to have it because A.
Okay, so but look, this is what we know without a doubt. A and B.
A and B produce.
We know that A and B doesn't make CT groups, right?
For example, A and B produce C.
Right. And we know that
Nimrod had a father. Is not the originator of everybody else. It doesn't mean Nimrod fathered the whole world. It doesn't mean that Nimrod fathered the whole world.
Based upon your chart, you've been debunked. You already showed that if CF makes him, then C being him shows that it can't make any other lineages. I mean, this can't be him on your chart. It's either this is him or this is him. You got to choose.
Yes, it could if they lost the other. The marker, they could have produced C. They could have produced C and lost the marker, right?
That's
the same thing. What happened with the I and J? It was Arbashad.
You cannot change this fact that we just
lost the
verified
marker.
that C is independent.
Everyone else, don't you realize that they're They're picking and choosing snips to try to prove their narrative. Don't you realize that? Don't you understand
Wait.
that?
So now you're trying
They're
to say
trying
that
to
none of these
prove a
snips are
narrative.
existent? That we
But the
just
narrative
all this
doesn't
that we
make
just talked
sense
about?
because Neanderthals are Eurasians
What does
and
Neanderthals being
Denisovans are a
Eurasians?
mixture of Eurasians and Africans.
Neanderthals are not C groups. Neanderthals are not C or under IJK. Neanderthals are older than these
No,
lineages.
Neanderthals are
Everybody knows.
Eurasians. They're
They are not
Eurasians.
under, but are they under IJK?
Yes, the Eurasians share
Are
more
they under
Neanderthal DNA
IJK?
than
Yes or
anybody
no?
else.
Are Neanderthals descendants of IJK? Are they?
No.
Are they
They're
descendants of
descendants
IJK?
of
No.
K, LMNO, PQ, RS, and T.
No, they're descendants of
They're
A000. They're descendants
of
of
K.
a
No, they're
haplogroup
descendants of
that
K.
is not modern humans.
You
They're
have
descendants
to
of
root the
they're not
tree
modern
with the
humans.
oldest brother. You have to root the tree with his oldest brother, which is Japheth, which is the
You are starting
largest
to
family tree.
embarrass creation. You know
The
that?
largest family tree is Japheth. That's the largest family
Again.
tree. Is KLMNO, PQ, RS, and T.
Okay, but again, we just confirmed if C is Ham, you cannot make A and B nor D and E groups from C. You know how we know
because
that?
he's descended from A and B. He's
Right,
descended
but
from A and
you
B.
understand that that doesn't make sense
He's
even
not
on
descended. He's
Jensen's
not descended
design
from
or
Shem
on any other
or
design.
Japheth.
That makes no sense on Jensen's
He's
design
not
or
descended
any
from
other
Shem or
design.
Japheth. He's in the Hamitic family tree. It's A, B, C, D, and E. He's right in the middle
but
of
didn't
it.
you say F is Shem? What's interesting is that we noticed something about F-M89 that we can actually verify with geneticists. Yes, then it's correct to say F-M89 is the grandfather of IJK, but not A and B nor D and E haplogroups.
You're assuming descendancy when all
No,
it
he
is a
said
marker
yes.
that's being
The
shared by
geneticist
these
has said
people.
yes, because
All
that's
it
what's
is a
called
marker that's shared
monophylactic.
by the people. They're
Okay, but do you
picking
know
and
what
choosing snips to try to prove their narrative.
Do you know what a monophylactic family
But we
is?
know that it can't possibly.
Right, but do you know what a monophylactic family is? Right, versus polyphylactic or the other thing, right? He probably had some lag or something. I don't know what's happening, but let me see. Just seeing if my signal.
Anyway.
All right, you good?
I don't know. I don't think you can. You're understanding my point. Is that
no? I understand, but you're jumping.
It proves
you're jumping the gun by
that
thinking
they share.
you know how these mutations
It doesn't
and
mean
these
anybody was descended from anybody. It just means they share a marker.
You're hurting people's ancestries. Do you understand what you're doing as a creationist? Do you understand that by giving incorrect, if you're not going to give incorrect information, you're going to hurt people?
I'm not getting it incorrect. I'm starting out with the known haplogroups of the Cohen modal haplogroup, the known haplogroup of the Judaic people, which is J2, and the Arabic people, which is J1, and Israel is J1, and the Danites are I1 and I2. I'm starting out with the fact that Nimrod, the C can only be Nimrod. The C can only be Nimrod. Can't be anybody else.
Because I just showed you that from C, F, P143, we got
but
F
you
and
can't
C
disprove. You can't prove that Nimrod is descended from Shem or that Shem is descended from Nimrod. You can't prove that.
Why do you
all you can prove is that they share a marker.
What is your
all
problem
you're
with
proving
Nimrod?
is that
Why
they share a marker.
They share a marker. If we have Nimrod's fossil, we don't have Nimrod's fossil. It's an accusation to even claim his haplogroup.
Okay, hold on a second. You want to talk to Arctic Timberwolf because I think he wants to talk a little bit. Is it okay?
Yeah, let's whoever you want to invite up.
Okay, I just have to say in advance for Arctic Timberwolf to be on his best behavior. Please.
No cursing.
You there?
Hi, guys. Yeah, you
Okay.
got to warn the
Go
wolf
ahead and
first. You know, I got to be on my best
yeah,
behavior.
go ahead and say what you think. Yeah.
Well, first of all, I came up because one of your mods blocked me in the side chat, and then you guys were talking about King Nimrod also, and King Nimrod was Peleg's grandpa.
What do you mean? What do you talk about? Peleg.
Peleg, the son of Eber.
Why would Nimrod, the son of Ham, be a Peleg? When we read in the scripture that Nimrod was a descendant of Cush, a descendant of Ham.
God.
Because Eber's wife is the daughter of King Nimrod.
What does a wife has
No,
to change
Peleg
with your
is
wife?
the ancestor of Arpachshad.
Right, Genesis 10 and 8. And Cush begat Nimrod, and he began to be a mighty man in the earth. And even Genesis 9 says, and he was a mighty hunter before the Lord. Why it was said, even as Nimrod, the mighty hunter of the Lord. And even in
But yeah, Peleg is in the line of Shem.
Cush begat Nimrod. 1 Corinthians 1:10.
Yeah.
Correct.
Cush is the
Correct.
father of
Peleg was
Nimrod.
in the line of Shem through his father, but through his mother, he is in the line of Ham through King Nimrod.
Well, okay, we can talk about, we can say that, sure, if maybe they mixed through the female line, but we don't know that haplogroup. We don't know
And
what
I was
haplogroup
gonna post that in the
That's-
side chat, but one of your mods blocked me.
Yeah. Right, but that's not what we're talking about, the male lineage, autosomal lineage, and maternal lineage.
Yeah, let's point out, let's
Well,
talk about this real fast.
autosomal has to do with
Let's talk about what we just talked about.
Yeah, autosomal is both. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's talk about what we just talked about. Now, notice something interesting about this chart, right? If we got CFP143 making F and C, then we know that this family completely descends, because we know F is going to make that GHIJK, HIJK, and then there's going to be a split at K.
No, you don't know they descended from C. You don't know that. All you know is they share the marker. That's all you know.
That's not what I said. That's why you misquoting what I just said.
You said they descended.
I did not say
you said they descended from C.
I did not say that.
No, they did not descend from C.
I did not say that. I did not say they descended from C.
They only share a marker with C.
I did not say they descend from C. Let's make sure we get this clear.
That I said that they descended from C.
I said that they descend from CFP143. Right? That's important.
That's a marker that's shared by everyone. That's
is it shared by everyone. Is it shared by A and B and D and E?
No, everyone, the rest of the world, those are the odd ones out.
Then it's not shared by everyone. It's not shared by everyone.
Everyone in the area is shared by everyone in Asia and Europe.
Right, but it doesn't descend that way. You can't make
C is located in Asia and Europe.
Right, but you can't get A, B, D, and E from CFP143.
No,
but you can get
I'm not saying it. I'm saying it's shared by these ones that you say they have that marker. C and F.
How come that doesn't make
that marker is shared by everyone?
That doesn't make A, B, and D and E. That doesn't make A and B,
D and F. I mean C and F.
Okay, so it does not make A, B, D, and E. That means this is not a monophyletic family.
No,
you're not showing us a
monophyletic C comes from A and B. Look at the chart. C comes from A and B. How can it produce A and B?
Comes from CF directly first.
No, C comes from A and B. A and B comes first, then C. Yes, it does. It comes from A and B.
We just debunked that. Even you debunked that.
No, you didn't.
We already confirmed that.
No,
that they already looked at the mutations of all the A groups. And you know what they found out? None.
You're assuming that it produces everybody below it.
I'm showing
you got your head brainwashed by these people and their narrative out of Africa.
This is against the out of Africa concept. It literally says, and none of BT or CT
because they believe C came from Africa. They believe C came from Africa. So that's out of Africa.
No, they don't, because this says the out of Africa concept is groundless. This literally said, in fact, this whole paper was a geneticist looking at the
that's
pinpoint
your
of
paper. That's
genetics.
your paper. But the
They
concept
already
the
found
concept
that
of
when
A
they
and B
reconstructed the out of
produces
Africa
C.
concept, it didn't have enough proof. So you're lying. You're trying to make a red herring, and that's not working.
Now you have another narrative. You have another story. You're believing another story.
No, you're making a red herring, trying to say, oh, well, this is supporting outer Africa, when it's not. It's actually opposite. It's not supporting outer Africa. This is not supporting outer Africa. It's looking at the SNPs and showing you how the mutations are. That A00, that group that we were talking about earlier, is not to be counted as. It's not to be counted like
descendants
A1
of Kush.
and B.
Who are the descendants of Kush? Tell me who the descendants of Kush are. Kush.
What are you what are
the descendants of Kush?
What are you doing thinking that you understand how these are dividing when you haven't even verified the nodes? I would advise for you to sit down with
it's in alphabetical order. It's A,
and
B,
verify
C.
these nodes, because even your own
C,
design shows you're wrong. Your own design
to the rest of the world.
Wrong. Right, but your own design shows you didn't make a monophylactic group. These are not monophylactic. That's not what a monophylactic group looks like. This is not what a monophylactic group looks like.
Only means they
what's important
share
about
a
that,
marker.
it shows that your design is flawed.
Doesn't mean anybody came from anybody.
Right, but I literally am going about your design.
It only means that,
and I'm showing you that
the descendants of Nimrod have the marker, and the descendants of Shem have a marker, and the descendants of Japheth have the marker. That's the only thing it shows.
Are you still going to say that C is Nimrod, even though you've been debunked?
Absolutely.
You don't have any fossils. Okay,
well,
so that everyone knows,
it can't be anybody
from this day forward. If you go around and say C is Nimrod, you're racist.
Something? King Nimrod is
descended
from Ham and Japheth, because his mother was descended from Japheth. His father was descended from Ham.
What gave you that conclusion?
That's who his parents are.
But where do you get that?
And the Denisovans are the same mixture.
No.
Between Ham and Japheth.
Y'all just full of fantasy, aren't you? You're gonna make Christians look like we're just making up stuff. We don't even look at science.
No,
we don't even look at science, and we know we have.
No, that's what the evidence shows.
No, it does not. No, it absolutely does not.
What the evidence
it does not
is
support
showing.
That premise, because I just showed you that you just tried to use a heat map of ancient humanoids.
I just showed you
modern people.
The heat
that
map.
Does not link to Nimrod. That wasn't a link of Bronze Age or Neolithic time frame. None of that was Bronze Age or Neolithic confirmation. That's a biased confirmation what you're trying to make, because if Nimrod existed, he existed after the Neolithic.
The later descendants of Nimrod were probably married to Semitic mitochondrial DNA descendants. More than likely. Because there are the descendants, the mitochondrial descendants of Japheth, his wife and his daughters, are exclusively in Asia.
Speculation. I'm not speaking.
No, it's actually not.
If you don't have a source, on that, I'm not taking a speculation.
There's written record.
There's maps. There's all kinds of maps of mitochondrial DNA of all over the world.
What
you can
record
look at
says
You can look at the mitochondrial maps of the world.
Shem. What record? What record says that Nimrod himself mixed with Shem? What record?
What'd you say?
Well, because that's the mitochondrial in the area.
So you're just speaking.
That's
no
the mitochondrial DNA in the area.
I'm saying that. I'm trying to understand.
Mitochondrial DNA is exclusively in Asia.
Wait, but what are you basing that upon? What?
But that's irrelevant to the discussion, anyways.
Wait, how is that
you
irrelevant?
have a problem with it? It's irrelevant to the discussion.
Just say, well, it's irrelevant because I can't answer it. It's just irrelevant because I can't answer it at all.
No, it's irrelevant because it doesn't prove your point either way for anything.
No, but how I'll let it go. I'll let it go because it was your.
Yeah, let it go. It's irrelevant anyway.
No source. It was your
statement. Lion Farms. Can I ask you this? I mean, because what I'm getting is the gist is you're against the out of Africa theory that the scientists are pushing, right?
Well, there's no
Yeah, he's got
science.
another
There's
position.
no evidence. There's
He
no
got
evidence
another
to support it.
position.
There's no evidence. Here, let me answer it. There's no
He
evidence to
thinks
support.
D
Hold on,
and E are Semitic.
jungle jargon. Let me answer
LIONFARM,
that
which is another thing.
myself.
LIONFARM.
Let me answer that myself real fast. So there's no evidence via
You think
fossils
D and E is
that would
Semitic,
tie
right?
people to Africa originally, right? We got older fossils that are outside of Africa. We got some fossils that a lot of fossils are very controversial. Like we got some fossils in America that may even rewrite it itself.
How many people are in
So-
Africa looking for fossils?
So you are against the whole theory of the out of Africa thing, then?
That's right.
That's what I'm getting. Okay, so all three of us can agree on that.
That's exactly. That's why I told him I think we can agree and find the evidence here and prove these statements. So that's the biggest thing is that we're not
Okay,
really.
but you think, except that you think that Shem is D and E.
Okay, so we can prove that D and E is totally separate from A and B and from CF groups. That's the thing about D and E.
Who do
is a
you
different
believe the
family.
descendants of Shem are? Who do you believe the descendants of Shem are? Answer
Okay,
the
so
question, please.
let's go about it. The only way I can show you if you let me break it down right
No,
here, because
just
I have to.
show me
Nope,
the
I have to do
letter.
it right
Tell me
here.
the
If I don't
letters
do it
of
right
what
here,
the
then you're going to
Semitic
just
descendants are.
you're just gonna keep saying some stuff without actually understanding the sources of why I'm saying what I'm saying. Because I'm not saying what I'm saying like how you're saying what you're saying. Just saying random
because
stuff. I'm saying it with
all of
sources.
Mitzrayim is E3. I mean, Mitzrayim is all over Africa. It's all E3. Africa is
Okay,
almost 100%. I mean,
so okay, but do
75% E3.
you know what's interesting? You know how there was a flood, right? You know how there's a flood and it caused a mass extinction of individuals? Notice something interesting that A with 3 zeros and A
Don't
with
change the
4 zeros
subject.
is extinct, right? I
Don't change
actually
the
find
subject.
that this is the same subject. I actually find that to be Cain. And those lines are wiped out. All those lines are wiped out. I also believe there's probably some hidden lines of Abel, but I'm gonna just
Yeah,
put
but
it
you
as
still didn't explain why they're buried
because
together.
we don't know what Abel is, but we know that all humans came from Seth. Now we know that it got to a time of Noah.
Humans? No, today's humans.
Right? And what's
Today's
interesting
humans
is
came from Seth.
right. And what's interesting is if we look at a tree and we notice all modern humans and we look at these ancient what's called a node or a clade and what ties humans together. If we look at that with
Show me the snip.
If we do
Show
that
me the
with
snips.
if we look at that with the ancient wiped out Neanderthals, what's interesting is what we quickly find out is that every Neanderthal that ever lived was extinct, is wiped out, and they separate from an ancestral node. So they're gonna separate from an ancestral node that's gonna be way back, but every single individual that comes from that line is gonna be wiped out. And we can notice if we put that as in the lines that we have here wiped out, all modern humans have to descend from a living male that came off the ark. If we consider that node was one total group, we would actually have a group that, interestingly, right? If we actually put it on, like, for example, let's say like a scale or a design, like for example, a star graph, right? If we use a star graph in particularly, we'll actually notice something really interesting that happens here. Let's say right here is Noah, right? Let's say this is Noah, right? And what we will actually notice is that Noah will have some type of separation from A00 and A0000, would show ancestral ties in its descendants coming from Seth, which actually would have ancestral ties to A00. Now, what's interesting is from this point of Noah, there's separations of lines. Now, let me show that real fast. What happens here? You'll have one family, another family that doesn't make that family, and another family that doesn't make that family. What we would actually get is first the ancestral nodes that would descend from those A groups. That would actually be your A, which actually has ties with your B.
A00.
Right, but this is actually how they descend.
A00
I'm also going to show you. I'm also going to show you that this works academically. That we can actually show this
A00 is a
on the
living
chart.
person.
A00 is a living person. That's why I showed you that.
A00 is a living person that
That's why I showed you that it came from Noah. That's why I showed you that it came from Noah, of a living person, and is living today. Is in an ancestral node, right? So ancestral node, right? Probably
But
a derived
nobody
state.
descended from A00. He's a living person.
Okay,
Nobody descended from him.
We're going to go over that real fast so that we can go over what you just said, so that we can understand it. Yes, A00 is 0%
the
of
tree with A00. You can't even root it with A.
A00 is 0%.
A is Hamitic. You can't root the tree in Ham. He's the youngest son. Ham's the youngest son. You can't root the tree with Ham.
Right? But A00.
You have to root the tree with Japheth. Japheth is the oldest brother. You have to root the tree with Japheth. You can't root it in A.
Okay, so let's prove it with the science. And I'm going to show you that A00 is not the same as those other A groups that you're talking about. I'm going to show you. Watch. So what you need to understand is that what you need to understand is that it is a node. You are talking about a node. A00, the node that I'm talking about is A00 star or A00-T. But A00 has a separate family that descends from it that is going to be carrying a derived state of that ancient split. That's important. Okay. So watch so you can understand what I'm saying here. Look at this this tree right here, right here. Let me just zoom out. So you see this little tree right here? What's it showing is the separation at certain nodes of BT. So BT will be an early split, and then you can see right here CT. So I already went over this before, but I'm just gonna say it. There's many ways of drawing a tree. You see these corners here. These corners mean nothing. These corners mean nothing. You can actually go straight from CT to BT, straight shot. But notice the separation. If we make this a straight line, these little corners here, if we make these a straight line, straight to CT, none of them are actually going to be under CT. The ones that I'm going to point out right now, A and B. So A and B is not under CT. So A and B descends. You can see A and B. They will be tied together really early. So A and B will be a different lineage. So A and B are different lineages. If we take that tree, so we take that tree right there, and we turn it into a tree. So the roots are in the ground, put the roots in the ground, and have the descendants, all the descendants that are coming off from those roots. These are going to be all the Ham or A and B lineages. So right there, CT. We can notice if we go deeper into the spreading out of the details that are under here, we notice A and B, like we have found out, they are connected. They're obviously going to be connected together by one node. And we also can note a separate family under here, which is very important. And we got to go off of how it's broken down by the geneticists. And I'm going to read it to you so that we're not making any false conclusions. We got to go exactly what they're right. We can't just pull out a piece of paper and an image and think that we just know it. We got to ask the geneticists, and ask them what's going on here and all that. So let me just type down something so that I can show you something that we can understand here. So watch what it says right here on this little piece of information right here. So watch what it says here. It's going to tell us about the splits. So remember, BT and CT splits, and that's going to be what you're going to have. So watch what happens here. It says right here, it says haplogroups F through R, which includes T. So if we also look on a unrooted chart,
assuming that a marker is being gained. You're assuming that C is gaining a marker and B is gaining a marker.
I never said nothing about anything gaining anything. Never said that. Never said nothing like that. I never said that.
Yeah.
What we're going to do is
you're assuming they're gaining a SNP.
Never said that.
You're assuming a SNP is being gained.
When did I say anything like that?
Lost.
When did I say that?
You're assuming ancestry by the SNPs. You're assuming ancestry by gaining SNPs.
No. Rather, I'm assuming that as the lineage is mutating and losing information, not gaining information, because that's impossible. That would be actually evolution for it to gain information, but rather evidence is showing that it had to start off with information and lose the information. So that's why I'm showing you that be careful. Right, but okay, look, I can turn the tree upside down for your sake.
Mutating.
For your sake, so that you're not misunderstanding what I'm doing. Right. I think you're misunderstanding what I'm doing.
A new marker is being mutated.
Right. I think you're misunderstanding what I just did.
What I'm saying.
Let me make sure I grab that one. as I think is on this PDF here, right here. Okay.
Yeah, see
So look,
that
let me do this. Let me do this so that you understand.
Abraham.
You
He's
understand
Abraham.
what.
He's not Abraham.
Let me do this so you understand what I was saying. So you see this tree right here. This is actually the way. This right here is actually the way it would descend. Right. It will start from its perfection, right, to all the snips and whatnot, and the grade go down the grade, and as for example, as it splits into grades, you'll have, as you can see right here, A and B groups at the lower end.
You're assuming a direction.
They'll be losing. I'm telling you that is losing information, and then it becomes an A group. Is what it becomes. Is what I'm telling you. That from an ancient node, as it degrades, you'll have A and B that are related. A and B is related. But under CT, right? Under CT, you have a different family node, is what you got to know. Is that under CT,
So you
as it
think
shows on this
Kush
little.
is descended from Nimrod? Yeah,
No,
you think
no.
Kush was descended from Nimrod?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? When did I ever say anything about Kush, Nimrod, all that? I'm trying to show first verify how these split. You got to understand this first scientifically before you start trying to say Ham, Shem, and Japheth, because you're not understanding the split.
A and B. You think CT produced A and B?
No, because that's what we're proving here is that A doesn't make CT. I'm trying to show you that from an ancient ancestral node that is ancient, that we don't have.
Could have
it goes
made
straight.
C.
No, it goes straight from the node.
Not CT.
It goes
it's just that there are three brothers that share. It's just a marker that the three brothers at one time all shared. At one time, the three brothers all shared the same marker. That's the only thing it proves.
Okay.
The only thing it proves is that the three brothers shared the marker.
I don't know why you're interrupting me. I let you give your little presentation. I showed you that yours does not work, but I'm going to show you what
you're talking and going down this rabbit hole of this. You're assumed descendancy because you want D and E to be Semitic.
When did I show D and E yet on this? Why are you tripping?
Yeah.
You got to slow down.
Abraham was a D, was an E, and you said
tripping on yourself.
You said Abraham was an E, and you're
separate. I'm trying to show you how these are separate. That's what I'm trying to show you. I'm trying to show you how these are separate monophylactically.
Well, today they are. Today they're separate, yeah.
Well, yeah.
But at one time they were all connected through three brothers.
That's why I'm taking you to the ancestral
nodes. At one time there were three brothers with the same information. Just because they're separate now doesn't mean they always were separate.
I don't think you understand.
You don't know when somebody gained or lost a mutation. And you don't know what all the snips are. You don't know what all the mutations are.
I don't think you know what you're saying.
You only know the snips that they want to show you that prove their narrative.
Okay, which one on here are you saying is not existent? Which one of these snips are you saying that doesn't exist so far? What do you have a problem with? Because I haven't even finished.
No, that's today. That's the way it looks today. That's not the way it always was.
What on here has to do with any of that?
It's not the way it was originally.
We just verified that. I just pointed you out the node. How we know that obviously originally they had to all go into an ultimate atom.
That.
Wait, no,
you're assuming that. You're assuming that it was a descendancy the way you want it to be.
I'm telling you, there is a ancient.
You don't know what it was originally. You don't know what the Y chromosome of Kush was when
right, but I don't know.
You
saying I don't know is not debunking a source that I'm showing you right now.
Kush was the firstborn. Kush's firstborn son was Nimrod. You don't know that he retained all the information that he gave Nimrod. You don't know that.
What are you talking about?
You don't know. You don't know that. You don't know.
What does Nimrod have to do with any of this?
All you can know is that Nimrod shares a marker with the rest of Europe and Asia. That's all you can know.
Watch this. I'm going to show everybody that you're just rambling on something you agree with. Didn't you confirm that A and B are Hamites?
Well, A and B are Hamites. D and E are Hamites too.
Okay, then let's move on. Let's keep on going. Let's move
C
on.
is a Hamite too.
Okay, we're gonna prove that it's not. Watch. Let's move on. Watch.
No, you're not going to
Watch.
prove
Wait,
that
hold on.
wasn't.
Let's move on. Let's move on. Okay, so from CT, this is what you
So
don't
what if
understand.
he shares a marker with the rest of the world? So what? They had originally had
Okay,
the
but
same
watch.
Y
Wait.
chromosome to begin with.
Okay, well, watch this.
Originally, they all had the same. There were 3 brothers with the same Y chromosome.
Okay, but
Originally,
we just verified
so
this
you
so that
can't
everyone.
prove anybody was descended from anybody that way.
Yes, I can. Watch what happens here. We
All
just
you can prove is
verified.
that they shared a marker.
We just verified that A and B is one family. That A and B are one family. From the node, they separate and they make one family. They make one solid family. They are together, and they come from a
Right, and
direct
C
node.
descended from A and B.
So we just verified A and B
And
as
C
him,
descended from A and B.
right? But I can verify it by culture. I can show you A and B in the lands of areas
And
of
D
Nimrod
and
and all
E
that.
descended from
I can show you
Ham.
that. For example, right? This
And
line
D and E
has
is
spread
descended from
in those
Ham.
upper areas and is found in a lot of those areas. I can show you some interesting things.
That's
As you
Cush.
probably
A
know
and B is Cush, not Ham.
okay,
A
but
and
we
B is
can
Cush,
A
descendants
and
of
B.
Cush. C is descendant of Cush too.
Okay, but didn't Kush?
A, B,
Kush
and C
wait,
are
so
descendants of
A and B is Kush.
Cush.
Okay, didn't Kush make Nimrod?
A, B, and C are descendants of Cush. Are you?
Okay,
Can you hear
didn't
what I'm
Kush make
saying?
Nimrod?
A, B, and
Didn't
C
Cush-
are descendants of Cush.
Okay, but none of this shows that C is connected to this. So far that you see what you've seen on here, that C is not connected to A and B.
It's
So
in
that's
a
false.
linear progression. A, B, and
No,
C.
show me
How can you say
show
it's
me the
not? How can
connection.
you say C didn't
Show
come
me
from
the
A and
genetic
B?
connection of C to this. Show me how C is connected to A and B. That's your
There's
goal.
a BT. There's a BT, isn't there?
That's not
B
C.
is Ham.
BT
But
is not
BT
C.
is an identifier. BT is an identifier that connects B with C.
BT, so that we get an understanding.
It connects
Right,
B.
but
BT is
did
an
not come
identifier that
from
connects
C.
B. B is identified with the rest of the world.
Does any of
Except
that
for
that
A.
you just wait? Did any of that show anywhere that
It
B
connects B and C. It connects B and C.
did anything that you just said? Just pay
B
attention
is
to what I'm trying to say.
connected
Wait. You're
to C
just saying
by
stuff with
BT.
no sources. There's no source that's going to support what you're saying. I'm trying to show you this so that you can finally
It's BT.
come to the
The
understanding
BT
of the
identifier
no.
connects B with everybody else in the world.
BT doesn't, but did
Show
C
me the
descend into,
identifier of BT.
wait, but did C descend into B?
Show me the identifier of BT.
Oh, you want
BT
to see
means
what you want to
B.
see? You want to see? Here, let's go about BT and let's understand what's going on with BT. Watch what it says here.
E, F, G,
Watch what it
H,
says
I,
here
J.
about BT. Watch what it says here about BT. It is obvious that BT does not
BT.
descend from
B means
African
B through
haplogroups
T.
having index A, since all of them are positioned in the upper right
B
part of the
means
tree.
B
So what are
through
you talking
T.
about? Okay, but C is not making BT.
B
C is not making BT,
through
so your argument is
T
pointless. It's fruitless.
share an identifier. B
Okay, but
through
what does
T
that have
share
to
an
do?
identifier. C.
That's CT.
BT shares an identifier that includes C.
CT.
No, CT excludes D and E.
CT
Oh,
168.
but there's a BT too.
BT
But there's a
splits
BT
from
too.
okay, right. Listen, BT splits
Right.
from CT,
Just like there's
not
a CT,
C.
there's a BT.
but not C. Okay, so
There's a
let's not
CF,
lie.
there's a CF,
Right.
there's a CT.
Let's not lie because you're lying, trying to say
There's
that BT
the
makes C.
BT,
No, it
a
doesn't.
CT, and
No,
a
it doesn't.
CF.
Okay, but BT doesn't make C.
Just because there's a CF doesn't exclude the C the BT. BT
Okay,
is still
but
a thing.
can we confirm for the audience that BT
Well,
doesn't make C?
What does
BT doesn't make C. That's a fact.
BT includes C? BT is an
BT
identifier
doesn't
that everybody in the
directly
world
make
has.
C.
It's
But
B through
does
T.
BT directly make C? A direct descendant?
Hold
Like
on,
right
hold on. Let
after
me show you
BT comes
something.
C? Tell the truth.
Let me show you
Tell the
something.
truth. Does
Hold on.
BT directly make C?
I'm telling you. I'm going to tell you the truth right now. I'm going to tell you the truth right now. I'm going to show you the truth right now. Where's my thing? Oh, hold on a second.
Are you finna show something? Because
No, wrong way.
what you're gonna have to do is prove
Wrong
that
way.
BT makes directly C, and that's not true. It goes
Hold on a
BT,
second. Hold on.
CT, and then CT splits
Take it
into
easy.
FP143.
Take
and
it
BT.
easy. Take it easy.
Then comes C.
Take it easy. I'm going to show you exactly what I mean because you're not wanting to hear what I'm saying.
I'm trying to
Okay.
tell you what you're saying is wrong. By
I
mutation.
didn't say it yet. I didn't
Right, but you can just be
say it
honest
yet.
and just be honest and just
Hold
say
on,
that
hold
BT
on just a
does
minute.
not
Hold your
directly descend
horses
into C.
just a
We can
minute.
we can move on from that. We can move on
Hold
because
on.
you're making a baseless ground.
Yeah, keep talking. Keep talking. Hold on a second.
We're
Yeah.
gonna see
Hold
what
on
you
a
have,
second.
and I'm gonna
I'll tell you
show
right in a minute.
exactly what I'm saying.
All right. Okay, there it is. Hold on a second.
Go ahead.
Okay, you got it? You see that? You see this?
You got a normal chart. Go ahead, zoom in so that we can
You're seeing
debunk
this,
the
right?
Go on,
Can you
zoom
see
in.
this?
Zoom all the way to the node, zoom all the way to the ancestral node, to the roots. Go to the roots. Go ahead, because I got this same
Okay.
paper, and I know what you're going to do. So make sure you go to
Okay.
CT 168. Go to 168. Go to M168. Zoom in on the ancestral node of 168 that divides DE and CF. Go ahead. Yep. Keep going up. Keep going up. No. You're going down. All right. You go up.
No, there's see when it's
Wait.
when
Zoom.
it's CF.
Right, but zoom in a little more on that. See
It
right there.
excludes.
See
Okay,
that
wait.
node. Go all the way to the left. Go all the way
Here's
to the
blue
left.
color.
Okay, so go down a little bit. See that M? See that number right there? Wait, go back. You were just looking at it.
Wait a
I
minute.
can barely see that.
Look, I got
Yeah,
the
it's hard
same
to
paper.
see.
If you
Hold
want me
on.
to show it, all you got to do is listen. Zoom in on the first node, and we'll go down.
Okay,
node.
let me take it easy. What's this K? What's this K group? Tell me what the K
Zoom in on the
group is.
direct clade. Go to the first clade, and let's go down.
Wait a
clade.
minute. Hold on. Let's start from the beginning. We're gonna start from
This
the
is not the
beginning so
beginning.
people can
K is not the
understand.
beginning of this.
What
this
does
graph.
K include?
K
Answer the question. What does K include?
is not the beginning of this graph. It's not the beginning of this graph.
Well, it is if you root the tree right. It
We'll
is
go
if
to
you
the
root
root.
the tree right. It's K.
Okay, let's go down the
L.
root. Let's go down the nodes. Let's go down the nodes. You're not gonna count steps with me. You're not gonna count steps with me. That's not how you do genetics. You're not gonna count steps with me. Let's go up the nodes. Go to the first node so we don't count steps. I know you know what I'm saying when I say count steps, and you're trying to count steps.
So you're going to deny that L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, and T belong to K.
You need to go up the node.
What are the letters?
Okay, but start at the first node so that we can make it clear. Where does C come from? Let's go to that and because you got a graph here. Don't run to K. Go
K.
to the first node.
This is the first node.
That's not the first node on this graph. I know you know genetics at least enough to know what a node or a clade is. That's not
it's where you run.
You're on the right side. Go to the left. Go to the left side.
Root the tree.
Go
this is where you have to root the question. Answer the question.
Go to the left side.
What does K include? I'll have to answer it for you because you can't answer the question.
I see what K includes.
K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, and T. That's what
does that have to do with C?
That's what K is, right?
Okay.
How about F? What does F include? What does F include?
We know what F
includes. What? Can you tell me?
GHIJ.
What do I have to tell you? I have to tell you that F is GH. It's F, G, H, I, J, and what? K, L, M, N, O, P, Q.
Yes.
R, S, and T, right?
Yes. Wait, go back to that.
Because you didn't answer.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
You didn't answer.
Zoom in to the first node.
You didn't answer the question when I asked you.
In on the
first
ancestral
you didn't answer the question.
On this graph. I want you to go to the first ancestral node.
You didn't answer the question.
Zoom in one more time. Zoom in one more time. Okay.
And I'm going to show you why what the problem is with this
Can you
grouping is
zoom in? Can you zoom
whenever
in
they
one more
say
time on that?
CT
Okay, zoom
or
in one more
BT,
time on
where's
that.
BT? Where's
Zoom
BT?
is on the left side. Is on the left side by the
Where's
ancestral
BT?
node. Zoom in. Can you zoom in one more time? Because
Yeah.
your screen looks blurry. Zoom in one more time.
Ugh.
That's right. Zoom in on that one more time. Go ahead. Okay, so zoom in one more time. But be
Let me
careful.
just explain. Whenever it's
Don't click
BT,
don't
which
click the
is not
side. Click
here,
the,
it doesn't
click the
seem to
middle.
be here.
Double click the middle. Double click the zoom in
Yeah.
the middle. I'll open this up.
No,
I'll open this up because I got this one.
I don't have to double click. BT means
Okay.
B. It means B all the way through T. Whenever it's BT, it's B all. Whenever it's CT, it's C all the way through T, right?
Why
But
why
then
are
they
you
have a
trying to
designation
what are you
CF.
trying to what are you trying
But
to
then they
do?
have a
Wait,
designation
who are you trying to
CF.
who are you trying to track? Are you
The
not are you really
designation
being
CF.
serious? Like are you not gonna zoom in on that? Wasn't we just talking about C
The
and how
designation.
C
I'm explaining
derives
something.
from
I'm explaining something.
wait,
I'm
no.
explaining something. This
Go
is
and
what the
prove your point.
designations are.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
No,
Zoom in
I'll
on
go.
that
I'll show
first
you through
node,
the other.
right? Can we zoom in on
Actually,
that first
there's
node?
another better map that shows
You
it.
see
This one
that? Look
doesn't
at that.
show
Look,
very well
there's
what I'm
the. You
showing.
can even look right here. You see that purple C right there? Look where it's coming from. It's even look where it's coming from. Look at it. Look what you have here. It's coming from CT. So what's interesting about that? Note that it's coming from CT, not directly from the BT, which you just tried to say, oh, BT, this and that. No, it's coming from CT, from CFP 143. That's where C is coming from, not directly from BT. It doesn't directly descend from BT because BT
No,
split
that's
from
not
CT.
what I'm saying. What I'm saying, whenever they say BT, it means B all the way through
No, it
T.
does not.
Whenever they
BT
say
does not mean
CT,
that. No, it does not. That's false. BT is an ancestral node. That's not the same as
yes, it is.
B-M60. B-M60 is different than BT-442. You're talking about two different,
But
totally
I'm
two
not
different
saying.
nodes.
I'm,
Don't let the B throw you off just because it says BT. BT
whenever
doesn't mean
whenever they say CF, whenever they say CF, they're excluding DE.
right, because CF
Do you
doesn't
understand that?
make DE. Because CF doesn't
Okay,
make
so
DE.
then you agree with what I'm saying. So you agree with what I'm
No, I
saying.
don't.
Whenever
No,
it's
I do not. I
BT,
do not agree that C is Ham that can make any other Hamites.
whenever it's BT, it's B all the way through T. Whenever they say CT, it's C all the way through T. Whenever it's CF, it's C excluding DE
That's
and F all the way through T.
okay. So then
CF
consider those
is C
splits.
and
Wait,
F.
consider those splits already. If CF makes one family
Let me say
and
that
DE
again. Let me
makes another
say
family,
that again. CF
CF.
is C and F,
Yep,
excluding D and E.
that's right. CF is one family. CFP 143 makes GHIJK, HIJK, all the way down to the lines, pretty much, because it
Right.
comes from
That's all I'm
F-M89.
saying. BT is B. BT is all the way through
Right,
T.
but even on your graph,
All the
you
way
show
through
that it
T.
come from
C,
CT from.
it's
Notice that
excluding D
M168
and
right
E.
there. Notice that
It's
M24
excluding D and E.
that M242. I mean that M42 that M42 at the start. That M42 is BT,
Yeah, hold
and
on.
notice that it
Just hold on
descends
this one.
into CT.
Here.
Look, there it
That's what
is.
I'm
That's a
saying.
perfect look. Look at that. BT
BT
doesn't directly make C
BT is
because it's
B
deeper. It's
all
deeper
the
than that.
way through T. Stop talking. BT is B all the way through T. CT is C all the way through T. But when they say CF, it's C and F excluding D and E.
Because CF is a population. CF is a living person. It's a population. It's a family.
It doesn't. But this BT includes C. BT is B all the way through
from C.
BT, C has this BT in it.
C splits.
See, all of these have it.
That's why I was showing you that graph of CT.
Because it's B through T.
Right? BT splits from CT. CT and BT splits. That's important. BT and CT are separate lines that split. Notice how even on your design, it splits and it makes BT actually is going to get your other descendants of A and B. That's important.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. You're not listening to what I'm saying. You're not listening to what I'm saying, that C is included in BT. This marker BT includes.
This is what you're making a mistake at. Can you show a population of BT? I think if you actually look at a population of BT, it would throw that whole idea off, because that's just not what we see. I'll let that man pop up. Yeah, I was gonna point out that T, whenever we want to note BT on one of these ancestral nodes, is usually identified as M42. So you'll sometimes see on ancient genetics, or even on the way that these nodes break, you'll find M42. And that's how I was going to point out that M42 splits at M168, which is CT. So BT and CT, though it looks like a B and a CT or a C, they're not C and they're not B. So BT and CT is not B and is not C. That's what's important. That's the misunderstanding here. That BT and CT are ancestral nodes, and we can find populations of extinct humans that would have those nodes, right? That's what's important. They're a population that separates populations. It's going to give us evidence.
He must be having internet connection or something.
So I gotta present this again here. Try again, present it again.
Now, can I get a chance? Can I get a chance to actually display my premise? Because you didn't.
I didn't finish what I was saying.
Display your premise.
I didn't finish what I was saying.
You need to add more to your premise so that I can display my premise.
I didn't finish what I was saying. I didn't finish what I was saying. Let me try this again. Let me just try this again and see if I can make this work here. See what I got here. Okay. So what I was saying is that B includes C. So C has this marker of M91.
No, because you're not looking at a population.
You're
not looking at a population there of BT. I highly doubt that you ever looked at a population of BT. Have you ever looked at a population?
We're talking about the Y chromosome. We're talking about markers that the Y chromosomes have in common. The CY chromosome has this marker M91 in common with D.
Right, but we already confirmed that BT is ancient humans. It's not in modern humans. It's in ancient humans that tie humans together. Like CT splits from BT, right? BT and CT split. That's going to be evidence of
the only thing it
separation.
It doesn't mean that the line split. It does not mean the line split.
It does.
It just means that A no longer has. It just means that A doesn't have this marker. It just means that A doesn't have this marker. So with all the mutations, how do you know A didn't lose the marker? The rest of the world has it. A is the odd one out. A is the odd one out. How do you know A didn't lose this marker?
But we just confirmed that A and B are related. We just confirmed it. We just looked at the nodes, how they
obviously they're related. Obviously they're related.
Right,
but
notice But notice they
saying.
separate at CT, right? A and B separate at doesn't descend into CT. So CT is a separate family.
I'm saying that A lost the marker because you're chart because you don't know whether it was gained or whether it was lost.
What do you talk? What
It's
is gain
just
or loss?
positioned
What does
on a
gain or
map.
loss have to do with genetics?
Well, I
What is
think you're
gain or
talking
loss?
about dominant and recessive genes, correct?
No, it's a marker that these Y haplogroups share. All of these Y haplogroups share this marker on this side. All of these share this marker on this side. But when it comes to this one, only C and F and all the rest of the world share the marker, but D
Right, but you're showing on, and you're using an outdated graph because you're using
and E do not
you know
share
what you're
this
using.
marker.
You know what, right? But do you know what you're actually using? You're connecting not to BT but to A groups on your graph. Your graph is not using an actual real ancestral BT.
No, it doesn't mean any
Otherwise, it'll
point.
show.
I'm
In fact,
except for A.
let me show my screen.
Where's the snip for AAT?
If it showed the ancestral BT,
Is there a
it would
snip
show
for AT?
It'll show M42 because what you're typing is M90.
I can't get any answers out of you. You don't give
Right,
me
but
any answers. I can't get any
M91
answers.
is not.
Is there a marker that A shares with the rest of the world? Where's the marker that A shares
Do
with
you
the
know
rest
what
of the world?
BT
It doesn't exist.
M90 actually is? even your comments. Look in your
Where's
comments.
the marker?
Someone in your comment just answered it. Someone in your comments just answered what that
Where's
BT
the marker
M90
that
is. Okay, look, zoom
A
in,
shares
and I'll show you that
with
this
the
is
rest
different.
of
The
the
one that you're
world?
showing right here. Go ahead, zoom in. It's gonna be M42. Zoom in. Right there, right after
That's what I'm
right
asking
after
right now. Where's the marker?
Go ahead, go left.
Where's the marker?
Right after the root. Literally
That's not
right
A.
after the root. Right after the root. And I know what you know what a root is.
It's
right
not
after
A.
Right, but it's right after the root. You can see it as BT or M42. Right? You
That's
can see it
not
under
A.
there.
A doesn't share that marker.
Wait.
A does not share that marker.
Zoom in one more time so we can get a good understanding of what we're talking about. Go ahead, zoom in. Just zoom in just a little bit to that M42 so that we can look at all those mutations because you need to know that A is right there.
Right here. There is nothing right to the right. See this arrow right here? That's cut off.
To the left.
There is nothing on that.
To the left. To the left. To the left. Zoom in. Just zoom in. Zoom in.
There's nothing there. There's no marker there.
I'm talking about the first
There's
node
no marker
after the root.
there. There's no marker there.
There is a marker. You just looking at it. You just pointed to it. M42.
Which one?
Right there, right at the left side. M42. Right there. You see it? The first after
A
the
does
root.
not share that marker.
Wait, listen to what I'm going to tell you.
A does not share this marker.
What is that?
A
I'm
does
not talking
have
about
any
A.
of these markers.
I understand that. Nowhere am I talking about A. Now you're not showing A. Before you showed M91, which was an A. M91 was an A. The one that you were showing was an A. You understand? What you're showing here, now you're
that's
showing
what I'm asking. The world doesn't share that marker.
Right, but there, look right there, M91.
Where's the
right there at the top? Wait, look at the top.
Marker that A shares with the rest of the world.
Listen to what I have to say. Listen to what I have to say. M91.
No, not right, bud. Answer the question.
I'm answering. Listen to what I'm saying.
Answer the question.
M91 right there at the top. Right there at the top.
No, answer the question.
Is A.
Show.
Look, you see that M91 right at the top? That's A. That's what you were just showing.
What
BT M91? That was A. One.
Does A share with the rest of the world? I'm not saying there isn't one. I'm just saying
you're in a matrix.
What's the marker?
Why
don't they have a marker that?
Can I show my screen before you go into the matrix?
A shares with the rest of the world. That's exclusive.
Right. A00 is
that's exclusive to
A00 is going to be
There's
the
no
tie.
obviously
A00
A is
A00 is where they tie at. A00. It's not an A
A00
group though.
zero's not a marker.
A00 is a marker. A00 is not
It's
on this
not a
graph. That you're
marker.
showing. It's not on
Somebody
this
has in
graph that
common
you're
with somebody
showing.
else.
It's
No,
not
it's
on this
not.
graph, but it
No,
is a
it's not.
marker.
It's not a marker. It's not a
It is a
snip.
haplogroup. It is a
A00 is
haplogroup.
not a snip.
It is a snip. I got paper. In fact, I'll just read it right off what I'm just looking at right now. Since you're saying A0
Well,
is
why don't
not
they show
a
it on here?
marker, because you're not using a full. A lot of your graphs. You haven't realized that a lot of your
Because
graphs are
A00 is a
graph.
person living today. A00 is a person living today.
Did you notice something interesting about the graph right here that you're showing right now? BTM91 at the top. That's A1. That's A1, right? So that other graph that you're showing is showing the real place of A1, but it's still a normal graph. You're showing normal graphs, and you didn't even know on this BT, it's not really BT. That's A1. So you were really connecting. You're trying to connect
So it's
A1
not
with
BT.
CT.
Okay.
No, that's not BT. That right there is not BT.
But
That's
according
A1.
to this,
No, because if you can type down BTM91. It's A1.
according to this, C does share this marker.
Then why are you using that? Why are you using that as if you have every snip on that
The
normal
only
chart?
ones that don't share a marker is
I can't even hear. You're in the matrix.
why do they have a BT?
You're in the matrix. I couldn't even hear
whatever they have shown. I'm
You're
not
not
believing
listening.
any
You're
of
not
this
having a
nonsense out
conversation.
of Africa.
You're literally in the matrix having a conversation with yourself. Can I show my screen?
No, you're not listening to what I'm saying.
You're in the matrix, man. I don't know what you're saying.
The only reason why why see
Are you gonna talk sources, or are you gonna just stay on this normal chart?
has this marker and DE
You're
doesn't.
using an incorrect
because
normal chart. Why are
is
we
because
talking
C
on this with
has to
an
be the
incorrect normal
oldest
chart?
son. C has to be the oldest. C has to be the oldest son for it to happen.
You're in the
Yeah, well,
matrix, man. You're in the matrix.
Try and explain
You're in the
the
matrix.
reason why C is connected to F. The reason why C is connected to F is because they originally had the same three brothers, same three Y chromosome.
Okay. Can I show my screen now? Because now that we are done talking off that incorrect normal chart, which was obviously incorrect, even you can see a lot of the people was watch they seen that chart was wrong, right? That's what you were using. You're trying to bend the information to the chart. Look at Chosen One in a kilt. He wrote it down that haplogroup BTM91
Well, what
was
about this one?
A1. It's
What about this one?
It's right on the information. That look at that.
What about this one?
M91 is that's the A1. But notice over there, M42, that's the BT. M42 after the first node, splitting at M168, which is actually CT. So because BT and CT splits and separates. I'm trying to tell this man that he was in the matrix. I'm telling him to hand the thing over. He's keep on trying to tell some fairy tale. He's not really doing any justice to the biblical community at all.
Well, my thing is I'm coming from more of a word result of all of this, not a DNA per se scientific background.
And that's okay.
You guys are saying, these haplogroups A, B, J, whatever letters and stuff, and for me, it's kind of meaningless. And I think for the majority of the population, that sort of lingo is meaningless. But
Well,
I
it's
do
not
have a
the
list
reason
of
why it's not meaningless is because all humans today have these haplogroups, right? They'll come from the split of M42, which is BT. They'll split from here, and they will also split at what would be actually found out as being the Eurasian atom, M168, which Eurasian atom was split from
and
BT.
does this line up with Matthew chapter 1?
This lines up with pretty much the whole Bible, to be honest with you, that we
Because
can
like
actually align
what's
the
written
whole
in the
Bible.
Bible, it's a list of names. So when I draw up these charts, it doesn't have these coded DNA things. It's got everybody's actual name.
Right. And also, like, for example, let's say like a culture like let's say a culture like the Jotanites, right? We can historically follow the Jotanites, right? There's a lot of historical records that say they went down to Yemen, went down
Right.
into areas of Abyssinia, Africa, and they went into different areas of Ethiopia and spread out. So Shemites would have went down into areas of Yemen, down into areas of pretty much Ethiopia. And we can start to find that as we find different culture ties, the names of the culture, find out who is in it. It's something that takes time to go over, but you can find them pinpointly via their cultures, right? But the reason why I was showing you that is because you can see CT right here. This is actually called the Eurasian atom. That's actually
where's this? Where's the step for AT? Where's the one tying A to the rest of the world?
Well, A doesn't connect. A doesn't make
just because A doesn't have a snip connecting to the rest of the world doesn't mean he's not connected to the rest of the world.
Wait. Before you
because there's A people living today. There's A people living today.
Right. But remember, they're not connected by the ones that we were just debunking, the A groups, as in the A1 and stuff. We know that it's a split at BT and CT. These split.
No, that's I'm asking about the one between A and B. Where's the split between A and B?
I just showed you.
Why don't they show one?
This is right here. It's right here at this node right here. They go.
Where's the node for A that A shares with the rest of the world?
Right here. Right here. So I'll share it with you.
What's the SNP number? No, not that. The SNP number.
This is gonna be the SNPs. These talk about the SNPs.
That's not a SNP number.
These are gonna give you the SNP. In fact, they're right here. Look, I'll zoom in so you can see the SNP number. They're right here on the side. These are the SNPs.
Yeah, that's the ones that B has, that B in the rest of the world has.
Yes, I told you that they come from here. I told you that this is
those are the ones that B and the rest of the world have together that they share. Where's the ones that connect A to B?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
The ones that connect A to B, not the ones that connect B with the rest of the world.
The ones that connect A and B are literally just the nodes that are going to be the ancestral nodes of the split of BET and CT.
Okay, why don't they put these in all the time on the other ones?
What are you talking about? Are you talking about on that normal chart that you had? Because that's called a normal chart or a normal graph. You don't need to use roots on normal graphs. You just need to use the
this one is showing A.
Talked about.
This one's showing A as the progenitor of everybody.
No, it does not. No, it does not. It shows you that there's a root, and it shows that there's a separation at the root that separates A and B groups, as we see right here at the root, right there. There's a split that makes A and B groups that are separate from CT groups.
I know there's a split between A and B. It's obvious.
Yes. So, but they're related. These are going to be more related than any of the CT groups to them. So that means that this is what it means. That if you want to say that there's a Ham, Shem, and Japheth, A and B has to be one family. And then under CT, the split under CT, because CT splits from BT, right? So that means it requires an early split. That means that anything of CT either is one son or the other. So that means that CFP143 is different than DE. So we know DE and CFP143 are different. So
Yeah, they're different.
they're
But
right.
it doesn't
That's
mean
right.
they're not Hamitic.
But again, since we know that they're separate by an ancestral node,
Africans and
right?
Egyptians are Hamitic.
Right. But since we know that they're separated by an ancestral node, right? Now we can verify, right, that we can have three ancestral splits. Unless you
No,
can
but
prove
it's not necessarily a split
unless
though.
you can prove three splits.
Only
Can you
well,
prove?
because I don't have the information of the entire genome of everybody.
Of course you don't. So this
look
was
up the SNP.
guesswork. Of course you
I
don't.
can't
But
look
I
up the
do.
SNPs myself.
Right, but what I'm
Neither
showing
can you.
No, I can't, because I already spoke to the geneticist and I have the information to provide it with sources.
Yeah, you have the information that they want you to have. They have
No,
what you.
we have
what they want you to have.
exact information
Well, it's
to
written in
tell
the
you
Bible.
these things right here, right? CF-P140.
But you're trying to say all of Mitzrayim is Hamitic. I mean, Semitic. You're trying to say D and E are Hamitic. I mean, Semitic.
So this is what I found out, that from the ancient ancestral Adam, right, you will have these middle lines that will have descendants of middle humans that would live. We can point out the fossils too, but there is a catastrophic wipeout
Everybody
event.
everybody should share the same amount of DNA with the Denisovans and the Neanderthals.
Right, but after a catastrophic wipeout event, then
it doesn't matter.
And then there was another bottleneck. It
doesn't matter. Everybody should share. In Noah, everybody shares the same information. So why is it that Eurasians
with Seth?
Why is it that Eurasians have more Neanderthal DNA than anybody else?
Do Noah share the same ancestral information with Seth?
That's irrelevant.
No, it's not.
I'm talking about people living today.
Genetics, you can't just make Noah pop up out of nowhere. He biblically came from Seth, right?
Correct.
So if we know that Noah came, it's not irrelevant because
you can track.
It's irrelevant to the fact that Eurasians have the DNA from Neanderthal.
It is not jungle jargon. It is not irrelevant. I'm sorry, but it's not irrelevant.
Everybody came through Noah.
Jumping.
Then the information shared should be equal. The information through Noah shared by everyone should be equal. You're not getting it.
Look, notice how A00 is here and then it splits at BT and CT.
Look at who has more Neanderthal DNA. It's the Eurasians.
Wait, what does that have to do with anything of haplogroup?
So it can't be an A. Neanderthals can't be A.
But they're A000, right? Not A1 or not A.
You're not getting it. If everybody got their DNA through Noah, they should have the same exact amount of Neanderthal DNA.
Right, but they don't. There's a significant difference
from Noah. Is Cain the same with the Denisovans? Denisovan, everybody except the Semitic populations have Denisovan DNA.
What are you raging on? That makes you're literally making zero sense because you're not using sources.
That's I showed you the heat map. I showed you the heat map.
I just showed you that you didn't read that
in the Semitic areas.
You weren't reading that academically. You were reading that based upon what you feel things are. You wasn't reading that.
No, I'm showing you what it is. That's Neanderthal.
Right, but that's linking. That's linking modern humans only
between Neanderthal and Denisovan.
Right, but that's only linking a handful of modern humans to ancient individuals. Right?
Yeah, but it shows the amount of DNA that they have with ancient.
But none of that tells us what's happening in the Neolithic.
But you're ignoring the fact that Eurasians have more Neanderthal DNA. You're ignoring the fact that Africans and Eurasians have Denisovan DNA. You're ignoring it.
No one's ignoring that.
You are ignoring it.
That's what this study is
right
about.
Now.
Wait, just so that you understand, that's what this study is about. That is the relationship of present day humans to Arctic humans. So you are lying and trying to say, I don't know what I'm talking about.
Archaic. I was wondering what you're talking about. Arctic. It's archaic.
Archaic. Just for to get the just
archaic.
Yeah, I probably was saying that weird, but understand what I'm saying here, so that you can understand. It's taking people from Africa, right? It's taking people from Africa, Oceania, right, and other non-Africans, right, and they're putting them on a PCA chart, right? 221 modern human populations, and that's what that heat map that you were talking about. That heat map. That's what it's connecting. It's not even show you nothing of the Neolithic or the Bronze Age or any of that. It's showing you how they're tied to ancient, extinct humans. So it's even showing people a connection of
and Eurasians have more.
All those things.
Eurasians have more Neanderthal DNA.
But that doesn't tell us if they're Ham or Japheth. That doesn't tell us if they're Ham.
This proves the belief that they're connected to A. They're not connected to A. A is the youngest son, Ham.
Okay, wait, hold on. When did I say that they were connected to A? When did I say that?
You said that they're connected to A.
No, I did not. No, I did not. That's how I know
they said they're connected to A.
What I'm saying.
Well, okay, then why does A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, and J? Why do they have less Neanderthal DNA than K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, and T?
What are you talking about? Wait, what are you talking about?
I don't have to repeat what I said.
No. What are you talking about in saying that those haplogroups have less? What are you talking about?
They have less Neanderthal DNA. It's the Eurasians that have more.
Do you have a source to prove that?
Yeah, just go read a paper. Eurasians have more.
I'm already reading the paper.
Neanderthal DNA.
It's spread throughout all humans.
No, it's not. Not equally. Not equally. They just found out recently. They just found out recently that Africans share Neanderthal DNA. They just found out that recently.
Right, but this whole map shows that
originally they were saying
all of them.
Originally they were saying that only Eurasians have Neanderthal
this is showing
DNA.
That almost all the people have a type of Denisovan tied to them. It also shows
Denisovan is a mix of Hamitic and Japhethite.
Okay, but it can't be Hamitic. It's impossible for it to be Hamitic.
Not Semitic.
Because it'd be before him. They would exist before him.
They don't exist before anybody. They're a mix of Hamitic and Semitic.
Your problem is that you don't
Hamitic and Japhethite.
That we have their haplogroup.
It's the Semitic populations.
We have their haplogroup. Whether you like it or not.
Semitic populations that don't have Denisovan DNA as much.
Okay, but they're not that Y chromosome that they have. No one has that today. So that's your problem. That you're trying to connect them to ancient humans.
It doesn't matter. We're talking autosomal DNA. Which group has more Neanderthal DNA?
But not Y chromosome.
And if the Eurasians have more Neanderthal DNA, that means that you can't root Neanderthals.
But not Y chromosome, right? Not Y chromosome.
And it just proves that that Neanderthals were born before Noah, because we don't share their DNA equally.
That means that means they had to be born before Noah, because they don't descend from Noah. They don't descend from Noah. Otherwise,
then why is it not shared equally? Why doesn't everybody share Neanderthal DNA equally?
Because the way that they're connecting people to Neanderthal is just a PCA study. It's a PCA study.
You don't get it. If everybody's from Noah,
you're interrupting.
We should have it distributed equally.
You're asking a question and interrupting me in the middle of the answer.
We should have it distributed equally, the amount of Neanderthal DNA. But only Eurasians have it.
Observation.
Both of you are starting from
it even tells us right here. We say they observed this based upon the PCA study. Right? That's the principal component analysis. We understand what that is. That's not by descent.
The result is.
That doesn't mean descent.
We already know what the result is.
Right. But that means, like, for example, let's say like 100 years back, right? Let's say
you're not making sense. You're not making sense at all.
Wait, listen. Let's say like 100 years back. One of my grandfathers mixed with, let's say, like one of your grandmothers or something.
We're not talking about your grandfather.
That was a one-time thing. They end up doing that. And then the PCA traces these things.
We're not talking about your grandfather.
Right. I'm trying to split. I'm expressing to you what the PCA is actually looking at. It's looking at that admixture that happened at some point.
Right, which is unequally shared among the populations.
What does that have to do to change if it's Ham, Shem, or Japheth? That actually disproves it. That it's Ham, Shem, and Japheth. If it's unequally,
it disproves your idea, your belief that Neanderthals are pre-flood.
No, how does that disprove it?
Because we don't share their DNA equally. Because if they were pre-flood, then everybody would share their DNA equally.
No, they would not. Because what you're saying is
you're not making any sense at all.
You're claiming
you're not making any sense at all.
No,
and so why should I believe anything else you say?
The only way it would be equal if it was by descent. It's not by descent.
It is by descent. Everybody's descended from Noah.
By descent.
Everybody should have the equal amount of DNA.
It does not say it's not Y chromosome or mtDNA study. This is a PCA study. This is not by descent. So that's your problem, is that you think that your heat map is a study that's showing you something that's abnormal by descent. That's not by descent. That's just a percentage of how they're connected, how they're related on a PCA, which is also subjective, right? Because I could pull out a study by geneticists.
No, but you're talking averages.
Talk about how PCAs
you're talking averages. The averages are much higher in the Eurasians. Much higher.
Right, but I'm just
they thought that Africans didn't even have it.
Because I just want you to know that this is not a way to find Ham, Shem, and Japheth. That's not how you find Ham, Shem, and Japheth. That's just
it verifies Ham, Shem, and Japheth.
It proves that Denisovans are humans. That's all that this study was for. Was to prove that
proves they're a mixture of African and Eurasian and not Semitic. But that's just the contrast between Neanderthals and Denisovans anyway. That one.
Okay, like I said, this doesn't support a Ham, Shem, and Japheth bond. This is not something that anyone would use in that type of way because it wouldn't actually display that. This is not what would display something like that. You have to look at the culture, material culture, and look at the fossils to conclude that. You don't look at like how ancient humans are linked to ancient humans and then say, well,
A00 is somebody living today. A00, somebody's living today. Nobody descended from A00.
Right. A00 was found as a fossil almost said to their scale almost close to like 150 something thousand years ago, like 500,000 years ago, based upon their scale. But the reason why those numbers are extreme is because it started mixing with those groups in ancient times, because it would actually be seen as groups of Seth walking amongst ancient lines of Cain that were wiped out. This is why people are related to their descendants. We have descendants of A00, but we don't have descendants of Neanderthal.
If they were pre-flood, then they would be equally distributed among us, and they're not equally distributed. They get more Eurasian.
Well, what makes you think things need to be equally distributed to be descendants? Why are you basing it upon something that is basically groundless? Because you're saying that, because it's not equally distributed. Show me something. Show me anything.
Because everybody's descended from Noah.
Right, but
everybody living today is from Noah. So everybody should have equal amount of Denisovan and Neanderthal DNA.
Even haplogroups are not equally distributed. Even haplogroups are not equally distributed.
And the fact is that Denisovans have a different distribution among us than Neanderthals. So that's another disproof.
That doesn't support your.
That's another disproof.
That doesn't support your idea. That doesn't support your idea.
It does support it.
No, because
it actually proves.
What's the odd thing about all that?
It proves that they're post-flood.
Didn't you say Neanderthals? Didn't you say
Neanderthal and Denisovan are post-flood? It proves it.
Didn't you say
Neanderthals are not equally distributed?
So a lot of what you're saying is contradicting what you were previously saying. Because you just said Neanderthals are
equally distributed among us. If it was in Noah, then it would be equally distributed among us.
Can you be honest with me? Have you studied the Y chromosomes of Neanderthals? Have you actually looked it up and studied the Y chromosomes of Neanderthals?
There's nobody descended today that's descended from Neanderthals. And
no one's identified. You're right. No one's descended from Neanderthals. No one's descended from Neanderthals, but we did find Neanderthals. We found the haplogroups of Neanderthals that they're A00, 0 with 3 zeros. A with 3
No,
zeros.
that's just a label.
That's
just
not a label. That's a fossil.
It's a
Unfortunately,
label.
unfortunately
not a
for
snip
you,
number.
it's a fossil. And
It's not a
that's
snip
what you're
number.
trying to run from
It's
and
just a
try to make
label.
Japheth. You can't make them Japheth because you hadn't studied their haplogroup. A00.
Where are they found? Where are Neanderthals found, and who do they most resemble? It's simple. It's not complicated. You're making it too complicated.
Is it
Just answer the
complicated?
question. Just answer the question. Where are they found, and who do they most resemble? It's not complicated. You're dying on your own wannabe belief.
Okay, but I know that
E.
I know that archaic humans, right? I know
You're
that the
trying to
oldest
say
humans,
Mitzrayim is Semitic.
right?
You're
But
trying
we
to say
know that
all of
the oldest
Mitzrayim, which is
humans
basically you're
are
trying to
of
say
those
all of
A00,
Africa.
or the A with 4 0 and A with 2 zeros. We know
You're trying to say all of Africa is Semitic, is what you're trying to say.
What are you talking about? How is all
most of Africa is E?
No, they're okay. Look, modern
Most
Africa
of Africa is D.
Modern Africa today is E. But go back Neolithic time frame. Go back into the Neolithic. Go back into the Mesolithic and tell me what was the dominant haplogroup in Africa. Go look at those papers. And I guarantee you it's AM13. I guarantee you AM13 and B will be in Africa before all those other lines.
Kush. A is Kush.
Because E was up there in Eurasia, like the Natufians, right? And the pre-pottery Neolithic beat culture.
No.
That you you haven't seen the Natufian, the pre-pottery Neolithic beat culture with the E groups.
There's Mitzrayim was in
look at
the Levant area. Mitzrayim was in the Levant area all the way up through Anatolia.
Right.
Mitzrayim was always up there. V13 goes up into Europe. Was always up there.
Was they in Syria though? Because E was in Syria.
Syria is the Levant area. Yes, they were. They
was
Egypt
in Sinai.
Controlled that whole area.
No, Nimrod was in Sinai. Nimrod was over there in Sinai, not in Syria.
Oh, for crying out loud!
Sinai is not Syria.
Egypt. No, Syria is where the Arameans were.
Look at this E right here. Look at this E in the pre-pottery Neolithic B.
Look at this. Look at how it bends. Look
how it bends from Syria. Look how it goes in Syria.
Egypt controlled that entire
area.
Not
at this time frame. Don't lie. Egypt did not control.
All the way up through.
Egypt did not control this at this time frame. Egypt did not control Syria at that time frame.
You're talking about the Babylonian.
So stop. You're talking about the New Kingdom period. Stop it. You got to learn the dynasties of Egypt.
No, this is before Israel. Before Israel, they controlled the entire area. Before Israel.
The E groups, EM96. Now go look at the Natufian culture. Go type down.
Yeah, because Egypt controlled that entire area.
Type down Natufian, and then go and check where they're at. Go take a look at where they're at.
That's Egypt. The whole area.
That's
Egypt controlled.
This is before Egypt.
Before Israel.
This is not Egypt.
What do you mean before Egypt?
No,
Egypt is the first civilization.
This is not Egypt.
Egypt is the first civilization.
No, there's civilizations before
Egypt. Mitzrayim.
Okay, look up the Sumerians.
That entire area.
How about you look the Sumerians and connect them with Egypt and all that?
No, that's the Babylonian. They went down and attacked too, but they weren't always around.
I just wanted to show you that fossils, if you go to Neolithic, Mesolithic time frame, it's not majority of E in Africa. No.
But you don't know when was when by their age estimates anyway.
Yes, I do, because I do this. This is what I do. I look at the fossils. And that's why what you were doing.
You're trying to support your belief, going contrary to the obvious evidence that Neanderthals were Eurasian.
I never said they're not Eurasian. Neanderthals are clearly Eurasian and African.
Yeah, the
Neanderthals been into Eurasia and Africa.
Basically, information.
We understand that Neanderthals in Eurasia and Africa, but that's older than modern humans. They existed there before modern humans because their culture is older.
So who was in Europe first? The descendants
Cain.
of Gomer.
Cain.
Who's
Cain and Seth.
Gomer
Cain and
descended
Seth
from?
existed before Noah. Cain,
Who is
Seth,
Gomer descended from? Gomer is descended from Japheth. The Europeans
what
were
does that have to do with?
Japhethites.
Okay, but have you ever looked into Cain and Seth at all?
Cain and Seth.
Yeah, have you looked into Cain and Seth? While you're talking about Noah, have you looked into Cain and Seth?
Well, I don't have to when I'm talking about
You don't have to,
post-flood
but you don't.
descendants.
You're just
I'm
gonna
talking
guess at
about
Noah, but you never
post-flood
looked into Cain and Seth.
descendants.
So
And I
you're
proved
just
that
gonna sit here
Neanderthals were post-flood.
convince me you don't have to look at Cain and Seth.
I
You're
proved
gonna convince
that
me that.
Neanderthals are post-flood. I proved it.
Okay, if they're post. Okay. If Neanderthals are post-flood, though they went extinct, who are pre-flood people? Go ahead.
No, pre-flood is everybody descended from Adam. What are you talking about? It's
Wait, who's
irrelevant.
pre-flood? Who's pre-flood?
We're talking about
Who are the ones
who's
that were extinct?
descended from Noah.
Who are pre-flood
That's-
people?
No, people descended from Noah are
Who?
Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Or
Well,
Japheth, Ham.
who are not post-flood?
Japheth,
Who are
Shem, and Ham.
pre-flood? Who are pre-flood people? Can
No,
you tell me
pre-flood people
academically?
are Noah's relatives.
Like who?
We mean like who?
I'm telling you, who are the pre-flood haplogroup? Who are the pre-flood people? Who are
They're
pre-flood?
the descendants of Cain and
We don't
Seth.
have we
There
don't
we
have the
go. And
DNA.
even your guest understands that the descendants of Cain and Seth will be pre-flood.
We don't have their DNA.
You're lying.
We're talking about people that are post-flood living
want to know how you
today.
can find? You want to know how you can find them? Look under the flood layers. Look under the flood layers. That's what you're actually seeing when we're putting Neanderthals and all that stuff. Those are flood layers that they're finding
No,
under
they're not.
layers.
They're buried with humans living today. Descendants.
You know,
modern
the
day.
other
because Cain
huge assumption that you guys are making
They-
is that
They
it's descendants of
intermarried with modern
Adam
humans.
or
let your guest
Noah.
speak. Let your guest speak.
All right. And the fact of the matter still remains is if you got a black man and a black woman, they're going to
There
have
you go.
black children. They got 3 sons. The sons are all 3 of them are going to be black. They're not going to be one black guy, one white guy, and one Japanese guy. And it's going to be like that with every race. So it's a major assumption for you guys to think that all of mankind descended from Noah and Adam.
There we go.
You know what's interesting about that? That's why you got to look at genetics, because skin color is not a race, right?
Yeah, but
Pigmentation
there's
is not a
also
race.
differences in
We're
bone
talking about
Black is not a
haplogroups.
race.
and
We're not
behavior.
talking about
That's what you gotta
skin
look at.
color. We're talking about haplogroups.
Haplogroups. So that's why you got to pay attention.
We're talking about
Haplogroups.
Eurasians.
The tiger cannot change
Genetics.
his stripes, and the
Genetics.
leopard cannot change his spots.
Right, but pigmentation
Back
is a
in the day,
development
yeah.
over time, right?
Wow, no matter how you look at it. I mean, you've even got a
But
leopard.
are
that-
we
I can't
tigers?
understand this argument.
Are we tigers? Are we tigers or are we humans? I think you should study how pigmentation developed.
Yeah, we're not even talking about pigmentation. I mean, pigmentation is carried in the genetics, but we're not talking about pigmentation. We're talking about
Bone
haplogroups.
structure and skull structure.
Are
is different.
Egyptians black?
Skulls.
Right, but remember, black pigmentation is not a representation of a people group. So we're not
Egyptians
saying
are
black people became white
black,
people
yeah.
and these things of that. We know that Ham, Shem, and
Moroccans,
Japheth
whatever.
filled the whole earth.
All I'm
Count-
saying is it's a major assumption that you guys are making. How do you know that?
because we can prove it. For example, like we said,
Oh,
the
yeah?
ancestral nodes, right? Every human, in fact, every human today
I mean,
are
you're gonna prove
classified
it
as
based
modern
on
humans.
evolutionary science and their studies. You're not going to base it on anything godly or biblical.
Actually, we can, because as the scripture says, there was a mass
Oh.
extinction, right?
we can
after
take
the
questions from the
mass
audience,
extinction,
right?
there was a bottleneck, and every human today is from that bottleneck.
That
And
does
guess
not.
what?
That
That
is not
matches
what the
science
Bible
and
says.
that matches the Bible, because
That
we know that
absolutely is
every person
not
today comes
what the
from
Bible
one
says.
man. And guess
Yeah.
what? Every person today comes from one man. They're not the
That
they're
is
not from distinct people.
absolutely not what the Bible says.
Yes,
The
it does.
heat map
Want
we
to read
covered
No,
it?
it
earlier.
doesn't.
Want to read from the Bible
That
where it
is
says
how
every
you're reading
man
it,
came
but that's
from
not what
Noah?
the Bible says.
All right, let's read what the Bible says. Watch what it says right here. Watch what it says about how the earth was populated after the flood, right? You should know this, that after the flood, the whole earth was populated, right? So that's important to understand right from the word what we're hearing when we go over these things. All right, so let's read a little bit of some things. Genesis 10 and 32. These are the families of the sons of Noah after their generation in their nations, and by these were the nations divided in the earth after the flood. That means after a catastrophic wipeout event, the whole world had to be repopulated, refilled, and all people living today show genetic ties to modern humans that didn't get extinct.
And the Y chromosome identifies you as belonging to a specific lineage going back to the three sons of Noah.
That's right. Everyone
That
links
verse
to
does not say
Adam.
that every biped is descended from Noah. It says that's how the nations were divided. All right, the ruling class of the world.
Right, but was the flood local or global? Was the flood local or global?
You and I both know the answer to that question.
I don't know, because there's a lot of Christians who say it's global. But I'm sure that we both accept global, because some actually say it's local. Some say it's local.
No, it was global.
Okay, so if it was global, that means that every human and being living on the earth at that time was destroyed, killed, wiped out. And we can find the evidence called a bottleneck, a genetic bottleneck.
Everything that wasn't in the in the ark was destroyed by the flood.
Everything that wasn't in the ark. That's right. Which includes 3 sons of Noah.
There were 8 living souls on that ark.
Right. 4 men,
and there were
4
beasts
women.
of the field on that ark as well.
Creatures. That also show that they are from groups that were not, didn't go through an extinction, because their other nodes are extinct. A lot of other ancient animal nodes, ancient animals,
but not Neanderthals and not Denisovans
stuff, for example,
because they intermarried with modern humans.
No, the Neanderthals and Denisovans went extinct too.
Denisovans, but they intermarried with modern humans.
None of them exist in the Neolithic time frame, which will be the time that Noah exists.
They're a mix of the modern humans.
No,
Denisovans are a mixture of Hamitic populations and
no, there was no Hamitic populations in the time of Seth and Cain. They're wiped out. Neanderthal and Denisovan are wiped out. They're older.
So why is it unequally distributed, their information among us then?
How come we don't have none today?
We do have their information unequally distributed among us. That's the problem.
I'm asking you, why don't we have not one mtDNA or Y-DNA of Neanderthals today?
Because for one thing, they wouldn't want to tell you what it is.
Because they were wiped out. They were wiped out in the flood.
If they found it, they wouldn't want to tell you.
That's why we find Neanderthals under.
But it's easy to read between the lines.
50 feet layers of mud. We find
just read between the lines. You have 5 to 6% of Eurasian DNA is comparable to Neanderthal DNA.
Right,
and the rest of
Neanderthals are ancient.
And the rest of the world, nothing. How's that? And the rest of the world, almost nothing. How's that figure? If we're all descended from Noah, then we should all have an equal distribution of Neanderthal DNA.
Why would we have that if we're not descended from Neanderthals? I'm trying to show you.
It doesn't matter. It's autosomal.
Descendants
it's an autosomal relationship. It's not a direct descendancy relationship.
It's called a PCA study, not an autosomal study.
It should be equally distributed among us, and it's very unequally distributed on the side of Eurasians. So I don't know how I can make it more clear. Neanderthals were Eurasians.
Okay, Neanderthals were Eurasians, but they're not Japheth. That's your problem.
They're descended from Japheth. Japheth is the father of Eurasians.
Okay, but didn't you just say that Japheth was K? Neanderthal is not K. Neanderthal is not K groups.
No, because they haven't identified it.
We did. They did identify it, and
But
I
they
showed you
did
it
they
14
did
times.
identify the autosomal DNA, and 5 to 6% of Neanderthal DNA is found in Eurasians.
Okay, but we found the exact haplogroups, haplotypes of Neanderthal and Denisovan.
No, that's not. Those aren't a haplotype. Those aren't a SNP number.
All right, so like you see what I'm showing you right here. Do you believe that this is a genetic report that I just showed you with multiple
But that's
genetic
not
reports?
a SNP. That's not a SNP shared by all A's. That's just one
But is
SNP.
this a
Or
genetic?
even
Is
if it
this a
is a
genetic
SNP, it's
report
probably
though?
not even a SNP.
Is this a genetic report though?
I'd have to contact the
It's a
laboratory.
claim. It's a claim. That's all it is a claim.
It's not. It's not a claim.
It's a
Because
claim that
it's a genetic report.
It's a claim that a single lineage has a SNP, but it's not in common with all the rest of the
I have no
A's.
doubt if you took the time to research this haplogroups, the haplogroups
It's
of
not-
Neanderthals and Denisovans, you'll find multiple articles that would talk about these haplogroups. There's a lot of different articles that talk about these their haplogroups.
No, A's have their own SNP. It's like M91 or something, right? That's the SNP of A's.
Well, I'm letting you know that
But
I
that's
did
not
show
a
you.
SNP.
I did show you what
Shared
you didn't want to look
Not
up.
a SNP shared by the rest of the world.
I'm just gonna try to look for it just to give you something to know.
You got to build the
Homework.
chart. You got to build the families from the ground up instead of trying to prove descendancy from the top down. Especially if you try to root the tree with A or with Hamitic population, which is the youngest son. You
Jungle,
can't
how
root-
far back have you tracked your personal family tree?
You can't root the tree in the youngest son of Noah.
Again,
You can't do it.
A with 3 zeros and A with
It's
4
gonna
zeros
be
is not the
wrong
same
if you
as A with
root
2
the-
zeros, and A with 2 zeros
It's
is
going
not
to
the
be
same
wrong
as
if you try
A1.
to root the tree in the youngest son of Ham.
Again, in case you haven't paid
The
attention,
youngest son Ham.
what I just showed you is that A00, A with 2 zeros is not the same with A with 3 zeros and A with 4 zeros.
Right,
Just because
but
they
they're
have
their own lineage.
just because they have A in the index doesn't
They're
mean
their own
it's a,
lineage.
just because they have A in their index doesn't mean that it's the same A.
Right, it's a different. Each one is a different
It's
lineage.
a totally different lineage.
Right,
Denisovan, if I say Denisovan Neanderthal, you know what I'm
but
talking
I'm
about.
looking
As
for
soon
a
as I say
SNP.
A with 4 zeros and A with 3 zeros, you don't know what I'm
I'm
talking about. 'cause you
looking
didn't
for
study it.
a SNP that connects all of A with A and the rest of the world. For crying out loud.
Okay, remember, like I said, there's a difference between A1 and A0.
Oh, you want to talk about something else now, huh?
No, I'm telling
You
you.
want to talk about something?
I'm
You want to
telling you
ignore it.
clearly.
You got want to
I'm telling
ignore
you-
the
I'm telling
separate
you clearly
lineages
so that
don't
you
have a
understand
SNP in
what I'm
common with
saying.
the rest of the world.
A1
I'm
is
looking
not
for
the
a
same as
SNP
A00.
that they have in common with the rest of the world.
Again,
Those
Denisovan,
are separate lineages.
Neanderthal is not the same as A00. Not the
Right.
same. They're out. That's an out group. It's called an out group.
No, I'm looking for a SNP that ties them all with the rest of the world.
I just told you that it's a separation
If
of B to the C.
Neanderthals are A,
They're
then
not.
show me
They're
a
not just
SNP.
A.
Show
Jungle
me a
jargon.
SNP that
Jungle
Neanderthals
jargon.
share with the rest of the world.
Jungle jargon. They're not just A. I want you to say it correctly. They're
Show me a
with 3
SNP that they
zeros.
have with the rest of the world. I want the
going to
SNP that
confuse
ties them
Jungle jargon.
with
You're
the
going to
rest of the
confuse
world.
not just yourself, but your audience. You need to speak this right. That Neanderthals are not just A. They're A with 3 zeros.
Which does not tie them to the rest of the world.
Of course not. No person today is a Neanderthal.
I'm looking for a SNP to tie them with the rest of the world. If you want them in the tree, you have to tie them with the rest of the world.
Do you want to know what makes the Neanderthal haplogroup?
If you want them in our family tree, you have to tie them with the rest of the world. You need to show me a SNP connecting them with the rest of the world. That's your problem.
Yes, it's called Y. This is what it's called. YMRCA. That's what you want to look up. Haplogroup YMRCA. You look up haplogroup YMRCA, and you'll find out that it does tie ancient Neanderthals by this ancient fossil. It does tie Neanderthals, like the one from El Sharon that I was talking about in Spain, with A00. So that means that it ties humans together because it would be it would be actually linking to ancient
No,
Adam,
but
like a
it,
real
not
Adam.
just not A00. It has to tie them with the rest of the world.
A00 ties everyone.
A00 is its own lineage.
Wait, A00 ties everyone because A00 splits after, right? Because wait, listen. A00 splits after the first split.
Why can't you
modern
show me a
humans.
snip that Neanderthals share, that A shares, that B shares, all the way through to T?
I literally just did. I
But
quite
not
literally
according
just
to
did.
this. You said it ties Neanderthals to A00.
No, I did not. I said it ties Neanderthal and A00 to a ancient chromosome, which actually has a certain name that you have to understand when I point this out. Y dash, right? This is what's important. It's called Y dash, right? T dash MRCA. That's basically what it is, or Y dash MRCA. That's actually what it is. And you gotta understand what I'm gonna tell you when I say this, that line by the fossils ties humans together. It ties all humans together. That's what it is. It's considered an ancient Adam. Even right here, you can see right here, it's considered right here.
It's a more original genome, but it doesn't mean it was before the flood.
Well, it had to be because we found it underneath flood layers. We found it. We found it.
No, we found it buried with modern humans and mating with modern humans.
No, we didn't.
Yes, we did.
No, we didn't. No, we didn't. What we found
because modern humans have DNA in common with Neanderthals.
We only found the haplogroup that ties the groups together as being human. Like I can't say it any more clear than that. That they're just proves that Neanderthal and Denisovans are human, close no descendants, not making modern humans. Neanderthals don't make modern humans, but they're closely tied to them.
The A and the B aren't even the closest related to Neanderthals. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand.
Are you not understanding what you gotta look at how they are separate? Like it's like saying Seth is related to Cain, right? Seth is related to Cain, but not descendant, right? So Seth is related to Cain, but not descendants. That's how they're looking at it. They're looking at that they have relation, they're related, but not descendant.
Yeah, but you don't get it. You don't get it that if we all descend from Noah, we should all share equally the Neanderthal DNA and Denisovan DNA.
Because Neanderthals didn't make
Noah. You were
all
descended from Noah.
Neanderthals didn't make Noah. How many times I gotta say that? Neanderthals did not make Noah.
You're not understanding what the point is. If we are all descended from Noah, we're should share.
We're not descendants of Neanderthals. We're not descendants of Neanderthals.
If we're all descendants from Noah, we should all share equally the amount of Neanderthal DNA and
that's wrong.
DNA.
Because
that's wrong.
That's the way to understanding of ancestor. Do we get ancestor and derived states?
What?
Yes. Not everyone gets the same state. You get ancestor or derived states from your father. It's like you're not going to always have the same mutation or the same.
We're talking about averages.
Even twins.
The averages
even
that the Europeans have.
Twins can have different autosomals. Twins can have different PCA studies. Twins.
And the Asians have more
than identical twins have identical DNA.
The Asians have more Neanderthal DNA than the Europeans do.
Twins don't always have identical DNA.
Identical twins do.
LIONFARM, Eurasians,
right? But you got
more
different types of twins.
Neanderthal DNA than the Europeans themselves. That's because Europeans are a mix of Eurasian and Semitic. 95% of the European population is Semitic mitochondrial DNA, which is a huge amount.
Look, just so that we can look. Let's go back to this drawing board right here. This is my design. Now that we got that on the table, this right here is my design. This is your design. You did not look at Seth and Adam. You did not study
No,
how these are connected, how
because we all got the same
makes,
amount through
and how
Noah.
these are not
That's
monophyletic.
an assumption,
And we
John.
didn't descend from Nimrod.
We also didn't yet talk about IJK, how IJK actually makes IJ
And we
and K.
didn't get, no, Arpachshad did not make Japhethites. Arpachshad shares a marker with Japhethites. That's all it is. That's all it means.
Right, but these
Right, but
and this one comes from this one.
no, it didn't come from that one.
It did because we can find it out ourselves. Watch this. Let's go to I, right? Let's go to your haplogroup.
All it means is that Shem and Japheth shared the marker when Arpachshad was born, but not after Arpachshad was born.
Okay, so
but you don't have Shem or
know that
Japheth's body to do a DNA test on it.
No, we have the descendants. We have the descendants living today.
Connects K2. It connects K2. It connects all these groups. IJK. By this mutation.
It still doesn't disprove. This doesn't disprove that IJ was Arpachshad, because Arpachshad,
you know what it does,
could have been the oldest. Let me speak. Arpachshad could have been the eldest son of Shem and got the marker from Shem, who's the brother of Japheth, and then the brothers of Arpachshad, the rest of the sons of Shem, didn't have that marker, lost it because Shem lost it.
You know what's odd about that?
Arpachshad is Shem's son.
You don't lose genetics, so all that was just fantasy.
No, you can lose markers. You can gain it. You can gain a mutation. You can lose it.
You don't lose markers. You get mutations.
If you mutate it to gain a marker, you can easily mutate it to lose it.
You don't mutate to gain a marker. You lose.
You're
losing as the mutations are happening. You're losing.
No, you're not understanding what I'm saying.
It's degrading.
The marker is from a mutation.
The only haplogroup. There's only one haplogroup that gained information, and that's the YAP.
Or you lost the marker. You lost the marker because of mutation.
The plus ALU doubled. That's the reason why the YAP has that YAP plus, because that's the only lineage that doubled. Only that YAP plus lineage, because that YAP plus ALU. But that's just a self-duplication. But no other lineage, all other lineages are degrading, are showing more mutations going downwards and downwards and downwards. That's what we're seeing, that they're getting more mutations on the Y chromosome that doesn't go to combination, right? The unrecombinated.
You're assuming it's having a mutation instead of losing the mutation going the other way.
We can quite literally see this.
Yes, it is, because you got the root of the tree backwards. Because you're looking at the whole thing backwards.
I just showed you.
You're not starting with the Eurasians. You have to start with the Eurasians because he's the oldest son.
Why are you not
oldest?
What I'm saying?
Listen, LIONFARM. Listen. The oldest son
from Eurasia.
Listen to me. The oldest son has the most original Y chromosome. The oldest son. You have to start with the Eurasians.
Why are you yelling? Calm down.
Because you're not listening. You're talking while I'm talking.
That's not how you
listen,
get your point across.
I'm starting to explain something and you talk over me.
Because listen to what you're saying.
Because you're.
Wait, listen real fast so that we can.
I'm allowing you to talk. I should just shut you up and keep you from talking is what I should do.
You can do as you please.
Yeah, I could.
But you're not going to prove your point.
But I just did, didn't I?
No.
Not to me, you didn't.
No, you didn't.
Yeah.
Not to anyone. You're just showing your impatience. So now look.
If doesn't make any sense.
Okay, look. Let's
people can't change their color. Like,
watch this for a second, so that we can just focus on your side now. I'm gonna let you build on your side. Now, let's make this clear so that everyone understands. Everything here you agree to that this will be your Shem, this will be your Ham, and this will be your Japheth. Is this correct? Let me just make sure I put Japheth.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
All right, so let me just put Japheth here. Whoops. And the reason why is so that we can show if it would be what's called monophylactic, if it's a monophylactic groups.
But you haven't heard what I was saying that about the CF, the CF or the IJ. You weren't listening. You know, it just goes in one ear out the other.
I was listening.
And
I was
CF.
definitely listening. I was listening.
Okay, what did I say? Steel man me. What did I say?
You mean straw man?
Steel man. What I just said.
Look.
Repeat what I just said about the connection of the eldest son of Ham or Cush and the eldest son of Shem. Repeat what I just said about that.
Let's talk about real fast.
Over.
We're on your side.
Again.
We're on your side. We're gonna now figure out your side right here. So remember,
steel man me. Tell me what my position is. Steel man me.
Okay. Let me ask questions first for your statement. So
no, I've been telling you. Said you heard what I said.
Right.
So just tell me what I said.
Let me verify now your splits.
No, tell me what I said. You said you heard what I said.
I heard what you said, and you were making some accusation.
Tell me what I said.
Okay, you were making an unscriptural accusation.
Tell me what I said.
Yes, I'm answering your statement of your unscriptural accusation. How you're trying to make.
Tell me what I said. I didn't say anything about scripture. Tell me what I said.
Let me finish speaking. You were making an unscriptural answer about how some sons
of Japheth is the oldest son of Shem.
Yeah, and Shem. Hold on. Let me answer your statement. Why are you interrupt? Why do you ask me and then interrupt me?
Because you're contradicting my position. What I said.
No, you made an unscriptural statement that the sons of Shem and the sons of Japheth are related by C and the division of F.
It's not unscriptural.
There's no scripture that
because they all shared the same information originally.
Okay, but you thought I wasn't paying attention. I'm actually making notes. So that just shows you're not paying attention to what I'm doing. Okay, so look, listen to what I'm saying here real fast. Because I'm paying attention to what you're saying. You thought I didn't pay attention. I'm giving you the answer to what you're saying. Listen, if this is Shem and this is him, now show me. Now notice how notice how we're not descending out of Noah, but from the outside of Noah, because this one
you're descended from outside of Noah. Why you do that?
Okay, no, this is on your tree.
No,
this is on your tree. You want to know how?
No.
You want to know how? Wait,
no.
I'm gonna ask a question. You answer real fast.
It's not from outside of Noah.
Okay, does F come from C?
Because that identifier is shared by everyone, every one of the sons of Noah. Shared by Ham, it's shared by Shem, it's shared by Japheth, but you can't steal my position.
Wait.
You can't steal my position.
So we can answer this directly because I only got one hour. Look, we know that F doesn't come from C, right? We can both agree to that F doesn't come from C, right? But F comes from CFP 143, right? You would say that
F shares a marker with C.
Okay. Are you
F shares a marker with C?
Saying yes. Just tell me if you're saying yes or no. Does F come from CFP 143?
No.
Where does F come from?
F comes from Shem. C comes from Ham.
Wait. I'm saying
and they share a marker.
Listen, genetically. Does F come from P143 monophylactically genetically?
No. That's an assumption. No,
you're lying because we know that F comes from.
They share a marker. LIONFARM, they share a marker.
We know that F comes from CF.
That's an assumption.
Makes the P143.
They only share a marker. The only thing it proves is that they share a marker.
I can rewind this live.
So
and
at one time,
when I upload this, I'm gonna put your words back to back.
Ham had the marker,
back to back to show how you disagree.
Shem had the marker, and Japheth had the marker.
You disagree with yourself. You literally said that
from your vantage point, from your viewpoint.
That's what you said. You said F comes from CF.
No, I didn't.
Okay, watch me. Watch when I upload this.
They share that marker.
Watch when I upload this. I bet
They share
I
the
guarantee
marker
you, I
because
confirm that you
Ham,
said F comes from
Shem,
CF.
and Japheth are brothers. Ham, Shem, and Japheth are brothers, so they can share a marker. It
Are
doesn't
you
disprove
saying
anything.
that F did not come from
It
CFP
doesn't
143?
disprove anything.
I'm asking you, did F come
It
from
only
CF?
proves that they share a marker.
Right. I'm asking you, did F come from CFP 143? I'm asking you that right now. Did
F did not come from C.
F didn't come from CFP 143?
And
That's
K
CF.
did not come from C.
Did it come from P143? Did F come from P143?
Does K share the marker?
Does
Does
F
K
come
share
from
the marker?
Jungle Jordan? I need a straight answer. Does F
Does
come from
G share the
P143?
marker?
Does F
No,
come from
you answer my
P143?
question. Does G share the marker?
G comes after F.
Who all, you tell me here, who all has that marker? Does F have it? F has it, right?
F
Does
directly.
Does G have the marker?
F directly.
Does G have the marker?
Yes. G.
Does the H have the marker?
G.
Does
H,
I have the marker?
I. All these groups come from CFP 143.
Does K have the marker?
All these come from CFP
Does
143.
K have the marker?
Yes, all these come from CFP 143.
K has a marker. So
yes,
they
all
all
come from
share.
CFP 143.
All of them are sons of Ham, Shem, and Japheth, and they all share the marker. Wow!
Why are you raging? And you just
Because
disproved
they're
your
all
own point.
descended
Because
from
A
Ham,
and
Shem,
B and D and E doesn't
They're
come
all
from
the
that.
same three sons of Noah, and they
Are
all
you
share the
saying
marker.
Are you saying that Ham, Shem, and Japheth have the same marker? 'Cause
Originally,
that's false. That's false.
That's how C got it. That's how C got it.
What about A and B and D and E? That doesn't have this marker.
They lost it.
No, they didn't lost it because they never
Yeah,
had
they
it.
lost it.
They
lost
never
it.
had it. They can't mutate.
No, you
from
don't know that.
43.
You don't know that. The only thing
We
you,
do
only
know
thing
that
you
because
know,
that's impossible.
the
That's
only thing you know is that Ham,
That's
Son,
impossible.
and
That's
Nimrod had the
impossible.
marker that Shem and Japheth also
You don't know.
had.
You don't know genetics, bro. You don't know what you're talking about.
It only means that they share the
CFP
marker.
143 was never in DE. DE never had a
It
CFP
only
143.
means that they share a marker.
There
It
are
means that
no
they share a
lineages
marker.
under
That's what it
DE
means.
that descend from CF.
It doesn't mean they descended from C.
Are you gonna
C
lie?
is
Are you
Nimrod.
gonna lie to your audience and say that CF
C
P143
is Nimrod.
made DE?
You gotta understand C is Nimrod.
Tell the truth. Did CF P143 make any DEs?
CF is everybody.
Did CF make DE?
CF is C, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, L, P, Q, R, S, and T. They all have the marker.
Do CF P143 do they make any DE lineages?
C can have the marker because he's a descendant from
I'm
Ham,
asking you about DE
who is the
directly.
brother of Shem.
I want
who
you
is
to
the
answer the
brother of
direct
Japheth.
question. I want
They're
you to
all
answer the
brothers.
direct question. Does
They all can
CF
have the marker.
P143
So that means C can have the marker. It
Not
means
talking
F
about
can
C.
have the
I'm not
marker.
talking about C or F. I'm talking
means
about DE.
G can have the marker.
I'm talking
H,
about
I,
DE.
J. It
DE.
means they all can have the marker.
DE
But
is what I'm
It
talking about.
turns out that A and B and D and E mutated quite a bit, and they don't have the marker.
They never came from CF P143.
You can't prove that.
Yes, I can. Absolutely,
No,
I
you
can. You want to see how I can? Let's see how I can prove that. Want to see how I can prove that? You ready?
No,
All right.
you don't know what marker they had.
No, I'm going to show you because I asked the
originally.
geneticist.
You don't
I'm
know.
show you.
You don't know the Y chromosome of Ham.
Let's go.
You can't tell me what the Y chromosome of Ham is.
Let's go.
You can only tell me what some of their descendants have.
All right, so let's go and let's have a conversation.
C is Hamitic. C is Hamitic, so it has the marker.
Okay.
So C got it from somewhere. Probably got it from Cush and Ham.
Look, we know without a doubt,
which they later lost it.
When we talk about these separations, we know that DE Yap and CFP 143 separated early on in Saudi Arabia. The fossils of those groups,
of course, they separated early on.
From what?
Nimrod never went to Africa.
Right, from M168. from CT.
Nimrod never went to Africa. He never went to Africa.
Let's stop talking about real fast. Let's put aside
let's talk about
real fast.
A and B.
Put aside that
D
Nimrod stuff
and
real
E
fast.
that went to Africa.
You know what I'm saying? Look,
C never went to Africa.
Are you listening to what I'm saying? Listen to what I'm saying.
Well, you're not listening.
CFP143 didn't make DE. What's that?
See what?
CFP143 didn't make DE yet because they split.
Well, they don't have the marker. All you can say is they don't have the
They
marker.
split at CT. They split at CT.
All you can say is they don't have the marker for whatever reason. They don't have the marker.
You know what's funny? CF and DE has the same marker of CF of CT M186,
right?
68,
right,
68.
Right.
So if they both got
but not the CF.
they both got CT, and we can find the evidence that they both have CT, but we know that DE
but not the CF.
P143.
But not the
that
CF.
DE didn't descend from CF P143.
No, it just means that they don't have a marker.
Look,
for whatever reason.
Your problem is you have no source to conclude that DE came from CF.
No, all you can say is that they share a marker.
We know without a doubt that DE did not come from CFP 143. You're lying.
No.
All your viewers
came from who?
All your viewers come to my channel. I'm gonna show you how he confirmed in this live how he said himself that F comes from CF.
Who came from who?
That's the only reason this yellow line is here. Otherwise, I told myself not to leave any lines.
You don't have Ham's original DNA.
Go watch and remember when I verified this line. This line right here.
You don't have the DNA of each of Ham's sons.
You said yes to this line right here. When I said that F come from CFP 143, when we seen the chart, you said yes.
No, you're twisting
now you want to change it around.
You're twisting it. I said they share that marker.
Watch when I re-upload this. I'm gonna show you where you agree.
They share that marker.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm gonna have I gotta go to work.
They share that marker. That's the only thing you can say is they share a marker.
Not with P143. I'm sorry.
And it's not a surprise that Ham, Shem, and Japheth ever shared a marker. It's not a surprise.
Guess what? It's not P143. P143 doesn't make DE or A and B. So that's not your node.
Wonder of wonders. But at one time, maybe they did. No,
they did not.
How do you know?
Because we know they did not have this snip in it. Because we got papers that say they.
No, today they don't have it. That's the only thing you know is that they don't have it today.
They can't even descend from CFP 143. DE, in fact, CF. In fact, this is how we know CFP 143 doesn't have a YAP allele. Doesn't have YAP.
C is its own lineage in anyways. Of course, it's not. Of course, A and B and D and E didn't.
CFP 143 didn't make the YAP allele for DE.
For crying out loud. Listen. A, B, D, and E did not descend from C.
One time,
none of those descended from C.
Yeah. Let's type down the DE YAP and find out why the DE YAP group is important to understand.
But DE did not descend from C.
All right. Well, I advise you to know why this mutation. Right, the mutation was caused when a strand of DNA known as allele inserted a copy of itself, doubled itself. That's why DE is important to understand, because this is one of the only lineages that pretty much will be counted as gaining information, because it copied itself. It didn't really technically gain information, it just doubled itself. So we don't see that with any other lineage that has that type of allele in it, that just basically has that in it. CFP 143 doesn't make that, because even right here, watch what it says right here. We can see that it will tell you clearly, right? Obviously, it's going to come from CT, right? As it says, ancestor CT. But guess what? It also will tell you right off the bat when you see that how the mutation works. If you see how it separates from his other family line, you can notice something really interesting. Let me just type it down right here. 43. If I can find it on this thing.
But DE didn't come from C. DE did not come from C.
Right. So it came from CTXDE, or the CT group that made CF. That's important. So CF that
Oh,
excludes
that's just
DE.
shared. CT is what a marker that they
Right,
share.
CT they share, not CFP 143. They share CT,
Right.
not
Yeah. So
not
they do
CFP
share
143.
information, but
Not
they
not.
can both share information and not share information. It doesn't mean they descended from C.
No one said they descend from C. Who said that they descend from C?
I'm saying
Again,
they didn't.
okay. Obviously they didn't descend from C. But you need to understand that CFP 143 is a mutation node of a family.
Neither did A and B descend from C.
Okay, well that doesn't have to do with anything. Again, like I said, the point was CFP 143 doesn't make DE groups, does not descend into DE groups. As it says, it is a sibling of DE. It is a brother, because we know that the sibling, the group that makes DE is CT.
I'm saying that DE did not descend from C.
DE, again, descend from CT, which is M168, which is not a C.
No,
That's not
CT
C.
is what they all share in common. CT is what the whole world shares in common, with the exception of A and B.
That's true. CT.
Right. So the odd
CT.
ones out are A and B, and it doesn't
CT
prove that DE
M168.
came from C.
But remember, C comes from CF, which doesn't make DE. So CF.
No, CF
remember,
comes from CT.
Yes, CF comes from CT. And remember, CT makes CF and DE. But DE and CF are different. DE doesn't make CF and CF doesn't make DE.
I'm saying that D is related more to the E because it comes from the E2.
Well, of course, D is related to
not
E.
the E3.
E and D and E groups are linked to the first YAP group, that DE YAP group. When the allele doubled, that's how we know that lineage is totally different, because it's the only lineage with that YAP double allele.
I'm not saying that they came from C. They just share something in common with C through T.
Okay, yeah, CT is a actual ancestral node. That means there's a population with CT.
They just share. They share that original.
There's a population. There is an ancient population with C groups.
Marker.
Right, C markers, and that's important. We got a couple, like for example, CT and BT were found in this culture right here. This culture right here. They were found in ancient people, and we can find multiple cultures of them there. So CT and BT are a early split. So we do have evidence of them. We do have evidence of them as real people. So that's why the lineage is important to know about. That CT does
all it says is that they share a marker. All that's saying is that they share a marker with the rest of the world. That's all it's saying. It doesn't mean anybody came from anybody. It just means they share a marker.
CT is a family, is a whole family, right? And from that family comes DE and CF groups.
No, if you assume that a mutation was gained or a mutation occurred,
a mutation had to occur for you to get.
It could have been lost by A and B.
Wait, what do you mean by, what in the world are you talking about loss?
That marker could have been lost by A and B.
Can you pull up any genetic report, period, that talks about a loss of genetic information?
Listen, you're not listening. What if it was a marker that was shared by Ham, Shem, and Japheth, and A and B today just happen to no longer have that marker?
What if your what ifs have no sources?
Did you ever think of that?
Have absolutely no sources backing it, and it's just a what if.
All it is a marker that's shared by everyone except for A and B. That's all it is.
Wait, you know what that means? That means that A and B already is proven to be a different group than TT.
It means they're the odd ones out.
So that means that they have to be
whatever reason.
That means that it has to be a different family.
No, it means that it doesn't have to be anything. It just means they lost the marker.
No, they never descended from.
Or that means they don't have the marker today. All it means they don't have the marker today.
A and B never descended from CF or CT at that. A and B did not descend from CT or CF.
Of course, Cush didn't descend from Nimrod, and Mitzrayim didn't descend from Nimrod either, nor did Sinim descend from Nimrod. They're all separate lineages
What
of
is that?
Ham.
What does any of that have to do with this haplogroup tree that we're talking about?
Because it fits perfectly with the information that you're looking at.
No, it absolutely doesn't, because it actually doesn't. None of that made sense.
Well, let me repeat what I said and see if you can agree.
What you need to do.
Let me see if I can repeat what I said and see if you agree. Cush did not descend from Nimrod. Neither did Egypt. Neither did Put. Neither did Canaan. None of those people descended from Cush.
Okay, but what haplogroup are you referring to?
Well, it's identified by C.
Okay, but C doesn't make any of the D, E, or A and B groups.
It doesn't make anything. C is a son of Cush.
Okay, again, if C is a son of Cush, then it has to come from CF.
A and B made C.
Are you saying that CF is Cush?
No, I'm saying C is Nimrod.
What is CF?
A, B, and C is Cush.
What is CF?
It's a marker.
Who?
It's a marker. It's a marker that's shared by C and F, which is the rest of the world from F.
Okay, but who is CF? Because we can find
what do you mean, who is CF?
I can show you a fossilized culture. I can show you a fossilized culture.
It's a marker shared by Semitics, Hamitics, and Japhethites.
You say that they're Hamitic, but they're not Hamitic if
C is Hamitic.
All the sons of Ham.
C is Hamitic. It has the marker which he shares with Semitic populations and Japhethite populations.
So if C is Hamitic, that means C is the only.
He can do that because he's the oldest son.
That would mean C is the only Hamite, based upon your design. Because then how would you make?
Because he can do that because he's the oldest son of Cush. Okay. Cush just lost the marker.
Look at my drawing here. If you have a C right here, show me how you can get this C, even though it links to CF star. It links to CF star. Show me how you can get this C to be monophyletic with a D and E yap group and an A and B.
It's not. CF, the marker CF is not what.
Show me how you can make these monophyletic. Show me how you can make it descend as from him. Show me how this can be him. Show me how I can make this him.
Because that would be obviously that's more. Since C has it in common with the rest of the world, that means that A, B, and D and E are the odd ones out.
Isn't that odd? So now show me
how that they're the ones that went to Africa.
Since you already proven that your
chart ones that went to Africa are A, B, D,
you just proved that your chart is polyphylactic.
And C never went to Africa. But C never went to Africa.
Oh, isn't that odd? So maybe
C it was in a different environment. It was in a totally different environment.
I wonder why. Maybe it's not him.
No, it has to be him.
Why does it have to be him?
Because it's the only Hamitic.
Go ahead and show me how
the only Hamitic Y chromosome in the area.
Show me how this links to one father. Show me how C will come from him. Go ahead. And connect these two. Go ahead.
Because Ham is the brother of Shem and Japheth, who also have the marker.
You know I'm waiting for your sources.
No, the sources is that listen to me. Listen to me. The source is that it's a marker that C has in common with Shem and Japheth.
Okay, show me how this links with DE and A and B.
It doesn't.
It's him. Show me how these.
It doesn't.
It doesn't. You said it.
It doesn't because Ham had to have lost the marker.
He must have had lost it. So the only way you can prove your point is because the connection here is a question. That's the only way we can prove your
because statement. It's odd one out. The odd one out is A and B or D and E.
Maybe because they just don't monophyletically connect. Maybe because they just don't connect.
maybe D and E are the odd ones out. They're
They're
the
odd because
oddballs.
it doesn't connect that way, because that's
And
not
C,
monophyletic.
who never went to Africa, he retained the marker that Shem and Japheth have.
Maybe it make more sense if you made CFP 143 one family like they should be. Maybe that would
CF
make
is
more
not
sense.
a family, it's a marker. It's a marker shared by the family Noah's 3 sons.
Are you saying I would not find any fossil of CF families? You want to take that challenge and see if I got any fossils of CFP 143?
No, CF is anybody sharing the marker.
There's people, there's ancient fossil people that have that snip.
It's
There's
anybody
fossil
sharing the marker. It's anybody that shares that marker. And it's
there's
all
also independent
Eurasians
people,
and Semitics.
fossils. There's
with the
also independent fossils, people who have that haplogroup.
With the exception of Nimrod's descendants who are all C.
Here's CFP 143 with a U5 mtDNA about 2000 BC in Spain. You can take a look right here at the fossilized culture that's found here.
You say mtDNA? mtDNA is
irrelevant. This is Y-DNA with mtDNA to show you that how it's connected, how this culture is connected, right? So that's important. That's important to know that this is actually going to give us those.
That's all Semitic mtDNA. U is Semitic mtDNA.
That is mtDNA. I'm telling you that CFP 143 is found as one person, a fossil of a person, of a human.
And so it has Semitic DNA. So mtDNA. So what?
And we can take it on a SNP tracker and see who's descendants from it, right? Let's take it and put it on a SNP tracker and kind of get an understanding on how it descends, what descends from CFP or CFP 143. Notice that CFP 143, if I put its descendants on here, it's going to take a little bit and then boom, look how massive that is. Why is it so massive? Because IJK, GHIJK, HIJK, and IJK come from this line, right? That's important because this is going to be one
this
family.
Is showing available DNA tests. It's showing available DNA tests, not necessarily everybody in the area.
Right, but they're going to descend from CFP 143. They're going to.
So what's wrong with that?
That means they're family. That means they're related. They're family from.
That can be anybody. That could be anybody.
Hold on. CFP 143 is important because as we find them in this time frame, that means that family. That means that family does not connect DE groups. That means CFP 143 can't be Noah. It has to be under Noah.
It's Japhethite, it's Semitic, and it's descendants of Nimrod.
Isn't that just the madness I see often by a lot of people like you? You need to understand that you're painting confusion. CFP 143 ties only C and F groups. As it even says right here, it says CF, such as haplogroups F in this particular case, right? It just talks about F2 and all those things. And obviously C as well. So it talks about as C.
Not D&E.
Not D&E. Not D&E.
Because they went to Africa.
No, because they are just they separate. That's what it means.
But, they separated, went to Africa.
No, they just separate. And you can confirm that.
So did the A and the B separate. The A and the B, the other descendants of A and B went to Africa. They're in Africa.
I think you're low-key racist, brother. I think you're low-key racist because you're
you don't project. Don't project.
African and D&E African because they're in Africans today. And you say, oh, they must have always been in Africa and went to Africa. Okay, well, the biblical narrative doesn't tell you that people started in Africa, do it? They must have migrated there.
I'm saying that
if you want to talk about ancient
environment in Africa is not the same.
Like we need to talk
the environment and the rate of reproduction and the genetic distance is not the same. You know the genetic distance is not the same. You know there's more mutations in those lineages.
I know without a doubt you would not just completely try to throw off what I just said about CFP 143. You know without a doubt that I just showed you the complete mutations and the SNPs of.
Well, you just threw off the fact that A Hamitic population has the marker. A Semitic population
Your
has the
problem
marker,
is you want C
and
to
a
be
Japhetic
Hamites.
population
C
have
is
the
not
marker
Hamites. C
because
is
they're
not
three
Hamites.
sons of Noah. They're three sons
We
of
are
Noah,
not
so it's possible. It's
Hamites.
possible for a Hamitic population to have the marker.
You know what's interesting about this? I gave you a chance to show me how C was connected by D and E and A and B, and you can't. You want to try it now? You want to try to
A and
you want to
B.
try it now? Go ahead.
A and B is
Show me
connected.
how C is connected to A
C
and
is
B.
connected to A and B because there's a BT.
Show me how these are connected.
I just told you.
How? Go
You're
ahead.
not listening.
I'm
I
listening.
said C is connected to A and B because there's a BT.
So you're telling me that C by BT. So by BT. So by BT, it connects D's.
It connects C and D and E. Yeah.
So you're saying from BT splits into what? BT splits into what?
It's not a split. It's just a shared identifier. It's a shared marker. That there's no splitting anywhere.
It
It's
has
not
to be
splitting.
sent. BT
It's just
has to right,
it's a
but
shared
BT has to
marker.
send a node to get to CF. How does
But
BT
you
descend?
have to understand that it can be shared. It can be
Doesn't
shared.
this
A
descend
shared
into
marker.
CT? Doesn't that turn into CT?
BT is shared by everyone except for A. What are you talking about?
So
A is the odd one out.
BT descends.
A
You're gonna have a
is
separation
the
at BT
odd
and
one
CT,
out.
right?
A is the odd one out. Does it mean that A is not related? Does that mean A is not related?
We can
Or
connect
does it
A
mean
with
that A is the odd
A00.
one out?
We can connect all these groups with A00 and the separation
No,
of BT and CT.
you're not okay. So A
As we
is
know,
connected.
CF and DE are separated by
So
what?
A is connected to
CT.
BT then.
CT. And then what separates these from
So
those?
A.
CT.
So A is connected to BT in other ways then, right? In other ways, A is connected to BT, right? In other ways?
A was important. This is important to understand. A descends after from A00 into BT.
Oh, for crying out loud.
That's
You're not
important.
answering the question. You're
And
not
then
answering the question.
it turns to
You
its
ignore everything I ask you. You ignore.
and it makes the other lineages. A and B.
You're ignoring everything I say.
No, I'm not. I gave you the chance to answer this question and you can't. You did not.
I just did.
You try to give me BT and not actually show how C and D, E, and A and B are related. BT does not connect them. No.
A and B. I'm showing how A and B are connected to C.
I already proved to you that BT and CT do not come from A and B.
Right.
A
It
group.
shows that B is connected to C. B shares a marker with C. That's what I'm saying.
B doesn't share a marker with C. B doesn't
shares a marker with C.
No, it doesn't. Because I just showed you on a tree that A and B share are A and B are related.
BT is the marker that shared. BT is the marker that's shared with B and C.
CF makes
BT is the marker that is shared with B and C, and the rest of the world besides A.
To, chop this video up and show you what you've been saying, because you know you bogus.
And CT is a marker that's shared with C, D, E, F, G, and the rest of the world, but not A and B. You don't even know what you're trying to show yourself.
Are you going to? This is my last time asking you. Are you going to show me how C, D, E,
I already
A and B are related and not to these? Because I
just showed you how C is connected to B.
If they're connected,
I showed you how.
So
you're
going to take. You're going to take.
I showed you how B is connected to D and E and C and the rest of the world.
Are you saying that BT is your answer for the connection of these groups? Is BT your answer? Your final answer?
No, you're
okay.
Not
what's your
listening
final?
To what I'm saying.
What is your final answer?
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
I'm listening to you. I'm even writing notes.
B connects C, D, and E. I mean,
B does not connect. B does not connect those.
No, BT.
Can you show that on the chart?
Listen.
You have a chart to show that?
Listen. BT connects B, C, D, E, and the rest of the world. CT connects C, D, E, and the rest of the world.
They're mutations, right?
They're markers. They're markers
Right,
that they
that is,
share.
but they're
They
cultures too.
share a marker.
But
They
these are
share a
considered
marker, and that's it.
these BT and CT are considered cultures, though.
They share it's a marker that's shared. It's labeled BT. It's labeled CT.
Okay, but
it's a marker.
Does that connect? Does BT connect? Does that design also connect all these other lineages?
Would you stop saying stupid stuff?
How is that stupid? No. How is that? Matter of fact, how is that stupid? Does not BT connect CF and all these lineages together?
BT connects.
Yes, absolutely. I'm asking you how
else after it.
I think that you're trying to run away from the question. I asked you, how is C connected to DE and A and B? How are these connected? How are only D?
C is connected to DE because of CT.
Okay, isn't CT also connected to CF and also to F?
No, it's a different marker.
Isn't that
you're talking about different markers? Each marker
isn't that something?
Each marker connects.
Are you really trying to pull that?
Different people.
You just look. You said they're connected by BT, right? By BT. That makes CT, right?
Oh,
that connects C.
No, each one is its own marker. Each one is a marker that's shared by different people.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying.
I already told you, BT is a marker that's shared with B in the rest of the world.
Right. I understand that, but I'm asking
CT is a marker that's shared by D and E and the rest of the world.
Right, but I'm asking you a direct
question. You asked me how C and D and E are connected.
No, I said, listen to what I said. I said, how is C, D, E, and A and B from him? How are they connected just from him? How is this group only from him? Can you prove an ancestral node
from him because
that links C, D, E, and A and B only?
Because of BT, CT, they're all connected. They share a marker. They can be all from him.
From what's linking them to him? What haplogroup links up to him and doesn't link them to Shem or Japheth?
Well, it's the markers that connect them together. They're connected together.
What haplogroup separates these lines
in the same group as having the same marker? Okay, all it means is that they have the same marker. It doesn't.
I said what haplogroup separates C, D, E, and A and B from these lines, from the other CF groups?
What separates them?
What makes them only from him?
Because it's A, B, C, D, E.
What node? What node is putting these together? That separates them from these nodes.
Listen.
Go ahead.
Listen.
Go ahead.
C is only connected to Shem and Japheth by way of CF. That's the only connection that they have, that C has with Shem and Japheth.
Isn't that interesting? Go on.
So it's possible for him to be the oldest son of Cush and Cush to be the oldest son of Ham.
Okay, but go on. Keep answering how C. You already told me that C is related to your said Japheth and Shem by the way of CF, because obviously Shem has an F group.
They share a marker because Ham, Shem, and Japheth were brothers.
Isn't that interesting? Now show me how. Why is it not? Why is it that it doesn't share a marker with A and B and D and E?
It's possible for C to share that marker with the rest of the world over there because.
Okay. What about A and B?
Because C never went to Africa.
What about A and B and D and E? How is A and B and D and E?
They all went to Africa.
So did multiple lineages went into Africa. R went into Africa.
Yeah.
T went into Africa. J.
But they have a lot of other mutations.
That doesn't prove a node. That doesn't tell us an ancestral node.
It only proves that C shares a marker with Shem and Japheth. That's all.
Okay. We see that your C was Shem markers with your Shem and your Japheth, because CFP 143 would make your Shem and your Japheth.
It doesn't mean C was born
of your said him. But show us how C is only connected to D, E, and A and B to make only him. That's what you haven't shown yet. You already proved that CF connects your Shem and your Japheth, but you haven't shown how C is only connected to D and E and A and B.
I already showed that C is connected to BT, which is the only way. You don't have an AT. You don't even have an AT, but you got BT connecting C.
Wait, you
And then that's
do got an AT. You got an
listen to me.
A00T.
Listen to me finish my response.
You just lied and said there's no AT. There's an A00T dash T. Yes, there is.
No, I didn't lie.
Right, but you
I
said
didn't
there's no
lie
AT.
because I've never seen an A000T. I've never
Right.
seen an A00T.
A00T would be your AT that you were just trying to say. That's none of that. Because that
Well,
AT technically would be that A00.
So that's a marker shared by C and F and K.
But can you show me how C is
No,
only
answer the
related
question.
to D and A and B?
Answer the question.
Wait, you haven't.
Answer the
You're
question.
trying
It's
to
a simple
run.
question.
You're trying to run from my question that I just gave you to show me how
Okay,
C
so
is related
so
to
let
D
me.
and A and B and no one
Okay,
else.
I don't know about an AT. You said there's an AT, but I know there's a BT and a CT that connects C with B, D, and E as being
Does it
Hamitic,
connect? Wait, does it connect A?
not BT.
Okay, but I'm asking you directly. How can we show
Probably
that?
there's other markers that connect them. Why else would they call it A and B?
I'm asking you directly. How can we show that C?
I'm asking
B,
for the
and
marker
A
that
and
connect.
B?
I've been asking for the marker for more than an hour now.
What marker?
Connects? What marker
marker?
connects A and B? And you just told me about an A00T, which I never heard of before.
Okay, but
And
I don't know how
I
you
don't
did
know
it
how that
because
could be a
if
marker.
as soon as you look watch this. I'll show you A0T.
No, but
Watch-
you asked me
watch
how
this.
C is connected to Ham. You asked me how C is connected to Ham, and I just told you it's BT and CT.
Okay, so look, here's A0T right here. A0T. There's also A00T, which is more earlier than that. So that's something that's also important.
That's a marker. That's a marker that everybody shares.
Some people share that marker, but again, like I said, the subject of the matter is for you to show me how.
Why does it have A00? I mean, you got an A00 marker, and that's nonsense.
I can explain.
That's nonsense. What you just said is nonsense because
how is that nonsense?
A00 is its own lineage.
A00 is a snip.
Nobody descended from A00. It's its
do you know what
lineage.
A00 is? It's just a snip that has every mutation. That's all it is. It's a snip that has every mutation. It's an early lineage. That's all it is. I can show you it from multiple papers of how that's worked.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense.
Okay, well, tell me how this makes sense. How from him we got C, D, E, and A and B. What's separating them? What lineage is
connected?
What makes them a node? What makes them him? What makes them a node? What makes them one and different than Shem and Japheth? Tell me what node are you separating them from?
Well, he's the youngest son.
Right, but what
how can it be a node?
Again, what haplogroup? What node from what haplogroup is making
because
C,
nobody
A, and B one?
Nobody, not A, not B, not D, not E, none of them descended from C.
Okay. I'm asking you how are you getting C connected with D and E and A and B? If we know C
is connected by B, T, and CT.
But that B, T, and CT would connect would connect all these, wouldn't it? It doesn't separate. It doesn't separate C with D and E and A and B and make them him.
Well, it's separated because the only connection you have with C is CF.
CF right here, right?
Yeah, and which CF, is not.
Which makes F. Which F makes GHIJK.
It doesn't make F. It's just a marker shared by F.
CF makes F.
No, it's a marker shared by F.
Ask any one of your fans who know genetics.
C has a marker shared by F.
Make F. Ask anybody.
CF is a marker that's shared by C.
Why are you lying and saying CFP143 doesn't make F?
Because it's just a marker that's shared by everybody.
That means if it's shared by F, then it makes F, don't it?
No. Because Shem didn't make Japheth. Shem didn't make Japheth, and Nimrod didn't make Shem.
I want all your fans, anyone who's representing you or whatever, tell this man.
That's why you have to
build
study
it and tell me if
you have to build the family tree from the bottom up as best you can. Build it from
Somebody
the bottom
go
up
study
as
it
best you can.
and tell me if CFP 143 makes F, because I
You
studied F
gotta build it
very
from the
deeply.
bottom up as best you can. You gotta make a case for who everyone is. And the case is very strong for the Cohen-Modal haplogroup to be J1. The case is very strong for the J2 to be the Judaic population descended from Judah. The case is very
Can
strong
it be that you're
for
just biased? Maybe it's
the
strong because you're biased.
J2.
Maybe it's just
The
strong because you're biased.
J2,
Because look at this.
M
I'm gonna show you a breakdown.
172.
I'm gonna show you
You're
multiple
talking while
breakdowns.
I'm talking. You're talking while I'm talking. The
Because
case
you're
is
not
very
showing
strong
sources. You're
for the
making
house of David.
conclusions off of
The
genetic
very
haplogroups
case is
of
very strong for the house of Nimrod. The house of Nimrod is C. The house of David is very strongly J2M 172.
Here's how F was made. So the assignment of F was important to know when it talks about the mutations of everything. It talk about that it came from CF, right, which contains CT. So it lets you know where it got mutated at, right? You know about the.
How do you know it mutated? How do you know it
Because
wasn't lost on the other
this
end?
paper
Because
is
you got the
literally
tree
telling you.
backwards.
Because this
You got
paper,
the tree exactly backward. You got it rooted
because we
backwards.
got multiple
It
papers
has
that
to
will
be
literally
rooted in
tell you
Japheth
how
is the
they
oldest
mutate.
son. Japheth is the oldest son. It's got to be rooted in Japheth. You
Japheth
got it
not older
rooted
than,
backwards.
is Japheth older than Noah though?
It's rooted backwards.
Is Japheth
Japheth is the
older
most
than
original
Noah?
genome.
But is
The
Japheth
most
older than Noah?
original genome. So you have to go from Japheth and work the other way. You're
Okay,
working
but
it backwards.
is Japheth older than Noah? Stop it.
No, he's older than Shem and Ham.
Okay, I'll let you run with that. I'll let you run with that.
That's why.
We
That's
can run with
why
that.
it's the most
That doesn't change
original
that.
genome.
Just because
You got to
Japheth is older,
start with
that never
Japheth
gave
and
you
work the
that
other
didn't give you
way.
a snip. That didn't give
Did
you a
you
mutation.
understand that? Do you understand that? You got to work with Japheth and work through Shem to Ham. You can't work it the other way. You can't go from the
Maybe it's
youngest
better
son
to
to the
start
oldest.
from Noah. Maybe
You
start from
cannot
Seth
go from
to
you
Noah.
cannot go from the youngest son to the oldest son.
Maybe you should
cannot
try
do
going
that.
from Adam to Seth to Noah. Maybe that would make more sense. Going from Adam
No, you're
Seth
going.
to
You're
Noah
going from
instead of
Ham.
Japheth to find
You're
his
going
son.
from Ham.
Why would
to
you look for
Shem
Japheth to find
to
Ham, Shem, and
Japheth.
Japheth?
You're going from Ham to Shem to Japheth, and that's why you're getting it all mixed up.
Okay, but can you show me
Mitzrayim
why are you not
as
answering the
being
question?
the Jews.
How is C and D, E, and A and B only him? What node makes them only him? What links them together to make them only him? Go ahead and answer that.
Because they're all connected by BT, CT, and the only thing that connects C to
all these
the
are
rest.
connected. All of these are connected by BT and CC.
No,
That
the
doesn't
only
mean
thing
something.
that connects them,
Ham, Shem, or Japheth.
it's just a unique identifier that C shares with the rest of the world, because the rest of the world it has the more original genome. Because it has the more original.
What haplogroup makes C, D, E, and A and B together and not with these? Because we know BT connects these and we know CT connects these. What haplogroup connects C, D, E, and A and B?
No, A, B, C, D, and E are all connected. A, B, C, D, and E are all connected.
How are they connected?
The only way that you connect.
I'm asking you, how are they connected? How are they connected?
The only way you connect A, B, C, D, and E with the rest of the world is by way of C.
How are they connected?
By way of C. They're only connected with the rest of the world by way of C.
Are you saying D descended from C?
No. A, B, C, D, and E are all one family.
How are they descended from him? I'm asking you, how are these all monophyletic and descending?
Because as you said, there's an AT, a BT, a CT, and the only way that it's T is because it's connected by way of C.
What are you talking about?
The only way you can connect Ham with Shem and Japheth is by the CM.
How you connect. Look,
you're talking while I'm talking.
Right, but you're not answering the right question.
No, you're talking while I'm talking.
I'm saying
the only way
I'm not asking you
connect. The only way you can connect Ham with Shem and Japheth is by P143, which is a marker that they share, which is no dirt.
We know they share that.
No dirt because they're all brothers. Ham, Shem, and Japheth were all
that
brothers.
They share that on your graph. We know that that mess is from your graph. We know that they share CFP 143, and you want to deny
Well,
that
they're
they
all
have that
they're all
connection.
brothers. We know
Right, but
Hampshire and
guess
Japheth
what?
are all brothers.
Guess what? D, E, and A and B doesn't come from P143, nor do they share that ancestral node. They don't come from that, nor do they have that in them. So how are you connecting A and B and D and E with a C group? I'm asking you.
Well, I'm connecting them because I know.
How do you make that group him? Is what I'm
Because
asking.
I know which ones are Shem. I identify which ones
these
are
are
Shem.
him by scientific means that you're using.
You have to know. You have to first know which ones are Shem, which ones are Japheth, and then you can know which ones are Ham.
Okay, can you show me how you made C, D, E, and A and B one together and not with these? And you cannot use BT and CT because that connects these. Show me.
No, it's only connected by a marker that Ham, Shem, and Japheth once shared together because they're brothers.
Look, without counting steps.
It doesn't mean
by doing this, you're
doesn't
counting.
mean that Shem
You know
descended from
what
Japheth.
counting steps in genetics is? Do you know what counting steps in genetics is? This is counting steps.
So you deny the Cohen-Modal haplotype.
Is related. That's counting
steps. You deny the Cohen-Modal haplotype, and you deny the Danites in Europe.
I'm asking you. Okay, look, focus on what I'm saying. I'm asking you on this, and then we can move forward. Look, I'm asking you on this.
Of Judah.
I'm asking you on this, and then we can move forward to whatever other question.
So you deny everything, and you want to connect A, B, C, D through C, because Ham, Shem, and Japheth were all three brothers that once shared the same marker.
How do you make this him? How do you look? If I'm on bias, I'm on bias, and I don't know anything about genetics. How do you make A and B, D and E, and CF and C, just C?
They're all connected from what you say, but it's only AT because of that marker shared with C.
Right, but how? Look, stop that.
No.
How is C related to D and E and A and B? By what node?
Because they're connected because of the A, T, B, T, and CT.
No, they're not connected. That's not going to separate them from the even if C,
that means
that
means they're all
even if all those groups came from BT, that doesn't make it separate from these groups because
they're all brothers
from BT.
Why do you want them separate when they're all brothers?
I'm asking you what makes them him, what makes them separate. What makes them only
because of their lineages that are known people. Mitzrayim is a known people.
I'm asking you, how are you
in Africa? Mitzrayim is a known people in Africa.
I'm asking you academically, how are you connecting A, D, and E, and C groups together? Like, do you have like a? Is it because you're using an actual genetic source? Are you using genetic sources or not? That's my question. I think you're not.
Because they all share a marker.
With what?
With the rest of the world.
But what does C, D, E, and A and B share that these don't have? What do these share that makes them him that these don't have?
Well, it would be a good study, wouldn't be?
No, it wouldn't be a good study because
it would be. It would be to find the markers.
Your premise would fall short because of CFP 143.
No, there's probably more markers. There's probably a whole lot more markers.
No, there's not. No, there's not.
This is everything
that we're seeing here is it.
Everything if you root the tree with K, root the tree with K, and work the other way, which is backwards to you, which is forwards to me, you'll find more proof of that.
Right, but
markers going that way.
K came from CFP 143, right?
You do this way.
But K came from CFP 143, right? K has CFP 143 in it.
Did not come from. They share the same marker from the same sons of Noah.
So everybody know K does come from CFP 143. CFP 143 makes F-M89.
They share the same marker from the same three sons of Noah.
And from F-M89 comes GHIJK, HIJK, IJK, which from K.
That's it. You had enough time. You had enough time to deny.
You can't answer the question on how C is related to
haplotype
and A and B.
The descendants of Nimrod. You had enough time.
I asked you a direct question. How is C related
you want
to
to go,
D and E and
you
A
want to
and
go
B?
with the
That's all I'm asking you. Is how is
secular
C related to
findings
D and E and A and B and no
of
one
the
else?
tree rooted in the A, B instead of the K. The tree has to be rooted in
Okay,
K.
let's go a
If
different
not,
route. How
if
is
not, it's wrong.
F?
The K has to be rooted in Japheth. If not, it's totally wrong. It's totally backwards. So that's about it. I'm sure everybody's fed up with this discussion anyway. So if you root the tree with Japheth, who shares identifiers with all the rest of the sons of Noah, you'll find a better tree going from Japheth through Shem to Ham, but you don't even have to do that. You can understand which is which and what's what, because the conventional understanding is that J is Semitic. And if you want to go against the conventional understanding of who is Semitic, you want to go against the Cohen modal haplotype, the Judaic J2, and the Semitic Danites in Europe. If you want to go against that, you're going against reality, you're going against the facts, you're trying to prove your own narrative. So I thank Lion Farm for spending so much time, but he wants to present his own narrative of, E being the descendants of Abraham or something. He wants E to be Abraham when E is Mitzrayim, because I and J's are Pashad. Descendants of Abraham is I and J. So that's that. It's super interesting, and I thank Lion Farm for participating.
I think that you're running away from the question because you can't answer it. And my question was pretty straightforward. All I asked you to show me how you're making a group Hamites. So if you can't actually answer that,
Well,
it's because
they're
you don't.
human. How about this? They're humanites. How about that? How about we all share genetic markers? How about that?
How about you just get out of the genetic
They're
field, get out of the way,
humanites.
get out of the way of people that's actually going into the roots. Get
They're
out of the way.
you're the only
Out of the
connection you
genetic
have
game. Go
is
talk
C.
about the scripture. Stay off of the genetics because you're in the way. We're
No.
trying to reveal who are the
No.
Semitic people and who are
No,
the
you're
genetic people,
denying
who
the
are the
Cohen
Hamitic
modal
people, and you're
haplotype.
in the way. Get out of the way.
You're denying the
Just
Cohen
remember
modal
that.
haplotype.
So
You're
when I edit this
denying
video
the
and I
Judaic
upload it on my
descendants.
page and I show you how you're
The
bouncing back and forth,
Judaic descendants, the
you're gonna know
descendants of
what it is
Judah.
when I
You're
tell you get out of the way.
denying the
Next time.
descendants of Judah who they are. You're saying Jews aren't Jews. You're denying their ancestry.
Isn't that funny how you can't connect A and B, D and E, and C groups, but you want to claim
You're
that's him?
denying the Cohen modal haplotype. You're denying
This is your only
Jewish
chance.
ancestry.
This is your chance.
And you're rooting the tree in the youngest
This
son
is your chance to prove to me
of
how
Noah.
A and B, D and E,
You
and C
have to
groups are
root
related.
the tree
Okay,
in the oldest son of Noah,
can
which
you
is
display
Japheth.
your
You're doing it
premise?
wrong. Do it right and get things straight. But anyway, no, everybody's trying to push their own narrative. Dr. Jensen is trying to say T is the descendants of Judah, trying to say T is the Jews when T is the Greek sea people that went to the Horn of Africa and are still there to this day. Everybody's trying to prove their own narrative, and you can't deny the Cohen modal haplotype, which is J1. So Levi, the tribe of Levi, is J1. Arabs are J1 as well, and the descendants of Judah are J2, which is not the same tribe as Levi, which is J1, or the descendants of Abraham's 7 other sons, which are also J1, or possibly J2, who knows. But you can't deny the house of David, and you can't deny the house of Nimrod in Asia and Europe and the Middle East, Anatolia. And you can't deny that the Sumerians had a ruling class that was Hamitic, which was Cush, or the descendant Nimrod, the descendants of Cush. But there's more and more is making sense with the mitochondrial DNA being U, which is Semitic mitochondrial DNA, which apparently some of the descendants of Nimrod had, or at least, well, he said CF. They could have been anybody. But anyways, but thanks everybody for participating. God bless you, and I find it very interesting anyway. But yeah, you didn't miss much, honestly. You didn't miss much. We're just hashing out the same old things, you know. But anyways, thanks, LIONFARM, for your, and I allow you to present your perspective, your viewpoint, because it's worth listening to, but it's just not coinciding with the facts as we know it, or as I believe, because of the Cohen modal haplotype, the house of David, house of Judah, and the house of Nimrod all confirm that C is Nimrod, J2 is Judah and David, and J1 is the tribe of Levi and the Arabic lineages. But yeah, go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But anyways, thanks everyone. Let me see if I can do I blocked it up. Yeah, God bless everybody. Take care, and we'll try again some other time. If we come up some new information or anything. And thanks for helping everybody see what the problems are, because everybody gets a general idea. We had Arctic Timberwolf as well, and he has his own ideas about skin color, which which is irrelevant to the Y chromosome. But anyways, take care. God bless. Stay close to God.